Euro appeared to have become her unofficial aide in addition to being her frequent mouthpiece. Hilo couldn't tell if Ait kept Koban close to demonstrate unity with the popular Koban family, or to ensure they could not betray her. The subject of discussion among the clan leaders today was what to do about the continued offshore jade mining by the Anorco Corporation. After repeated sabotage of his ships, Art Wiles had installed security guards from Jim Sunto's private military company, Gonlu Solutions International. Now the vessel off the coast of Yuman Island was protected day and night by Jade-equipped Exospenian military personnel who could perceive the approach of attackers and drop concussion grenades on them, and technicians who could remove attached mines. "Invasion and theft," Koban Euro declared, pounding the table. "These arrogant foreigners have no respect for our country or the meaning of jade at all." "No one disagrees with you on that, Koban Gen," said the weatherman of Six Hands Unity, with a touch of exasperation at the dramatics. Hilo couldn't recall the man's name offhand, but the chair next to him was empty. The kin killer Geo Somu never left the safety of his own territory in Lukong, even with the assurance of penitents being present. His weatherman said, "But the CEO of Anorco, Wiles, has plenty of money and political connections, and it's clear he's not going to be dissuaded. The company claims the ships are operating in international waters." "Lies!" Koban pointed out. "They regularly encroach on Kekanese territory." "The legalities are ambiguous, but what are we supposed to do when the Royal Council wants us to compromise?" asked the pillar of the Joe Sun clan. It was no secret in this room. The Green Bones from the Mountain and No Peak clans had collaborated to damage the ships. The politicians in Wisdom Hall were extremely anxious about the escalating situation. So far, no one had been killed, but dead Espenian citizens or dead Green Bones from either clan could set off a disastrous diplomatic crisis. The government wanted to negotiate an agreement whereby the clans agreed to stop attacking the foreign company's property if the Espenians agreed to limit offshore jade mining to certain areas and amounts. Koban declared, "Only thin-blooded cowards would negotiate with thieves, begging them to steal only some of what belongs to us instead of all of it." Aitmada did not rein in Koban for his outspokenness. Hilo was reminded of shows and concerts where a lesser performer would come on stage first to get the crowd excited before the main event. Ait allowed her vocal subordinate to rouse people up, so she could then step in and appear all the more the poised commander. She did so now, quieting Koban with a single look before saying, "We would not be in this situation were it not for the long-term coddling of Espenian interests by certain clans in this room." She fixed Hilo with a steady look of scorn that was deeply familiar to him by now. "Perhaps Kaul Hilo could exert some influence over the disgraceful private military company that guards the offending ships, since he's personal friends with the founder." Hilo said, "Jim Santo is no friend of mine. If you're all looking for someone to blame, remember we wouldn't have the Espenians breathing down our necks if certain other clan leaders hadn't made our country a haven for foreign criminals." "Call Jen, Ait Jen, please," interjected Chairman Kanto Pan with admirable bravery, or simply exasperation at how no meeting of the KJA passed without some reminder that after all these years, Kaul and Ait still wanted each other dead. "No matter the circumstances that led us here, let's focus on the Royal Council's proposal. What strict limits on offshore mining might we accept?" It was remarkable, Hilo thought, how you could get used to anything. He would never have believed he could learn to stomach regularly being in the same room with the person responsible for the death of his brother-in-law, and so many of his Jade warriors, and be bored, even by their mutual persistent hatred. While they sat here, No Peak was hunting down and killing the leaders of the Barukan street gang that did dirty work for the mountain and had carried out the murders of the 5 Greenbones in Lukang. What is it going to take to fucking win this thing? Hilo seethed quietly as the meeting continued. Could slow, simmering, scattered clan warfare continue forever, past his own life? The pillar of the mountain was in her 50s, with no husband and no children. How long could she hold on to power in a clan full of ambitious, younger Greenbones? Why, for the love of all the gods, couldn't the bitch tire and give up? An office assistant that Hilo did not know came up behind him and said in a low, apologetic voice, "Kaul-chen, this envelope arrived for you at the front desk. The man who delivered it insisted that it was urgent and be delivered to you at once." Hilo examined the sealed envelope, but there were no identifying marks on the thick stationery. He tore it open. Inside was a single piece of paper with no salutation or signature, only one line of typed text. "Your life is in danger. Leave immediately." Hilo turned the paper over and looked inside the envelope, but there was nothing else besides the dire warning of the note. Wordlessly, Hilo handed the paper to Woon beside him. Woon was naturally adept at maintaining a calm, careful demeanor, but his eyes widened, and Hilo saw him glance surreptitiously from side to side, his jade aura sharpening in suspicion and alarm. He looked for the assistant who had delivered the envelope, but the young man had already left the room. Hilo sent his eyes and perceptions sweeping around the large meeting room. He sensed only the people who were supposed to be there. Executives of the Kakon Jade Alliance, the Green Bone clan leaders and their respective weathermen, 4 deitist penitents standing in the corners, 2 secretaries refilling tea and carrying notes between the meeting participants. Hilo strained his perception beyond the closed doors. The hallways directly outside of the room were empty. A bored security guard manned the desk in the elevator lobby. Beyond that, individual energies became hard to distinguish. The people moving around on the 2 lower levels of the building were a busy blur. He brought his perception back into the room and scanned the jade auras around him. He perceived no immediate threat. No murderous intent emanated from any of the other Greenbones, not even Ait Madashi. The pillar of the mountain was staring across the table at Hilo. She could tell that something had happened to put him on high alert. Years of mutual enmity had made both pillars sensitive to any changes in the other's jade aura, and even without accounting for perception, she could not fail to notice that his focus had left the discussion and that for several seconds he had been sitting very still, gazing at nothing. Hilo turned his head slightly toward Woon. "Take the note and leave the room. Quickly." Woon paled. "I can't leave the pillar," he insisted, with such urgent, fearful vehemence that Hilo remembered Woon had been Lan's best friend and pillarman, and had already seen 1 pillar killed under his watch. "I won't do it, Kaul-chen." "Do as I say," Hilo ordered him. "Wait in the hallway. I'll be right behind you. Stop anyone who comes out ahead of me. I want you to go first so I know who in this room reacts to you leaving, or if we're being played for fools." When Woon still did not move, Hilo snarled quietly. "Now, Woon-chen, think of your daughter." Woon swallowed, then snatched the mysterious paper and stood up, striding for the exit of the room. Hilo placed his hands on the circular table and stood up more slowly, causing the conversation to falter and come to a standstill. "I'm afraid there's been a family emergency," he said. Curious, concerned murmurs rose around the room. "Woon-chen and I have to leave. Continue the meeting without us. Hilo walked purposefully, but not too quickly, toward the door that Woon had pushed through. The jadeless politicians and policymakers were merely confused, but a frisson of rising suspicion was traveling through the auras of the Green Bone leaders in the room. They could perceive that Hilo was not being entirely truthful, that for some other unexplained reason, his jade aura was humming at a high and violent pitch. Aitmata turned her head, eyes narrowed, to watch every step of Hilo's progress across the room. Hilo's perception was so tightly strung that his hearing and vision blurred. The room seemed to be a dim and silent space filled with individual energies, each of which he held in his attention, expecting at least one of them to react with sudden malicious intent. Show yourself. One of them did. In a room crowded full of green bone auras, it went unnoticed until the last second. Hilo spun around as he reached the doors. Aitmata had begun to rise from her seat. You're lying. What are you really? And from behind Ait, the secretary who had begun to refill the pillar's water glass dropped the jug, spilling water all over the table and Kobanyiro's papers, and in the same motion thrust a knife concealed under her sleeve into the side of Aitmadashi's neck. Ait sensed the attack, but too late. Under ordinary circumstances, no one could imagine an assassin getting close enough to cut the throat of a greenbone like Aitmata. It was only because the mountain pillar's attention was entirely focused on Kaul Hilo's suspicious behavior that the young woman succeeded. In the moment of collective silent shock that hit the room, everyone heard the secretary's words, a cry of high-pitched fear and triumph. Look at me, Aitmadashi, you butcher! You bitch! Do you know who I am? Ven Emishan, daughter of Ven Sando, sister of Ven Haku, the girl whose family— Aitmata's hand latched around the girl's throat in a grip of crushing strength. With an almost inhuman cry, she spun and smashed the back of the young woman's head into the edge of the heavy table with so much force that the thick, polished black wood cracked along with the girl's skull. Blazing with explosive jade energy, Ait hurled the limp body into the nearest window. It hit the glass with a sickening, meaty thud, creating a spiderweb's pattern of cracks before dropping like a heavy sack to the carpet. From the corners of the room, the watching penitents raised their faces upward and chanted in unison, Heaven has seen! Heaven has seen! Heaven has seen! In a chilling chorus that made everyone in the room quail, tugging on earlobes with the horrible knowledge that Ven Emma had eternally damned her soul and the souls of her entire family for spilling blood in sight of the gods. Ait fell to her knees, her hands clamped around the wound in her neck, red streams pouring between her fingers around the protruding blade. Kobanyiro lurched to his feet in panic. Aitjen! He ran toward her, then stopped and spun around to face the stunned, staring faces of all the people in the room. The pillar's been wounded! Get help! The weatherman of Six Hands Unity took half a dozen steps toward the hall before coming to a hesitant halt. Hilo was standing in front of the closed door. He had not moved. He was as shocked as anyone else by the sight of Aitmata on her knees, fatally wounded, her eyes wide with disbelief and pain. Ait's mouth worked for air. Blood continued to seep out from under her tightly clamped hand, spreading a rich stain down her cream-colored cardigan. Hilo stared at her, then slowly raised his eyes to the others in the room, sweeping a coolly assessing gaze over the meeting's attendees. Without a word, he took 2 deliberate steps to block the exit. A chilling realization fell across everyone assembled. If they did nothing, Aitmata would die. Hilo did not have to lift a finger to make it happen. He simply had to prevent anyone from leaving. Several of the people in the room did not wear jade. Among the other green bones present, none were as heavily jaded as Kaul Hilo, or would individually be a match for him in martial ability. A few of them together could overcome him, but they were unlikely to be able to do so quickly. Woon was out in the hallway and could be at Hilo's side in an instant. The pillar of the Stone Cup clan sat back down in his chair and folded his arms, making it clear that he would not move against no peak. The leaders of the Jo Sun clan and the Black Tail clan followed suit. The mountain's tributary clan leaders looked to each uncertainly. They had all sworn oaths of allegiance to Aitmata, but with the woman bleeding out on the ground and Kaul Hilo standing in their way, was it worth risking their own lives to save her? Koben took a threatening step toward Hilo, bellowing, "Someone do something before it's too late!" Hilo settled his predatory gaze on the man. "It's already too late, Koben-jen," he said in a dangerous whisper. "Out with the old, in with the new." Koben swallowed. If Aitmata died, he would be personally saddled with the shame of having failed his pillar. On the other hand, his nephew was the heir. His family would rise to lead the mountain. 3 heartbeats of morbid stalemate blanketed the room. Ait tried to speak, but although she opened her mouth, no words emerged. Hilo saw the realization dawning on her bloodless face. She was dying, surrounded by people, and none of them would help her, not even those allies who had pledged her their loyalty. Kaul Hilo Shudan would stand in front of the door, triumphant, doing nothing, watching her die, and everyone else in the room would stand by quietly and do the same. She had been the strongest of them all, the most cunning, the most feared, but she was without true friends in this room. Hilo saw this horrible understanding in her eyes, and as eager as he was for Ait to die, in that instant, he felt pity for her too. Rage and defiance lit Aitmata's jade aura, roiling it like magma. With a burst of superhuman effort, she pushed herself to her feet and ran, not for the door where Hilo stood in her way, but toward the window. She leapt light over the body of Ven Emma and threw herself at the damaged glass, hitting it with her shoulder, shattering it with all her strength. With a snarl of disbelief, Hilo ran forward to see Ait tumble 3 stories to the sidewalk below. Injured as she was, she managed to cling to her grip on lightness and steel. She crashed off the top of a parked van, denting the metal roof, rolled off, and landed on the concrete amid a shower of glass shards, eliciting shocked shouts and screams from people nearby. Ait rose, staggered, and fell, rose again, and began to run, stumbling down the street. "Fuck the gods!" Hilo breathed in astonishment. He gathered himself to leap lightly down after her, thinking only of giving chase and making sure she still died. Then his eyes landed on the van below. It was parked in a loading zone, but there was no one inside. Ait's steeled body had warped the roof and caused one of the doors to buckle, so it was cracked partway open. Hilo remembered the note he'd received, the warning that he'd been trying to understand before the attack on Ait had made him forget the immediacy of some other danger. He took several steps backward, and then the van below the window detonated in an explosion that demolished the ground floor of the building and engulfed the side of the structure in an expanding fireball that traveled faster than the screams of the people it swallowed. Hilo had time only to register disbelief, to think of his wife and children, before the force of the blast reached him and the third-floor boardroom collapsed, bringing hundreds of kilograms of concrete rubble down on him. Chapter 26. Nikolva. The address that Emma had given to Barrow belonged to the end unit of an old row house in the north part of the docks, not yet gentrified by waterfront condominium buildings, shops, and tourist attractions. Barrow had grown up not far from here. When he was a child, the rows of industrial brown living quarters had been populated by dockhands and cannery workers. These days, it seemed to be filled with Uwewan and Orticon immigrants who worked the city's low-wage factory and service sector jobs. Barrow double-checked the slip of paper and approached the door cautiously, glancing up and down the street. The neighboring unit appeared to be unoccupied. The windows were still taped up against last year's typhoon season, and the yellow eviction notice on the door was so faded it was not legible. A tarp-covered 8-meter-long motorboat was moored in the water right across from the row house. Barrow tried the door. It was locked. He jiggled the knob, trying to judge how hard it would be to break in, when the door jerked open. The shape of Vostok Malovny, with his thick arms and curly, burnt-orange hair, stood in the dim entryway like a demon. Barrow jumped back from the foreigner's terrifying glare. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Malovny exclaimed. "She told me to come here," Barrow blurted. He hadn't expected to find Malovny here. It was only 2:30 in the afternoon. Wasn't the Egutanian supposed to be carrying out his great plan? Weren't the Espenians supposed to be stopping him? "She told me," he repeated. "Emma, she said you'd get us out of town. She gave me this address." Malovny's disbelieving stare and the twitch of his heavy jaw made Barrow suspect that the man was debating whether to close the door on him or kill him. Deciding, apparently, that neither option, Barrow free or Barrow as a dead body, was an acceptable liability, he swore under his breath in Egut, seized Barrow by the front of his shirt, and pulled him into the narrow apartment, shutting the door behind them. "Have you told anyone else?" Malovny demanded, pushing the slighter man against the wall with enough force that Barrow lost any doubt the Nikolva agent, though he wore no jade, possessed enough strength to put Barrow through the side of the building if he wished. "Anyone at all? Any of those other clanless fools?" The man spoke in a fast growl, his thick accent distorting the words so that Barrow didn't immediately understand what he was saying. Malovny drew an Ankev pistol. "Have you?" "No," Barrow sputtered. "I haven't told anyone." Malovny's brutal face leaned in, close and menacing. Barrow was still not sure if Malovny possessed any sense of perception, but apparently satisfied that Barrow was telling the truth, the Egutanian released him and stowed the Ankev in his waistband. "You can't come," Malovny said, scowling at Barrow as if he were a stray dog in the garbage. "No matter what the girl told you, there's no room for anyone else." "That's bullshit," Barrow exclaimed. "You've got a boat, don't you? You can't fit one extra person?" "You are an idiot," said Malovny. "I'm not talking about the boat. Where do you think we're to go? There's a ship waiting on the other side of Gosha Island to take us to Egutan under asylum. The men on that ship, they will only take the people I've told them to expect. You, they will shoot you." Somewhere in the distance, an ambulance siren started up. Another one followed. The Egutanian locked and bolted the door behind Barrow. "Find your own way out of the city if you're trying to run from the clans, or hide in the apartment next door, I don't care. But now that you're here, you can't leave. Not until I'm far away from this fucking island." He turned away from Barrow and began to ascend the narrow stairs. Barrow stood stupefied for a minute. Then he followed after Malovny. The curtains on the second-floor windows were all drawn shut. Only a few slivers of light filtered in between the cracks. The room was as Spartan as a cell. Barrow made out the shapes of a single bed, a dresser, a desk and chair. There was nothing on the walls, no visible personal belongings besides a few papers on the desk and a radio. Malovny was adjusting the antenna and fiddling with the dial of the radio. Classical music skipped to Jiggy Remix, then to Static, then to the KNB News radio station. Barrow said, "Where's Emma?" The Egutanian didn't look up. "She's not coming." "Not coming?" Barrow exclaimed. "Where is she? Isn't she supposed to be meeting up with you?" If the Espenians had been watching Emma, where had she led them, if not to the Nikolva agent and his plan? Malovny held up a finger to silence Barrow and turned up the volume on the radio. KCON National Broadcasting news anchor To Kita was delivering a special report. A massive explosion had occurred in the financial district of Janloon, collapsing the headquarters of the KCON Jade Alliance during a board meeting. Dozens of government and clan representatives were suspected to be among the dead and injured. Police, emergency workers, and green bones of both the major clans were on site. To Kita somberly promised listeners that he would share information as it became available. "It's done." Malovny checked his watch. "If Grillo and Antonio escape, they'll be here soon." "You weren't even there?" Barrow felt as if his understanding of the situation was coming apart. "The others did everything? And you hid in here, doing nothing? What kind of Egutanian spy are you?" The foreigner wheeled on Barrow with a glower of contempt. "I did nothing? I spent 8 years in this fucking jade-infested city to make this happen. Who arranged everything for the clanless? Money, guns, information, explosives, political asylum. You think any of these are easy to get?" Malovny snorted. He began to pack items from his desk into a black satchel. "The revolution has to come from within, but it would have gotten nowhere if it weren't for me, if it weren't for Nikolva." Barrow thought of his Espenian handlers and grumbled, "But why didn't they stop it?" He realized his slip in an instant, but it was too late. Malovny turned back toward him slowly, placing the satchel down on the desk. His small eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Who are you talking about?" Barrow fumbled for a convincing lie, but Malovny was stalking toward him, his craggy face clouding with suspicion. If he did have a sense of perception, then he could sense Barrow's pulse racing. "What have you done, you useless creature?" he growled. "Who are you working for?" Barrow did not get a chance to answer. The window shattered inward at the same time the door was smashed from its hinges. The small confines of the room erupted in a storm of splintering wood, flying glass, and violent movement. Barrow's shock lasted for a whole second. Then he dove into a corner of the room as 6 masked men in military tactical gear burst into Malovny's apartment. Malovny whirled with his Ankev drawn, firing at the nearest black-clad intruder. The bullet slammed into the man's body armor, throwing him against the wall. Malovny got off one more round before another masked man shot him in the back with twin needle-tipped electrical wires that stabbed through his clothes and into his skin. Malovny went as rigid as a wooden plank and toppled to the floor, jerking, making choked guttural noises as electricity poured into his body. His eyes were furious and panicked, his mouth frozen open in rictus. 3 men rushed in on the downed Egutanian like wolves. Even with his muscles spasming uncontrollably, Malovny managed to grasp for his jade abilities. He unleashed a powerful blast of deflection that ripped through the apartment in a concentric wave. The intruders staggered back, and blown shards of wood and glass debris pelted Barrow's arms as he threw them over his head. The wires were yanked free of Malovny's back. The Egutanian rolled to his feet in an instant and seized his fallen Ankev. Barrow glimpsed the manic fear on the man's face as he turned the gun toward his own head. A booted foot connected with Malovny's arm, sending the weapon flying out of his hand and skittering under the sofa. Barrow had known that Malovny was Nikolva, and he'd heard of Espenian special operatives who wore jade, but he had never seen men who were not greenbones move so quickly or brutally before. In a desperate final bid to escape through the shattered second-story window, Malovny flew light across the length of his apartment. He nearly made it, but was seized out of the air and borne to the ground by the combined strength of 3 soldiers. Malovny was pinned like a thrashing bull. He screamed profanities in Igut, spittle flecking the corners of his mouth as his wrists were yanked behind his back and secured with tight plastic bindings. His ankles were zip-tied together as well, and a black canvas bag was pulled over his head. One of the masked men drew a syringe from a pocket on his tactical vest and jabbed it into Malovny's thigh, depressing the plunger. A few seconds later, the man's struggles grew uncoordinated and feeble, then ceased entirely. 2 burly soldiers lifted the unconscious Igutanian between them like a heavy carpet and carried him from the apartment and out of sight. Barrow hadn't moved from his spot in the corner of the room. The masked men in black ignored him as they began to tear apart Malovny's apartment. They pulled open drawers and dumped all the contents into yellow evidence sacks. They knocked on the walls and floor for hidden compartments, looked under and behind the furniture, and even took the garbage can. They paid special attention to the man's desk. Barrow saw them place his satchel of papers, an answering machine, and a small stack of unopened mail in a special box. The bottles in the bathroom medicine cabinet were examined, photographed, and likewise gathered and carried out. The few words that the soldiers exchanged with each other were in Espenian. Gallo and Berglund walked into the room, dressed in dark civilian clothes, but armed and officious. Berglund looked around at the dismantled apartment with satisfaction and began to speak to one of the soldiers. The man who had been shot in the chest, who would be dead had he not been wearing an armored vest, managed to get to his feet with the combined support of 2 comrades and was helped from the scene. Barrow didn't realize that the radio on the table was still playing until one of the Espenian operatives turned it off, unplugged it, and carried it away along with the rest of Vostok Ia Malovny's belongings. Gallo walked over to Barrow in the corner and shook his head with unsurprised disappointment. "You should have told us everything, Catfish. You didn't need to be in here." He offered Barrow a hand up. Barrow stared at the hand without taking it. "You followed me here?" he shouted. Gallo said, "Did you think we wouldn't have you under surveillance? It's a damn good thing we did. As undependable of an asset as you are, thanks to you, we have one of the Nikolva in our custody, along with evidence that he was involved in inciting revolution on behalf of the Igutanian government." Gallo surveyed the nearly empty wrecked room with the pleased expression of a leopard licking clean bones. "We might finally crack open the secrets of the Igutanian military program." Barrow got to his feet. "What about Emma? You were going to follow her. Where is she?" Gallo shook his head. Sad to say, she was inside the KJA building when it collapsed. "You fucking spennies. You didn't try to stop the great strike of the clanless at all. You just wanted Malovny. You knew she was going to be killed." Barrow's hands were clenched, and he was shouting again. The Keko-Espenian man eyed Barrow severely. "Right now, the ROE Navy is circling the waters around Gosha Island. With any luck, we'll find and capture the Igutanian vessel waiting to help Malovny escape. The loss of life from the terrorist attack on the KJA building this afternoon was tragic, but if we'd intervened to prevent the bombing, it would have instantly tipped off Malovny and his superiors. The stakes were too high. The assets and information we've seized from our enemies today might save thousands or even millions of lives." "Spenny lives," Barrow spat. "We tried to get word to our Kekanese allies before the bombing, but I'm afraid it wasn't successful." Gallo squinted at Barrow incredulously. "You joined the clanless future movement to take down the clans. You worked for us to earn money on the side. You've accomplished both and come out alive. What are you upset about? That the girl sacrificed herself for a cause when you were finally getting pussy? Or finding out that you're not as clever as you think you are? You were manipulated, sure, but what did you expect? Emma had given him this address, not so he could escape with her, but to betray Malovny. Just because I hate the clans doesn't mean I have any love for the Egutanians. Those had been her words. She'd wanted to bring down the clans, but would not hand the victory to the foreign agent and his masters. Emma must have suspected Barrow was a spy, or she'd simply calculated that he would sell the information. And now she was dead. Dead for nothing, just like those dumb fucks Cheeky and Moot and Soradillo and so many others, and Barrow was still alive. At one time, he would have been smug. He would have seen it as a sign that luck was on his side even when it toyed with him. Now he felt nothing. We're done here. Gallo turned from Barrow and began to walk away. Let's go, Catfish. Barrow remained where he was. When Gallo realized Barrow was not following, he turned back around. You don't want to stay here, the handler said. We can get you out of Kakon for your safety. Barrow said, I don't want anything else from you spennies. Gallo's expression softened a fraction, approaching sympathy. Look, we're not friends. You're an asset, and I'm your handler. But this one time, I'm giving you advice that's for your own good. He gestured out the window. The leaders of the major clans are dead. John Loon is going to be a fucking mess. There's an opportunity for the ROE to play a role in reshaping the political landscape, but it's also likely the whole country will descend into chaos. The Greenbones will come after anyone associated with the clanless future movement. The Egutanians or the clanless could find out you led us to Malovny. What reason do you have to stay here? Barrow hated that he had no answer. Maybe he had nothing in John Loon, but John Loon had him. Even rats had a sewer to call home, and John Loon was his sewer. You've done valuable work for the ROE and earned the chance to start life again somewhere else, Gallo said. Maybe even be a different person. The apartment had been stripped bare except for the furniture. Berglund and one of the remaining soldiers were standing by the door waiting for Gallo. Outside, sirens continued to rise and fall in the distance. Barrow thought he smelled smoke. He saw the masked Aspenian soldier slide his hand down to the military sidearm he carried and glance at Berglund, questioning. Gallo gave a tiny shake of his head and met his partner's impassive expression. A brief argument seemed to transpire silently between the Aspenian agents. Gallo said to Barrow in an undertone, I'm helping you out here, Catfish. With a clarity he hadn't possessed until now, Barrow wondered if the Aspenians would subdue and abduct him, as they had with Malovny, or simply shoot him. He was a loose end, as expendable to them as everyone in the KJA building. With dull, resigned hatred, he said, Where am I supposed to go? Gallo turned toward the door. Does it matter? I guess not, Barrow said numbly. He followed the handler out of the building, and the masked soldier fell in behind them. Chapter 27. Heaven Has Seen. Shay had finished nursing her baby daughter and was settling her back to sleep when her mother let out a wail from the living room where she was watching television. Shay called out, Ma, what's wrong? When she received no answer, she put Tia down in the bassinet and hurried out to find Kaul Wan Rhea with her hands clapped over her mouth, staring at the TV screen. KNB News was showing a scene that Shay did not at first understand. Only when she read the headline, "Explosion in Downtown Janloon," did she realize that she was looking at the smoking remains of the Kakon Jade Alliance headquarters. It took her another 2 seconds to remember that there had been a KJA meeting this afternoon, that the pillar and the acting weatherman were in attendance. Her mother was unaware of this. "Horrible, horrible," Rhea said, shaking her head and sitting down on the edge of the sofa in front of the television. "What kind of people would do such a thing? I hope that no one we know was inside at the time." Shay's legs swayed. She put a hand out and braced herself against the back of the nearest chair. Perhaps she was having a feverish postpartum nightmare. Perhaps she was mistaken about the date of the KJA meeting. Was it really 3rd day today, not 2nd day? The phone in the kitchen rang. She staggered toward it and picked it up. It was Juen Nu. "I can't reach the pillar." The horn's words, and the awful pause that followed them, shattered her denial. "Do you know if he was inside that building?" Shay heard her own shallow breathing, and her voice, alarmingly weak. "I think so." Silence from the other end of the line. Then the horn said, "Stay where you are, Shaygen. I'll send more green bones to the house, and all the rest I can spare to help the emergency workers. I'll call again as soon as I learn anything more." Another terrible, leaden pause. "Do you have anything you want to say to the clan? If you must?" "Not yet," Shay said. "Not until we know who did this." She had no doubt that whoever was responsible for the explosion had meant to kill all the Greenbone clan leaders at once. But she wasn't ready to think that her brother and her husband were both dead, and that she was now the pillar of the clan and a widowed single mother. "Someone needs to tell Wen," she said. "And the children. Someone has to tell—" She trailed off, unable to finish the sentence, because it had become hard to breathe. She pressed a hand to her chest. Her heart was thudding hard and irregularly. "I'll send people to find Wen right away," Juen said. "And I'll have Fingers pick up Nico and Jaya at the academy and Rue from his school and bring them all back to the house." After Juen hung up, Shay said to her mother, "Ma," but couldn't manage to say anything else. Tia woke and began to fuss. Shay went into the bedroom. She picked up the baby and rocked her, pacing around the room, the sight of her 2-week-old daughter's sweet, oblivious face blurring through a film of tears. "Why were you born into this family?" she whispered. "You're so perfect, and there's too much suffering here." Her mother came into the room. "Shaysa, let me take her," Rhea said, holding out her arms. "You should lie down and rest. The doctor said you shouldn't strain yourself." Shay's delivery had been uncomplicated, but afterwards she'd suffered from shortness of breath and been diagnosed with mild peripartum cardiomyopathy. She was wearing a reduced amount of jade and was supposed to refrain from exerting herself until she recovered, hopefully in 3 to 6 weeks. She handed the baby to her mother. Woon was convinced that Tia resembled Shay, but Shay did not see it. She saw only Woon's complexion and his ears. "I need to go out for a while, Ma," Shay said. She began dressing, putting on her old maternity pants and a sweater. "Can you look after Tia? There's a bottle of milk in the fridge and baby formula in the cupboard if I'm not back in a couple of hours." Her mother pressed her lips together. She held her granddaughter close. "This is because of what happened downtown, that explosion," she said. "You have to go to work for the clan, even now." When Shay nodded without elaborating, her mother's face trembled. "Is it very bad for us?" "I don't know yet." Shay tried to speak calmly, to not give anything away. "Just wait here, and don't believe anything you hear, not until I find out for sure." A deadened understanding came into her mother's eyes, an expression of powerlessness that would have broken Shay's heart if she was not already too full of dread. Kaul Ria had been through this before. She had waited alone to hear of the death of her husband, then her eldest son, and now her second son as well. Shay knew she ought to do as Juen said. She ought to stay in the house where it was safe and wait for news, as her mother was resigned to do. She couldn't do that. She needed to go there, to see for herself, to know for certain. If she was truly the pillar now, she had to be seen among the clan. She could not be a woman lying in her bedroom with an infant. Shay ordered one of the estate's guards to drive her into the financial district. Traffic was extremely slow all the way down the General's Ride. Several blocks away from the scene of disaster, they could go no farther. The roads were cordoned off and blocked by police cars and fire trucks. Crowds of people were on the sidewalks, pointing and muttering, holding scarves and the hems of their shirts over their noses to cut the pervasive stench of burning and the haze of ash in the air. Green bones of both the major clans and some minor ones were everywhere, talking to each other, trying to calm concerned lantern men and hurry people away from the disaster zone, their rivalries forgotten for the time being. Shay told the driver to stop the car and let her out. "Kaul, the driver protested. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" He had enough sense to know that he ought not to let her go alone into this disorderly scene, but Shay opened the door and stepped out before he could think of how to stop her. She pushed against the tide of people, weaving her way down the street toward the remains of the Kakon Jade Alliance building. Chaos flowed around her. Movement, noise, smoke, jade energies, all of it an assault against her senses. Her eyes and throat were stinging. She moved too quickly for anyone to stop and recognize her. No one was paying attention anyway. It took Shay 20 minutes to plow her way to the center of the activity. She was sweating and gasping by then, her hair and clothes covered in a fine layer of ash. Half of the building was still standing, obscenely intact, hallways and rooms laid open to the sky, like an architect's model cut open to show the layout of the interior. The southern half of the structure was a collapsed pile of concrete and twisted metal around a crater of destruction. A line of trees and 2 buildings on the other side of the street were blackened, scorched from the blast. Suited firefighters were swarming the site, and ambulances were pulling up, one after the other. Shay saw a line of injured people, with bleeding head wounds, burns, broken or sprained limbs, sitting or lying on the sidewalk, being triaged and attended to by medics. She turned in a circle, dazed and overwhelmed. She followed her sense of perception toward a familiar cluster of jade auras and found Lotjin, the clan's first fist of John Loon, organizing a group of roughly 50 of No Peak's greenbones. They were all wearing work gloves, scarves wrapped around their faces, and red plastic whistles around their necks. "Vin and Tato are leading the 2 search teams starting at opposite ends of the collapsed area and working toward each other," Lot shouted. "If you sense a survivor, don't spend your own strength. We need you to focus all your efforts on perception and keep moving. Send up long whistles at 10-second intervals and stay at the site until firefighters or someone from one of the digging teams reaches you. Bato, Yan, and Toyi, you have the best lightness here. You're going to carry water, medical supplies, and messages. Does everyone understand?" When the grimly assembled fists and fingers nodded, Lot said, "The mountain is here too. Work with them, but remember, we search every square meter ourselves. If you perceive Kaul or Woon, send up 3 short whistle blasts in a row. For them and no one else." Lot's men touched their clasped hands to their foreheads in salute, and the group broke up into purposeful activity. "May the gods shine favor on No Peak," several of them murmured in prayer. Shay went up to Lot, causing him to spin in surprise. "Kaul!" he exclaimed in angry surprise, forgetting his respect in the heat of the moment. What are you doing here? I wasn't learning a goddamned thing sitting in the house watching the news. Shay wiped a hand across her brow, streaking it with dust. What? She put a hand to her chest and caught a tight, difficult breath. What do you know about what happened? Who was responsible? Is there any... She looked toward the destroyed building and the rescue crews swarming around it. Any sign of survivors yet? Lote shook his head. It's a confused mess right now, he said. Joanne Jen is talking to the police. We know the blast came from a truck full of high-order explosives parked in a permit-only zone on the south side of the building, directly underneath where the KJA meeting was taking place. The bombers had inside knowledge. They knew the layout of the building, its security measures, and when the meeting was taking place. There are witnesses who say they saw 2 men in the truck this morning, and some people swear they saw Ike Madashi fall from a window right before the explosion. The mountains people are searching the area, but they don't have any more answers than we do. Shay coughed and said, What can I do to help? Lote looked at her in concern. Call Jen, he said. You don't look well. I'm fine, Shay said. Lote did not appear convinced. Shay imagined how she must appear to him, a 41-year-old woman, lacking most of her jade, weak from childbirth, and she suffered a surge of frustration and resentment, more toward herself than Lote. She felt foolish and helpless, not at all like a Green Bone or a Kaul or a weatherman. What had she imagined she could accomplish here? I need to be here. I need to know. She meant to sound declarative, but the words came out wretched. My brother and my husband are in that pile of rubble. Lote said, with conviction, I promise on my jade that we'll find them. The first fist put a hand on her elbow and walked with her to one of the clan's cars, parked alongside the line of emergency vehicles. The clan needs you to preserve your strength. Only the gods know what's in store for us after this. He opened the passenger side door for her and handed her a bottle of water from a flat of them sitting on the ground next to a pile of blankets. It's not my place to ask you to leave, but at least sit down and rest. Lote left her sitting in the car with the door open. Shay drained the bottle of water, then leaned her head back and put the heels of her dusty hands over her eyes. She felt dizzy, and the tightness in her chest had progressed to outright pain. She was in no state to make decisions on behalf of No Peak, but she might soon have to. She watched the rescue efforts with sick fear in the pit of her stomach. Startled fists and fingers saluted when they passed her, but she was largely ignored. Injured people were seen to, others were driven away in ambulances. Whenever a whistle went up from the searchers, her heart leapt, but each time it was a single long whistle, not the 3 short blasts she kept waiting for. More frequent than the survivors came the bodies, carried out of the rubble and placed in black body bags on the ground. Shay got out of the car and walked numbly down the street. She couldn't bear to feel so useless, even though Lote was correct, and she was in no shape to be exerting herself physically in the heavy wreckage and dust-choked air. No one noticed her leaving the scene. Maybe she should have stayed at home after all. Wen would have heard the news by now. Nico, Rue, and Jaya had been pulled out of school, and she ought to be there to meet them when they got home. Her breasts were beginning to feel uncomfortably hard and swollen, and she realized she'd forgotten to tell her mother where the diapers were stored. Shay's feet carried her through the eerily abandoned streets of the financial district, and out of unthinking habit rather than any conscious decision, she found herself 3 blocks away, standing outside the Temple of Divine Return. The courtyard with its prayer trees was empty and silent. Even the wind seemed to have fallen still. Shay walked through the doors. The platform in front of the mural of banishment and return was empty. It seemed that in the immediate aftermath of such an unprecedented attack in the heart of John Loon, every nearby building had been evacuated, even the temple. The sight was disquieting. Over the years, she'd come to this place hundreds of times, sometimes early in the morning before work, sometimes late at night. But no matter the time of day, there had always been penitents sitting in dutiful meditation, eyes closed, hands resting on sacred orbs of jade, their auras a crooning hum of peaceful but vigilant energy filling the sanctum. Now that energy was absent, and she was alone. That was not true. Shay's sense of perception was foggy, not what it would normally be, but as she walked slowly down the aisle between the prayer cushions, she felt a tug on her senses, the flicker of an undeniably familiar aura. She turned around, slowly, disbelieving. Her eyes slid into the shadows at the back of the chamber and came to rest on a figure slumped against the back wall, unmoving. Shay walked toward the hunched shape. The rough sound of her own breath and the tread of her shoes against the floor seemed intrusive, deafening. That dense red jade aura, she would recognize it anywhere. It was muted, thinning, the heat of a black coal evaporating in the cold. Ait Mada lay with both hands pressed over the wound in her neck, her arms and shoulders caked with drying blood, her chest barely rising. At Shay's approach, Ait's eyes cracked open and gradually focused. A long, surreal moment of mutual astonishment stretched between the two women. Then, a slow, ironic smile lifted the corners of Ait Mada's mouth and crawled across her glazed but glittering eyes.
Truly, the gods do have a sense of humor.
Ait's voice was barely audible.
Kaul Shaygen. What a coincidence.
Shay lifted her face to the ceiling of the empty temple, where she and Ait had met in years past, under the eyes of the gods in heaven, to stake themselves irrevocably against each other. She brought her gaze back to the woman at her feet.
Perhaps not such a coincidence, Ait-Jen, she whispered.
Ait rasped.
Your brother is dead. I wasn't even in the building, and the explosion threw me across the street.
The matter-of-factness of Ait's words chilled Shay to the soles of her feet. It was remarkable that the woman had survived her wounds, that she had managed, somehow, to stagger the distance to the temple, where perhaps she'd hoped to find aid and sanctuary. Shay took a few steps closer. Ait's face was as pale as chalk, and her lips were turning blue. The stiffly curled fingers of her hands were white. Ait had been channeling into herself, a difficult feat for any greenbone. She had clotted the grievous wound in her neck and slowed the bleeding by redirecting and spending her own life energy, drawing it from elsewhere in her body. It was an unsustainable tactic, like a starving man eating his own flesh. She would lose function elsewhere, go numb in her extremities and limbs, black out as her organs shut down.
Who did it?
Shay was genuinely curious, almost bitterly admiring. Decades of murderous hatred between No Peak and the mountain, and someone else had plunged a knife into Ait's neck.
I did,
Ait answered. She smiled again at Shay's uncomprehending silence.
I executed Ven Sando and his sons for treason 10 years ago, but I let his wife and daughters live.
Ait's voice was a slurred, dry, acidic whisper.
It wasn't enough for Ven's daughter that I die in the bombing. She wanted me to know it was her. I made the error of underestimating another woman.
The pillar wetted her lips and fixed her eyes on Shay.
I've only done that one other time.
Shay looked down at her family's mortal enemy, the woman who was ultimately responsible for so much of the pain that had defined Shay's adult life. The murder of her brother Lon, the clan war, the loss of much of Shay's Jade, and her near death in a clean-bladed duel, the car bombing that had killed Mate Kane, Tao Morrow's treason and execution, the death of her short-lived chief of staff Luto. The list of everything that Ite had inflicted upon No Peak went on and on, each one an ugly scar on Shay's soul. She glanced at the empty platform at the front of the sanctum. Today, of all days, there were no penitents present to witness what happened in the temple and report the deeds to heaven. Her hand moved to the small of her back, to the talon knife that she carried sheathed there. She drew it with the bone-deep certainty that the gods had turned their faces away on purpose, like sneaky relatives slipping a child a gift they should not be approving. The weapon settled in her hand, warm and solid with purpose. Her clan, her family, her life might be in ruins, but she had this. It was up to her now to finish what her brothers could not, to finally end the war between the clans. Perhaps Lon was watching. Perhaps Hilo was as well. Shay crouched warily. Ite might be fatally wounded and close to death, but a tiger in a trap could use its dying breath to rip out one's throat. Ite was wearing far more jade than Shay was, and might summon one last surge of vindictive willpower to take an enemy down with her. Ite shifted painfully.
I congratulate you, Kaul Chen. By tonight, you might be the only pillar left standing in Kaikon. I don't envy you.
The scornful smile was gone from her face. She sounded weary and angry.
A word of advice. Don't ever make the mistake that I did. Don't show mercy.
Shay stilled. Ite's words, filled with grim portent, seemed to add weight to the knife in her hand.
You might be the only pillar left.
The clans had fought each other for years, yet it was a different enemy who had struck today, intent on destroying all the Greenbone clans at once. The extremists did not care about Aisho, about killing hundreds of innocent people. They wanted to upend Kekani's society altogether, to sow chaos and destruction, to prove that even the country's most important institutions were vulnerable, and even the strongest Greenbone leaders could be killed by people who had none of their powers. She had seen the rubble left by the bombing, and as much as she wanted to deny it, she knew that what Ite had said was likely true. The people in that building were dead. She saw clearly now what would happen. The minor clans would be thrown into crisis by the loss of their pillars. Entire towns and industries would be cast into disarray. The country would look to the two major clans for direction. Aitmada's 22-year-old nephew would become pillar, and the mountain clan would fall under the rule of the imprudent Koban family. The Kobans would blame immigrants and foreigners for the terrorist attack. They would whip people into a reactionary frenzy and wield all the mountain's influence over the Royal Council to push for isolationist policies that would reverse the country's decades of growth, threaten No Peak's international operations, and provoke foreign aggression. As for No Peak, Shay felt cold apprehension deep in the marrow of her bones. She was a new mother, likely a widow, physically unwell, and without most of her jade. She was in no condition to be pillar. She did not want to be pillar. The idea filled her with horror. Was this how Hilo had felt, she wondered, on the night of Lon's death? She'd never truly spoken to him about it. It would be even worse for her, trying to lead No Peak, and perhaps the country itself, in the aftermath of a national disaster, with the other Greenbone clans in chaos, and the people howling for retribution, while outside powers crouched, ready to sweep into the turmoil. She tightened the grip on her talon knife. Ait's eyes were lidded. Her jade aura pulsed with feeble impatience, even as her breathing grew increasingly labored and shallow. Shay made a noise under her breath and stowed her weapon. Without believing what she was doing, she moved to Aitmata's side and put a supporting arm under her back, sitting the other woman up. She put additional pressure on the seeping neck wound and began channeling her precious energy, forcing warmth into Ait's body.
Don't show mercy. It would be a mercy to cut your throat, Ait-Jen, she hissed, and spare you from being the pillar at this awful time when you're most needed.
Chapter 28. Make Your Choice. Andon had been through shocking events in his life, but not in his wildest imagination could he have envisioned his cousin Kaul Shay emerging from the back of the Temple of Divine Return, with Aitmata's arm over her shoulder, both of them staggering, covered in Ait's blood. For several seconds, Andon stared in open-mouthed horror and astonishment, unable to make sense of the impossible sight. Recovering himself, he got out of the car and went to help. When he reached them, he hesitated, drawing away from Ait as if instinctively avoiding a viper. Then he put a hand under the injured woman's other arm and opened the rear door of the car, helping Shay to lay her down in the back. Shay dropped into the front passenger seat. Andon got back into the driver's side. He turned to Shay with wide, questioning eyes. The weatherman looked terrible. Ash coated her hair and darkened the film of sweat on her face so that she looked nearly as gray as a corpse herself.
Shay-Jen, Andon said slowly, why exactly are we saving the life of Aitmadashi? We need her, Shay answered grimly. The city needs her. This would be the worst time for the country's largest clan to fall into chaos, or to the Koban family, which might be nearly as bad.
She read the stricken question in Andon's eyes and said quietly,
I haven't gotten any news. Have you?
Andon shook his head. I've checked with all the hospitals. Shay had reached him at the clinic in Pawpaw where he'd been working, dealing with the influx of injured people overwhelming John Loon's medical facilities. In between rushing around caring for patients, he'd been alternately phoning the main call house, Shay's house, the Horn's house, the weatherman's office, trying to find out if the rest of the family was safe. The phone lines were jammed. It was sheer luck that Shay had gotten through to him on a payphone outside the temple after only 3 attempts. He was still in medical scrubs and wearing his jade, having rushed out immediately without telling anyone. Andon glanced over his shoulder into the rear seat of his Ryuna 5T wagon, an eminently practical vehicle that Hilo had teased him about, but whose nondescriptness he was now thankful for, as it would be the last car anyone would think to scrutinize if they were searching for the pillar of the mountain. Aitmata was breathing, but not moving. The bomb site is only a few blocks away, and there are ambulances and Mountain Clan Greenbones there, Andon said. Or should we take her straight to John Loon General?
Neither,
Ait said, with enough vehemence that Andon flinched at the voice of his family's mortal enemy coming from directly behind his shoulder.
No one in the mountain can see me like this. Do you understand?
Ait took a rattling breath and tried to sit up.
I need to get back my strength first.
You need a doctor, Ait-Jen, Andon said. You've lost too much blood.
Enough that I might die of my injuries within an hour of being found. Get me away from everyone.
The demand in Ait's voice was laced with an emotion that Andon did not recognize at first. Fear. It took him a moment to understand. There might be members of the Mountain Clan, ardent supporters of the Coben family, or those who nursed a long grudge for the rivals Ait had killed over the years, who would not be unhappy if the pillar turned out to be simply another unfortunate casualty of today's heinous attacks. Even in a hospital, under the care of her own green bones, in her weak and vulnerable state, Ait could not be certain of her safety. Cursing silently to himself, Andon wiped the grit from his glasses, then started the car and began to drive. Fortunately, the roads were empty. He'd managed to get through the security cordon around the disaster area only because he was a doctor, so it took less than 15 minutes for him to reach the only place he could think of to go. His own apartment in Old Town. When they arrived, he pulled his car into the underground parking lot and parked next to the elevator, sending Shay ahead to make sure they wouldn't run into anyone in the hallway. Andon had a raincoat in his trunk, which he threw over Ait's shoulders, pulling the hood over her head to hide her face. The mountain pillar was barely conscious. Her aura was feeble, and she could not stand on her own. Andon lifted her easily in his arms and carried her into the elevator, then down the hall into his apartment. The pillar's arms dangled, the multitude of gemstones on her body bright against pale skin, their energy creating a climbing pressure in Andon's head and chest. It was the most unreal thing he could have imagined. The formidable Ait Madashi laid so low, helpless in his arms. Once inside, Andon laid Ait down on the sofa and stood back, wiping his brow, which was covered with sweat from anxiety rather than exertion. Shay locked and deadbolted the door and drew the window blinds. For a second, the two of them stood in the darkened living room, breathing hard and staring at Ait and each other in disbelief. Then Andon let out a tense breath. "Shay-Jen, can you help me? I need the first aid kit from under the bathroom sink, and also, could you boil a pot of water?" Shay nodded and went to do as he asked. Andon knelt next to the unconscious Ait and ran his perception through her body, making quick note of the worst injuries. Placing his hands over her torso, he began channeling into her, slowly and steadily, so as not to overload her weakened system. The immediate problem was blood loss. He set to work shutting down the bleeding from the ugly stab wound, as well as the invisible internal bleeding from physical trauma, likely sustained from falling out of the building or being thrown by the explosion. By the time Shay returned with the bandages and hot water, he'd gotten the worst of it under control, but that hardly meant Ait would live. Blood pressure was still alarmingly low. Circulation was extremely poor. Dehydration and infection were distinct possibilities. He couldn't do any more until he got equipment and supplies from the clinic without rousing suspicion. He gave his Jade abilities a needed rest while he cleaned and stitched the knife wound. He'd already been exerting himself at the clinic and didn't have enough energy to keep channeling without exhaustion. Shay hovered nearby, then went into the kitchen. Andon could hear her using the phone. After a few minutes, she came back into the living room. "I'm going back to the house for a while," she said. "The kids are there now, and Wen is on her way, and I need to feed Tia." "Sit down for a few minutes first, Shay-Jen," Andon insisted. "You need to eat and drink something, and I'll check your heart and lungs before you go. You can't afford to cause any harm to yourself." Shay glanced at Ait on the sofa. "You have enough to deal with. Save your own energy." "You think I care about Aitmada's life?" Andon demanded, more harshly than he'd intended. "I'll treat her on your orders, but I'm not going to put her life over yours." Andon went into the kitchen and made 2 bowls of instant soup laden with as much protein as he could find in his cupboard and fridge. Wheat noodles, boiled eggs, seaweed, and shredded dried fish, and made his cousin sit and eat with him. Shay turned on the television. Every news channel was reporting the breaking news that 2 men implicated in the bombing of the Kakon Jade Alliance building had been killed in a shootout with police. A tip from an unidentified source had unexpectedly led to the docks, where Grillo and Antonio, Orticon-born ex-convicts and leaders of the clanless future movement, were found attempting to escape the city by boat. Grillo had gone down in a furious exchange of gunfire, and Antonio had shot himself before he could be apprehended. The bombers were being hailed as heroes by violent supporters who'd incited a wave of smaller attacks in the wake of the bombing. Gunmen waving the black flag of the clanless and chanting, "The future is now! The future is clanless!" had attacked government institutions and prominent clan-owned properties in the city. Green Bones of the Hydo Shield clan were staunchly protecting the Kakon Treasury and Wisdom Hall, but there were reports of weapons fired, tear gas grenades, and pipe bombs set off near the factory, on Poor Man's Road, and in the financial district. Shay sucked in a sharp breath at the sight of the lower floor of the No Peak Tower on Ship Street, wreathed in smoke. The news returned to To Kita in the KNB studio, who reported that the current casualty toll from the KJA bombing rested at 87 dead, 122 wounded, and 64 missing, including the pillars of both the No Peak and Mountain clans. Confirmed dead included the chairman of the KJA, the pillars of the Joe-Sun and Blacktail clans, and the well-known Mountain Greenbone, Koban-Yiro. To Kita read a statement released by young Ait Atasho on behalf of the Mountain Clan. It expressed shock and grief, praised the work of the rescue workers, and declared that anyone, domestic or foreign, connected to the unconscionable acts of terrorism was a sworn enemy of the Mountain Clan and the entire country. Aisho did not apply to those who dared to strike at the very fabric of Kekanese society. The mountain would come down from the forest to destroy the clanless future movement and anyone who aided it. There had been no statement yet from the No Peak clan, To Kita told the viewers. Andon glanced at Shay worriedly. The mountain's announcement was surprising, not for its content, but for its swiftness. Ait Mada's body had not been found, but the Koban family was hurrying to ensure that the first official clan communication positioned Ait Ato as the new pillar, no doubt to dissuade other influential families in the mountain who might consider challenging for the leadership. Now that the mountain had spoken, however, it would not be long before No Peak was expected to do the same. "I should go," she said. Andon suggested she phone the house and have bodyguards come pick her up. He didn't like the thought of his cousin going out alone, given the threat of ongoing violence, nor the idea of her exerting herself further, but Shay argued that they couldn't risk any Greenbones in the clan perceiving Ait in his apartment. Andon still frowned with concern, but Shay's breathing and heartbeat were both normal enough that he called her a taxi and gave her a travel thermos of tea with a tincture to help her respiratory system. Once the weatherman had departed, Andon turned off the television. He could not bear to see the photographs of Kaul Hilo and Ait Mada on screen with the words "missing" underneath them. Not when the one lying on his sofa, the one whose life he might be able to save, was not the right one. He watched Ait's shallowly rising chest, her eyes twitching beneath her closed lids. He knew he ought to take a nap and regain his strength, but he didn't think he could sleep. He was too amped up with nerves and worry, and it seemed ludicrous to fall asleep in the same room with his family's worst enemy, no matter how little danger she seemed to pose. Andon sighed and stretched out his jade abilities once again, sliding his own energy into Ait's body encouraging it to speed up production of plasma and red blood cells. Ait sensed him. Her eyes slitted partway open and settled on Andon.
Do you remember when we first met, Emery Andon?
The pillar asked hoarsely.
Gaunt Ash brought you to see me. You were a frightened teenager, but you conducted yourself like a man. I knew then that you would become an asset to the Kauls.
Ait's bloodless lips lifted humorlessly.
At different times, I considered having you killed. Now, I'm glad you never forced me to do so.
You should save your strength, Ait-Jen, Andon said. There's no need to talk. Shay was gone all evening. During that time, Andon hurriedly drove to the clinic where he worked and snuck out 2 bags of IV fluid along with a tube and stand, wound dressings, and antibiotics. He did so as quickly as possible and without talking to anyone. Even though Ait was asleep, the thought of leaving the Pillar of the Mountain alone in his apartment was so strange that he didn't want to do it at all, but there was no choice. It didn't matter how much of his own energy he channeled into Ait to mitigate the effect of her injuries. None of it would matter if he didn't get fluids into her and stave off infection. Ait was still unconscious when he returned. Her skin was not as ashen as it had been, and she appeared to be breathing easier. Andon thought he ought to clean the blood off her, give her a new shirt to wear, but the thought of undressing Ait made his mind recoil like a poked oyster. He set up the intravenous tube and said, Ait-Jen, I need to start a drip and also change your bandages. Ait did not open her eyes, but her aura gave enough of a stir to suggest she'd heard him and understood. He didn't want to startle her awake and have her react to a needle jab in her arm by tearing his throat out. At the same time, he felt silly for still fearing her. She was a badly wounded middle-aged woman, not a demon. Andon turned the television back on and watched the news while resting and regaining his strength in between bouts of channeling. Footage continued of emergency workers in Green Bones digging through the rubble of the collapsed KJA building with headlamps and flashlights. Confirmed casualty figures were updated on the bottom of the television screen when they were received. A reporter managed to get in front of a grimy, sweaty Juen Nu and ask him if he still hoped to find his pillar alive. The Horn of No Peak was normally a factual man, known for being clear-eyed and unsentimental, but he glared at the reporter and snapped that Green Bones didn't rely on hope so long as action remained to be taken, and everything would go faster if the media got out of the way and let them work. Andon picked up the phone. He dialed the number for the main house, but stopped at the last digit, his finger hovering over the button, the dial tone droning in his ear. He pictured the rest of the family together in the living room, or perhaps in the sparingly used prayer room, waiting for news. When, even in the grip of unbearable dread, would still be calmly telling the children that their father wouldn't want them to panic. Rue and Jaya would be scared and asking questions, but Nico would be quiet, holding his fear inside. Andon couldn't think of anything to say to them that would be of any reassurance. Calling would only tie up the phone line when it needed to be kept free. And how could he bear to lie to his family, to fabricate an excuse for why he wasn't at the house with them right now because he was secretly caring for Ait Mada? With a heavy heart, he set the receiver back into its cradle. He would have thought that under the circumstances, he wouldn't be able to relax enough to fall asleep, but the sheer exhaustion from worry and expending Jade energy turned out to be too great. He dozed off in the armchair, still wearing his Jade, and was jolted awake by the sudden perception of two green bones approaching his apartment door. One of the jade auras belonged to Shay. The other was unfamiliar to him, a cool, even energy like the stare of a hawk. Andon opened the door before Shay knocked. Standing behind the weatherman was a tall, elderly man, thin and grizzled, nearly bald, but with piercingly clear eyes, and jade carried on weathered leather bands around his left wrist. "I'm sorry I took so long getting back," Shay said. "This is now Suen." Andon had never met the former Horn of the Mountain in person. Most of Now's time as the military leader of the enemy clan had occurred while Andon had been living abroad in Espenia, and then while he was ensconced in medical school. However, he knew of Now's reputation as a devious assassin with a frightening level of perception, well trusted by Aitmata whenever she whispered names. Even though the old man in the hallway had retired from his post years ago and was not physically formidable, Andon swallowed and touched his forehead warily as he held open the door. "Now, Chen," he said. Now stepped inside the apartment wordlessly and with barely a glance at Andon. He crouched down beside the sofa where Aitmata was now awake and weakly trying to push herself up into a sitting position. The former Horn put a gentle hand on Aitmata's forehead, as if she were a child with a fever.
"Hello, old friend,"
Ait said with a rueful smile.
"Come to bail me out again."
Kaul Shay was the one who came to me, Now admitted in a grumble. "Otherwise, I would have thought you were in that pile of rubble. That's what people have been saying, even the Kobans." Ait slid a look over her former Horn's shoulder, glancing at Shay with an expression that Andon thought was not gratitude exactly, but bemused acknowledgment.
"How disappointed some people are going to be,"
she said, implicitly including both clans in the statement. Now touched the thick bandages over Ait's neck. "How did this happen?"
"Ven's daughter,"
Ait explained bitterly.
"Disguised as a secretary and striking at the right moment."
Now hissed a breath through his teeth. "Mada," he sighed. "Do you remember that I told you not to leave any of that family alive? We're both getting old, and our enemies are still young."
"At least you're retired, Suenjen,"
Ait said, with a wry lightness in her voice that Andon would never have imagined coming from her. Ait pulled the IV tube from her arm and put her feet down on the ground, pushing herself off the sofa in an attempt to stand. She swayed alarmingly and nearly fell. Now caught her around the shoulders and supported her weight. She leaned against him, sweat breaking out on her face. The old Horn lifted her in his arms, his lined face tensing for a moment, but his strength was still more than enough to handle the burden. Ait put her jade-adorned arms around Now's neck and rested her head against his shoulder, breathing heavily.
"Get me home,"
she muttered. Andon and Shay stood to the side as Now walked toward the door. Before he reached it, Andon came out of his stunned state and said, "Wait." He took a plastic grocery bag from the kitchen and filled it with extra bandages and a pill bottle of antibiotics. The phone on the counter rang. Shay picked it up. Andon handed the bag to Now, who held it hanging awkwardly off one wrist as he carried Ait. "Change the bandages every 4 hours and take 2 pills each day." He met Now's gaze. "Your pillar needs a blood transfusion and should be in a hospital. At least have a Green Bone doctor treating and monitoring her." Now did not take his eyes off Andon's face. "May the gods shine favor on you for what you've done, Dr. Emery Anden," he said. "Even though I know you've never saved a life more unwillingly." In that instant, Shay's jade aura pulsed with emotion strong enough that both men turned toward the weatherman. The phone receiver slid from Shay's grasp, dangling on its cord as she steadied herself with both hands on the edge of the counter. Anden's heart seemed to stop in his chest. 1 second elongated into an eternity. Shay looked up at him, eyes damp with relief.
"They've been found," she breathed. "They're alive."
Anden's eyes flicked toward the television. It had been playing on mute, but the screen was no longer recycling the same clips. Now it was showing stretchers being carried into an ambulance. The camera was too far away for Anden to make out faces or details, but the line of text at the bottom of the screen read, "No Peak Clan Pillar and Seal Giver found alive." Anden went lightheaded. His knees weakened, and he put a hand on the back of the sofa. He'd never considered himself especially religious, but now he whispered devoutly,
"Yano, Father of all, old Uncle Genshu and all gods in heaven, thank you."
Only because he was still wearing his jade did he notice the tension that charged the room in the instant that followed. Now Suen's eyes were also on the television. His normally unreadable jade aura darkened and swelled in Anden's perception. As soon as Shay had uttered, "They're alive," everything had changed. For Kakon to lose the pillars of both major clans in one blow was too great a national crisis. Shay had saved Ait's life, fearing that without her, the entire country could be destabilized. However, if Kaul Hilo was alive, then he was still the pillar of No Peak. There was no doubt of what he would expect Anden and Shay to do if they had Ait Mata helpless and at their mercy. If Ait were to die now, the mountain would be thrown into turmoil, while No Peak remained intact. The Kauls would win. Slowly, now shifted his unblinking gaze to Anden, who was standing between him and the door of the apartment. The former Horn of the Mountain had been a feared man, but even in his prime, he'd never been the most physically intimidating warrior. He defeated others with cunning and skill. Now was an old man now, and Ait was too weakened from her injuries to walk, much less fight. Shay and Anden were younger and stronger than the other two Greenbones, and Anden was wearing all his jade. He could feel Now's knife-like sense of perception raking over him, gauging his intent, even as he sensed in Now's jade aura a bitter readiness. The old man was prepared to fight, to die defending his pillar, and to take at least one of the Kauls with him. No one in the KJA building had been willing to do the same, not even the late Kobaniro. Anden remained where he was, standing in front of the woman who'd been his family's enemy for 20 years. He could do it. He was tired, but he had enough strength to strike a deadly blow or channel a lethal strike.
"Anden,"
Shay whispered, low and urgent. He didn't look at his cousin. Now shifted Ait in his arms, preparing to set her down. Instead, the pillar of the mountain put her feet on the ground and stood under her own power, steadying herself on the shoulder of her former horn, but straightening to her full height. She glanced at the news on the television and commented with bitter humor,
"I can't begin to tell you how many times I've wondered why Kaul Hilo isn't dead yet, and it seems I'm destined to keep wondering."
Sweat stood out on her brow, but her expression was iron in its calm as she looked at Anden.
"Make your choice, Dr. Emery."
Anden could perceive every heartbeat in the room, most of all his own. A pressure built in his chest, his jade energy compressed. He'd sworn to himself that he would never use jade to take lives again, but he could never have imagined this moment. He would willingly sacrifice his medical career if it meant the mountain couldn't harm anyone he cared about ever again. Would killing the woman he'd spent the last day working so hard to heal accomplish that? If he could end the war between the clans for good, how many more lives would that save in the future? Was it worth breaking his personal oath? Would it be what Lon wanted him to do? Seconds passed, unnaturally long. Andon's hands curled into fists at his side. Without taking his eyes off Ait and Now, he stepped out of the way and opened the front door. Now Suen's stare flickered and his face twitched. He shifted to support his pillar, and the two of them walked through the door, down the hall, and out of sight. Andon watched them go, standing in the doorway, until he could no longer perceive them.
Did I choose wrong?
He whispered the question to himself. Shay slumped against the wall.
I have no idea.
Chapter 29. Rude Awakenings. Kaul, Hilo, and Woon Poppy were rushed to Janloon General Hospital, where they remained for over 2 weeks, with the clan's fists guarding them continuously. Hilo suffered a concussion, a shattered scapula, ruptured spleen, burns, and contusions. Woon was bedridden with several broken ribs and a fractured pelvis, and he'd lost the hearing in one ear. By the time they'd been found and dug out of the rubble, both men were also badly dehydrated. That they had survived when many other people in the building had not, including other heavily jaded Green Bone leaders, was widely spoken of as a miracle and a sign of the gods' protection. There was no miracle, Hilo explained, once he was lucid enough for conversation. Years ago, Hilo had asked the ex-Navy angel Jim Sunto to teach him and all the top green bones of No Peak the Aspenian IBJCS techniques against IEDs. Traditional stealing techniques concentrated on the bones and the surface of the body to ward against blows and blades. The most lethal effect of a nearby explosion, however, was the overpressurization of vital organs, particularly the lungs, intestines, eyes, and ears. The instant he'd realized what was happening, Hilo had steeled for his life, concentrating all of his formidable jade energy inward into his own head and torso, battening the pressure-sensitive parts of his body first, then pushing jade energy outward to protect against blunt trauma as he was thrown through the air, as he put it, like a cat tossed into a fucking typhoon. Woon, too, had attended Sunto's IBJCS training sessions, and although his ability in stealing was not as great as the pillars, he was already out in the hallway, and thus farther away from the explosion. His injuries had been sustained by the building collapsing on top of them. Shay took her baby daughter into her husband's hospital room. Woon was groggy with painkillers, but his eyes went soft with relief and happiness to see them. While I was trapped in the dark, I kept thinking I might never see you or Tia again, he said to Shay. I knew Hilo-Gen was still alive, because I could perceive him somewhere nearby, so I didn't lose all hope, but it was a terrible feeling. Shay choked up at the sight of his injuries. I feel as if everything bad that's ever happened to you is my fault. She wondered, not for the first time, if she was cursed to bring disaster to anyone who came too close to her. Woon shook his head and reached for her hand. I've been the Pillarman, and the Weatherman's shadow, and the Seal Giver, so my place has always been standing behind someone else. In truth, that's where I've always felt most useful. I'm grateful the gods put me exactly where I needed to be. On any other day, it would have been you in that room. Shay placed Tia in Woon's arms. The baby stirred, but did not wake. So far, she was a calm infant, so much so that superstitious Green Bone families might be a little worried. "She's eating well and gaining weight," Shay said, "but she doesn't cry much." "That's good," Woon said, cradling their daughter. "The Kaul family has enough thick-blooded warriors. I'll be glad if she takes some of my personality, since she already looks so much like you." Shay sat beside Woon, feeling full of heavy, vaguely anxious gratitude, until he fell asleep. Then she nursed and changed Tia, and walked a short way down the hospital corridor to her brother's room. Days after being dug out of the rubble, Hilo still looked terrible, with bandages covering much of his body, but he was sitting up in bed, eating a bowl of pureed fruit, and saying cheerfully to Nico, Rue, and Jaya, "At least my face still looks good. You wouldn't want your doll to look like a ghoul, right? Don't worry, I'll be home soon. Remember to help out your ma and don't give her any trouble while I'm in here." The boys nodded solemnly, and Jaya threw her arms tightly around her father's neck. He winced at the impact and gently loosened her grip, then said, "All right, you've missed enough school for 1 week. Lotjen will drive you back." His sons and daughter left with bodyguards surrounding them. Wen remained in the chair by Hilo's side. Juen Nu came in from the hallway and closed the door behind him. With the children out of the room, Hilo's bright facade dropped, and he glared up at Shay. "I still can't believe you saved Ait." Word had spread that Aitmata had reappeared at her residence in High Ground and was shut away inside recovering, surrounded by her loyalists, including Now Suen and her weatherman, Iwe Kalundo. "I saw her with a knife in her neck," Hilo exclaimed, his voice rising. "You of all people, Shay. All you had to do was walk the fuck away." Still cradling a sleeping Tia in her arms, Shay took the only other chair in the room, on the other side of the bed across from Wen. "I thought you were dead, Hilo," she said, unmoved by his ire. "Along with dozens of Green Bone leaders and government officials. Without Ait as well, the country would have fallen into chaos." "It's come close enough as it is," grumbled Juen. The Horn looked as if he hadn't showered or shaved in days. As soon as Hilo and Woon had been found, he'd turned his attention to dealing with the insurrectionist violence. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, with the clan leaders missing and so many Greenbones busy digging through the rubble for survivors, several loosely coordinated cells of armed extremists had heeded the clanless future movement's call to rebellion and taken to the streets. The Royal Council, fearing all the Greenbone pillars to be dead and the clans in disarray, had called 3,000 national military troops into Janloon, including the Jade-equipped Golden Spider Company. Juen said, "I hate to admit it, but we're lucky that the government ordered soldiers into the city and bought us time to get our shit together. No one expected the CFM to be so well armed. We suspected they were relying on foreign support, but not to this extent. At least all the money and resources we gave to General Ronu turned out to be of some use." Hilo glowered and leaned his head back against the pillows for a moment, clearly fatigued even from being awake and doing simple things. "This is even worse than the time I was in here after getting the shit beaten out of me by Gaunt Ash. At least that time I woke up in the hospital to good news." "Everyone suspects Igutan was involved," Shay said. "Yuman Naval Base is on high alert, which suggests the ROE thinks so too." Hilo grimaced and closed his eyes. "A note was delivered to me during the KJA meeting, warning me to get out. There was no sign of who sent it, but now I'm guessing it came from the Espenians." Wen squeezed her husband's hand. "Why didn't you listen?" "As soon as I stood up, everyone in the room knew something was wrong. I sent Woon ahead of me, making an excuse about a family emergency. I thought the threat was from inside, that maybe Ite had something to do with it. Hilo opened his eyes again. They glittered with fury. If the Espenians sent that note, then they knew the bombing would happen. They could have saved everyone in the building, but they didn't. Juen spat a curse. Those two-faced foreign dogs likely wanted the anarchists to start a rebellion. It would have given them the perfect excuse to take control of Kaikon by sending in their own troops to restore order. Shay said with a pensive frown, I'm sure they were prepared to do so, but I don't think that was their goal. Considering the conflicts over the naval base, jade exports, and offshore mining, it's no surprise the Espenians have no love for the clans, especially the Mountain. But if they warned Hilo, then they hoped to keep him and No Peak alive. She shifted Tia to her other arm, holding her sleeping daughter close. Remember, Espenians tackle problems with money before violence. Given a choice, they would prefer to control Kaikon without risking their own soldiers. Placing the only surviving clan in their debt and dependent on their support, they could have pressured us into capitulating on the issues they want resolved in their favor. Hilo's lips lifted in a snarl. Besides me and Woon and the three of you, no one knows I got that goddamned note. We don't owe the Spennies a sack of shit. He picked at a bandage on his chest. Some of his jade had been temporarily removed, and his aura was uncharacteristically scratchy and uneven. He kept touching the bare spots where his jade was missing, like a man compulsively trying to locate an amputated limb. Wen caught hold of his hand and stopped him from undoing the dressings. We all wish Ite had died, she said, but the weatherman has a good point. A country with two large clans is less likely to be controlled, manipulated, or destabilized right now. Fuck all those self-serving, scheming foreigners with sharp sticks, Hilo growled. But not right now. We've got a mess to clean up first. The clanless fanatics wanted an uprising so badly, they let their movement get hijacked by outsiders. Now they fucked themselves. The government, the press, the public, they'll all be baying for us to spill blood. Juen nodded as he paced back and forth near the foot of the bed. There were only 2 new attacks yesterday. Killing you and Ite was the one thing the anarchists most needed, and finding out that you were both still alive was a terrible blow. Some of them are already giving up and trying to disappear. After we get the streets back under control, we'll need to act fast to wipe out as much of that organization as we can, before it scurries underground again. The horn stopped his pacing and turned to the pillar with grim shame and regret on his face. We didn't treat the clanless as a serious enough threat before. No one did. I've been talking to Aben Soro about coordinating our actions against them from now on. I don't think he's Ite's man in quite the same way now and Gunt were. We can work with him. Pull in the minor clans as well, whichever ones are still able to function. Hilo took a minute to gather his breath and regain his energy. He pointed to the glass of water and package of painkillers on the bedside table, which Wen handed to him. I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but get some journalists in here too. The Kobans already put out a statement, and I keep seeing Koban Euro's weepy widow on TV, holding that old gas bag up as a martyr. The sooner people see proof that I'm not dead or in a coma, the better. What are you planning to say? Shay asked, a bit apprehensively. Only what the clanless future movement is going to find out soon enough. Hilo swallowed 2 pills with his water. Anyone who thinks they can get rid of us so easily deserves what's coming to them. The clans are the spine of the country. We're not going fucking anywhere. Vostok Iamolovny awoke in the crushing grip of jade and shine withdrawal, not in a concrete cell as he'd expected, but in a sterile room with lights so bright they assaulted his swollen eyes and pounding head. He was strapped to a gurney, and 2 men were standing over him.
"Welcome back, Mr. Molofny,"
said one of them. A translator standing beyond his field of view repeated the words in Igut. "Now that you're awake, we have some questions to ask you about the Nikolva program."
"Get fucked, you Espenian pigs,"
Molofny said, his tongue dry and heavy in his mouth. "He was in here because of that little worm, that man with the crooked face. If only he'd broken the rat's neck and then killed himself, as he'd been trained to do. He'd also been trained to resist interrogation."
"You won't get useful information from me,"
he growled.
"My superiors would never tell me military secrets so important they would harm Igutan, even if I were to break under your torture."
Despite his brave defiance, he erupted into a cold sweat, and his heart rate rose precipitously. "You have the wrong idea," said the other of his captors. "The ROE military has a policy against torture. It's barbaric and unreliable compared to the pharmaceutical tools at our disposal. Our labs created the SN1 that you depend on, after all." A needle slid into the Nikolva agent's arm. "Your body will be perfectly fine, but with the right encouragement, your mind will split open like a ripe melon. You'll have lots to say. The process takes time, but we have plenty of that on our hands." Second Interlude. One Mountain. Wylon Temple School was founded, so the admissions office claims, over 600 years ago by 3 Green Bone masters, one of them a descendant of the legendary hero Baijan himself. At that time, there were no large clans such as the country has today, only many small local family clans throughout the island that kept their own jade and fighting methods and protected their own communities. The visionary founding masters established Wylon to produce the island's most skilled and disciplined warriors while schooling them in arts, sciences, and the traditions of the deitist faith. They built their institution in the interior mountainous region of Kakon, where students could train close to nature and the gods, far from the concerns of common people. Prospective pupils had to travel by foot for 3 days to reach its gates. But once there, the school accepted any student who could pass its entrance tests, regardless of what kingdom, clan, or family they hailed from. Wylon brought together trainees from Green Bone families all over the island, as well as renowned masters who came to learn from their peers and refine their skills, to pass on to the next generation of practitioners. Over the following centuries, Green Bone warriors developed into an increasingly prominent and influential social class, its members bound by common training methods and connections that can largely be traced back to the original Wylon Temple School. Today, Kakon boasts over a dozen schools of martial study, and while the more recently established Kaul Academy rivals Wylon in size and prestige, the historical mystique of the Wylon name remains second to none. The school's current campus, located 65 kilometers west of Janloon, was established after the Many Nations War by merging 3 separate secret training locations that operated during the foreign occupation of Kakon after the original Wylon Temple School was burned to the ground by Shatarian soldiers. During the destruction, nearly 100 masters and novices who tried to defend the school were captured, stripped of jade, imprisoned, tortured, and executed. Among those that escaped the purge was a 16-year-old trainee named Ait Ugantin, who led a group of younger students away from the assault and into the forest, where they hid from the enemy while their school and home burned all night, sending plumes of black smoke high into the air. In the morning, they fled into the wilderness ahead of Shatarian searchers until they were found by scouts from the local resistance cell of the One Mountain Society. It-Yu, who would later become known as the Spear of Kakon, stood protectively in front of the crying, exhausted group of children and demanded to know the name and clan of the scouting party's leader. "My name is Kaul Sennington," answered the scout, "and the name of my clan doesn't matter anymore. All green bones in these mountains are brothers." Chapter 30. The Bad Kek. The 19th year, 3rd month. Doubtless Onion passed away from heart failure at the age of 76, leaving behind his wife, 4 grown children, 6 grandchildren, and the unofficial post as Pillar of Southtrap, which he'd held for so long. Andon and Hilo traveled to Port Massey for the funeral to pay their respects as allies of the Dauk family and the Keko-Espenian Greenbone community. On the long flight over, Hilo watched a movie, then had a glass of hoji and fell asleep. Andon tried to follow his cousin's example, but he couldn't concentrate enough to read nor calm his mind enough to drift off. He found it hard to believe that Dauk was gone. It didn't seem that long ago that he sat in the man's dining room, eating Sana's home-cooked meals along with Cory and Ron Toro. Andon's sadness was compounded with worry. There were no clans in Espenia. People called Dauk the Pillar simply out of respect for his personal influence. With no formal organization or plan of succession, Dauk's death would not only change who held sway among greenbones in Espenia, but possibly the very nature of the Keko-Espenian community in ways that were certain to affect the No Peak clan. The funeral services took place on an uncommonly bright winter morning. Brittle, frost-coated grass crunched under Andon's shoes, and his breath steamed in the sunlight. Over the view of Whitting Bay, the harsh black lines of the Iron Eye Bridge cut across a milk-white sky. In accordance with Dauk's wishes, the funeral was traditionally Kekanese, with certain modifications and additions of Espenian custom. There were no deitist penitents in Port Massey senior enough to be ordained as learned ones, but 3 lay penitents from the local community temple, dressed in green hats and scarves, led the attendees in the proper recitations that would usher Dauk's spirit into the afterlife to await the return. Afterward, Espenian mourning songs were sung, and people gave speeches, many of them telling stories of the Pillar's character and how he'd assisted them in a time of need. Andon got up to deliver a bilingual address that began in a personal way, recounting how warmly and generously Dauk Losen had welcomed him into the community when he'd first arrived as a student, but ended on a more formal note, conveying the regards and condolences of the Kaul family. "That was nicely said, Andy," Hilo told him afterward. Andon stood near his cousin and made introductions as funeral-goers came up to meet the Pillar of No Peak, saluting him or shaking his hand with nervous awe and curiosity before withdrawing to observe from a distance as if he were a disguised media celebrity. Hilo accepted the respect-paying, but maintained a somberness befitting the occasion, standing near the back of the gathering so as not to detract from the attention due to the grieving family. With his jade hidden beneath a black suit and tie and a long black wool coat, he could have passed as a visiting distant relative. The white envelope he placed in the collection plate by Dauk's casket was stamped with the insignia of the No Peak clan and was sure to cover all the funeral expenses. After Dauk was laid to rest, a reception was held in the Kekanese Community Center, where for decades the Pillar of Southtrap had presided over the neighborhood grudge hall. Andon hadn't been inside the place in years, but he was struck by how essentially unchanged it was, despite being tastefully made up for the event. The walls were draped with white cloth, and the tables that normally surrounded the cockfighting ring in the basement had been brought up and dressed with tablecloths and adorned with vases of white azaleas. The battered bookshelves and lumpy armchairs that ordinarily occupied the common area had been pushed into the corners and hidden from view behind painted folding screens. Lit incense candles and platters of fruit crowded the space in front of the small deitist shrine.
"Ah, I miss this old neighborhood,"
lamented Mr. Hyun, who now resided in the suburbs with his younger son.
"Where I live now, there are no Kekanese newspapers in the library, and the grocery stores are too big."
He sat Andon down and spent over an hour reminiscing, sometimes in an unfocused way, as his memory had begun to fail him in advanced age. Andon didn't mind. He knew it might be his last chance to spend time with the old man. Corey Dowk came over to thank Andon for his speech.
"It would have meant a lot to my da. You know how proud he always was to be a greenbone from the old country. The only thing he was more proud of were his grandchildren, I think."
Andon had never ceased to find interactions with his old boyfriend to be tinged with a certain nostalgia and awkwardness, but enough time had passed for both of them that their conversations were amicable. Corey was married now, with a cherubic 2-year-old son and a baby daughter on the way. He'd put on some weight, but was still in good shape from cycling on the weekends, and he cheerfully admitted to have grown his short beard so as to appear more intimidating when arguing in front of a judge. His wife was a second-generation Kekauaspenian social worker, 6 years younger than him. They'd met during one of his court cases. They seemed happy together. Corey's sisters were there as well, of course. Although he hadn't forgotten how coldly she'd rebuffed his family's offer of friendship in the past, Andon greeted Kelly Dowk politely and introduced her to Hilo, who made no issue of her prior rudeness and said amiably, "Miss Dowk, your mother tells me you recently started a new job." Corey's eldest sister had been plucked from the industry department to chair the federal anti-corruption panel, whose purpose was to investigate and root out political graft and ties to organized crime.
"I'm not at liberty to discuss my work, Mr. Kaul," the woman replied. "Not even with my family and friends, much less to a Kekanese clan boss."
She made a brisk social circuit around the gathering, then left the reception shortly thereafter. Hilo did not seem offended, but Corey was apologetic for his sister's behavior. "Kelly works for the government, after all," he reminded them with a sigh. "She doesn't want to be seen associating with greenbones." There were, indeed, many greenbones in attendance. The room was becoming so crowded that Andon could barely move. It seemed as if half the Kekanese population of the city was here. He recognized Todd and Sammy and several others, but there were many younger people from South Trap that he didn't know, and some who'd come from other parts of the country. An hour into the event, a silver limousine pulled up in front of the building. John Remy stepped out with 3 of his men, all of them wearing light-colored sport jackets, polished shoes, and big sunglasses like typical Southern gangsters. Their entrance caused heads to turn. Andon felt a surge of distaste rise sour in the back of his throat. Remy's flippant crudeness, which Andon remembered all too well from that evening in the Blue Olive, seemed even more pronounced now that he dripped with wealth. His hair was slicked back from his tanned face, accentuating his strong brow and dark lips, parted with curious scorn. The crew bosses and Tomasian drug lords in Restville called John Remy the Bad Kek, a title he'd embraced. After using no-peak jade and money to run the mountain out of the city, Remy had built his own small empire. He'd taken over his uncle's gym years ago and become a key figure in the gambling that accompanied that city's unsanctioned jade sports industry. In addition to dealing in shine and women, he'd expanded into other businesses normally controlled by the crews, including loan sharking and extortion. His men were notoriously vicious. Remy awarded them jade for carrying out assassinations against his rivals. The opinion in Port Massey was that the bad Keck was a volatile troublemaker and not a proper greenbone at all. Even without his sense of perception, Andon could feel the palpable unease ripple through the room as conversations died and people backed out of the path of the Restville men. Remy strode up to Hilo, slowing and taking off his sunglasses as he neared. "So old man Daux finally left us for heaven," he said in Hispanian. "But the famous Kaul Shudon has come to Earth to visit us instead." Remy stopped, studying Hilo the way a dog watches a stranger approaching its door, tense, ready to bark. The pillar returned the younger man's gaze with steady, motionless expectation. Several seconds passed before Remy brought his clasped hands to his forehead and dipped into a shallow salute. "How does the saying in the old country go?" in accented Kekanese. "May the gods shine favor on you, Kaul Jen." Andon went to the pillar's side. "Hilo Jen, this is Remy Junjunin, our friend from Restville. Forgive his poor Kekanese and awkward manners. I'm sure he's only nervous and means no disrespect." The bad Keck began to turn toward Andon, his expression darkening with insult. Andon hoped savagely that the man would do something stupid. He'd like to see Hilo put the gangster in his place, or better yet, break his jaw. But Hilo settled a hand on the man's shoulder as if they were old friends. "Remy Jen, I feel as if I know you already, having heard so much of your reputation. Go offer your condolences to the wife and children of Dauk Losen. Let the gods recognize him. And we'll talk about business tomorrow, when it's more appropriate to do so." Todd appeared next to them and said with forced conviviality, "I'll let Sana know you're here, John. What'll you have to drink?" Remy seemed perplexed for a moment. Perhaps he'd built Kaul Hilo up in his mind over many years of being told he was one of the most dangerous men back in Kakon, and now he wasn't sure how to respond to a benign meeting. Remy snorted and said to Todd with a shrug, "Hoji, even though I hate the stuff, in honor of the old man, right?" He strode away without giving Hilo or Andon another glance. His men followed. As soon as they were out of earshot and normal conversation had started up again, Hilo turned to Andon with a stern look. "What's the matter with you, Andy?" "He's a boor and a gangster, Hilo Jen," Andon replied with heat. "He was obviously trying to goad you here at Dauk Jen's funeral in front of everyone. He has no respect for anything." "Don't show off how much you hate a man until you're ready to be his enemy," Hilo admonished. "Remy's away from his own city where he's grown powerful, and he's the sort of man to act badly to prove his confidence. Even if he's not a good person, don't forget he's done everything we wanted against the mountain." John Remy and his gang, the Snakeheads, had indeed been invaluable to No Peak. After multiple setbacks, the mountain's entry into Hispania never recovered. Iwe Kalundo, Ait's weatherman, had turned his clan's expansion priorities firmly on Shatar instead. Nearly 20 years after Andon had first come to Port Massey, No Peak remained the only Kekanese clan with substantial power in the Republic of Hispania. Yet the clan had still not achieved the legal security it needed to preserve the business, and now, without Dauk Losen's influential friendship, accomplishing anything in the country would be much harder. Hilo watched the Restville Greenbones, their pale jackets easy to pick out at the bar. Andon felt the smooth edge of Hilo's jade aura swell momentarily. "John Remy is our ally until I say otherwise," the pillar said in an undertone. "Whether it stays that way is up to him. We'll see how things go tomorrow." Upon returning to their room in the Crestwood Hotel, Hilo said, "It's fucking cold in here." He took off his suit jacket and tie and shrugged into a sweater, then turned up the heat in the room. Andon had heard his cousin complain before that cold made his shoulder ache, and sometimes his wrist as well. Years spent fighting took a heavy toll on the body, even before accounting for the injuries Hilo had sustained in the Janloon bombing. Surgery to stitch his spleen and repair his scapula had been followed by months of physiotherapy before he could train again. 5 years later, the pillar appeared fully recovered, as strong a green bone as ever, but Andon knew that even the best healers and trainers could only do so much. Those who were close to Hilo noticed the moments when he moved without his usual grace or winced at some lingering pain. Andon said, "I'm going downstairs to the gift shop to pick up some small things for co-workers at the clinic." It was a tiny lie, and if Hilo perceived it, he didn't say. Andon took the elevator down to the ground floor and used a calling card to place a long-distance phone call from one of the payphones at the back of the lobby. When the call picked up, Andon said, "I'm glad I caught you before you went to work." It would be just past dawn in Janloon, and Jiruya was an early riser. "I'm not in a rush," Jiru said. "I'm waiting for the director to get back to me on the budget anyway, so I'm enjoying breakfast and then going to the gym." Keikon's growing film industry, financed by the No Peak clan, had given the artist steady work for several years. Andon heard the sound of running water shut off in the background, then a pause. With sly suggestiveness, "Too bad you're not here with me." "I wish I were," Andon said. "We need to stay a little longer to deal with some clan things. I'll be back on 4th day." He couldn't hear Jiru's reply because at that moment a large group of people passed through the hotel lobby, and Andon had to cover his other ear to block out their loud chatter. "Sorry, it's noisy here. What did you say?" "Will you be okay?" It was the only thing Jiruya ever asked when it came to Andon's activities on behalf of No Peak. Jiro had no wish to have anything to do with the clans beyond day-to-day life in Janloon. He knew Andon's world involved jade and money, politics and bloodshed on a level even ordinary Kekanese did not understand, much less an Abuke artist. His only concern when it came to clan dealings was Andon's safety. Wen had introduced them to each other 10 months ago. "Andon," she'd said after dinner at the Kaul house one evening, taking his empty plate and drawing him into the kitchen. "Are you free for lunch next 2nd day? I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. He's a talented artist who works in the film industry. Also, he's handsome and single." She held up a hand before he could even think of what to say. "Just so you know, he's Abuke, but don't judge him until you meet him. I think the two of you would get along. I'll set it up, so there's no pressure." Andon had been rendered nearly speechless with embarrassment by the idea of Wen considering partners for him. Personally, he'd all but given up on meeting anyone suitable. His most recent relationship had lasted only a few dates, and his pool of prospects felt small. Lotjin had gotten married to a woman Andon didn't know, then divorced 3 years later. He seemed uninterested in another relationship, not that Andon was holding out any hope on that front. On occasion, Andon had gone to social gatherings with the few queer friends he'd met in medical school and at work, but he was wary of creating professional complications. There were no other mixed-blood green-bone physicians in all of Janloon. Andon could not hide who he was or where he was seen, even if he wanted to, and most men with the unlucky desire for other men did not want to risk the potential public scrutiny that came from associating with the Kaul family. "How do you even know he would be interested?" Andon asked. "Just come to lunch," Wen assured him. Andon had been skeptical. He had no particular attraction to Abuke men, and had never before contemplated dating one. So he was surprised at that first meeting, then faintly resentful of Wen's smugness. Jiruya had sharp cheekbones, smooth bronze skin, and a slim, straight build that made all clothes look good on his body. He used this fact to his advantage and was always well dressed, even when he was only going out for a short while. Although he didn't possess the physique of a fighter that Andon had always associated with male beauty, he'd grown up swimming and rock climbing, and now kept up both activities in the gym. Jiro possessed a ready smile and was easy to talk to because he was quick to open up about himself and genuinely curious about others. In that way, he reminded Andon of Corey, but Jiro had a rich inner life, one awash with colors and ideas and feelings that Andon didn't fully understand, and the man was more intensely devoted to his artistic vocation than Corey had been to anything. Andon was shocked, after their first few dates, to find himself the pursuer, calling Jiro to invite him over, making dinner, renting movies. A clicking on the line told Andon he was running out of time on his calling card. "We're just having a meeting tomorrow. There's nothing to worry about," Andon assured his boyfriend. That was not true. Meetings could decide life or death, war or peace, but that was not what Jiro was asking. They talked a little longer. After hanging up, Andon did indeed go into the hotel gift shop, where he bought some bags of sour candies and keychains shaped like the mast building. He could have saved himself the minor inconvenience by simply using the phone in the hotel room, but he hadn't yet mentioned his boyfriend to the pillar. Even though Hilo probably already knew about the relationship, Andon wasn't sure how to properly bring up the subject. A hotel room in a foreign city after an already difficult day didn't seem like the right time or place. The next day, Dauksana held a meeting in her home. Although they'd always lived modestly, the Dauks had invested in a number of Kekanese businesses that had grown successful with the assistance of the No Peak clan. Corey and his sisters were all financially secure, so the Dauks had become reasonably wealthy in their later years. Instead of downsizing, they'd built a much larger, nicer residence where they could host gatherings and have their children and grandchildren visit. They were not technically in South Trap anymore, but they didn't need to be, as the neighborhood was increasingly being taken over by high-rent commercial space, and the Kekanese community had spread out over the years, with old K-Town remaining in South Trap, but equally populous cultural pockets cropping up in Johns Island and Quince, among other places. The meeting was held at a long mahogany table in the dining room. It was a far cry from the cozy space Andon remembered of the Dauks' old blue split-level house. Tea was poured and plates of snacks were passed around, which gave the gathering the incongruous feel of a family gathering, even though there were people in the room who'd never met one another, and others who outright disliked each other. Dauksana, in a white sweater and face powder, sat at the head of the table with her son, Corey, the only greenbone among her children, seated beside her. Next to Corey was Eto Samishan, who Andon had known as Sammy when they were both young men. Now people called him Eto-gen, and acknowledged him as the most capable greenbone remaining in South Trap. Sammy and a few other protégés of the late Roan Toro were the leaders of a loose network of several dozen greenbones that continued to protect the neighborhood and had remained loyal to Dauk Losun as pillar until his passing. Another familiar face at the table was Shun Todoro. Todd was an honorably discharged Navy Angels corporal and Orticon war veteran who'd battled drug addiction and depression upon leaving the military, losing 3 jobs and a marriage before Dauk Losun stepped in and gave him work in the Grudge Hall on the condition that he attend rehab and therapy. Todd had since become a devout deitist, remarried, and begun wearing his own jade again and teaching younger greenbones. A close friend of the Dauks, he managed the newest Grudge Hall in the southern Port Massey suburb of Orslo, which was fast becoming a major city in its own right and boasted a growing population of newer, wealthier Kekanese immigrants. The rest of the seats at the table were occupied by men that Andon didn't know well, although Sana had told him about some of them. Migu's son, an old friend of Roan Toro, who spoke for the Kekanese Greenbones in Adamant Capita. Hasho Baku, a representative from Evenfield, 5 hours away. And of course, Remy John. Each of them was accompanied by 2 or 3 of their own men, standing or sitting in extra chairs against the wall. In total, there were close to 20 people in the dining room, all of them having traveled here for Dauk Loson's funeral and to find out how Greenbone affairs would be managed in the aftermath of his death. Andon, too, was curious and apprehensive. Sana had always been her husband's partner and advisor, in truth, his weatherman, but she was an elderly woman now. Andon couldn't imagine the young men around the table accepting her authority. Corey was Dauk's son, but he was not like his father. Espenian-born and easygoing, his greatest use to the community was as a lawyer and someone who was outwardly legitimate and part of mainstream society in nearly all ways. The other men around the table who wore jade were acknowledged leaders in their own districts, but none of them had the national standing of Dauk Loson. This was not their failing. The Kekanese Greenbone population in Espenia was not the small, concentrated community in South Trap that it had been when Dauk arrived in the country 60 years ago. Everyone in the room was also well aware that the No Peak clan was sure to have a say. Kaul Hilo was not wearing the dark suit and tie and somber expression from yesterday. He sat slouched in his chair, one arm leaning on the table, taking up space in his usual casual way. Jade gleamed across the gap of his open collar, more jade than anyone else in the room, perhaps more than the entire rest of the room put together. He was not running the meeting, nor seated in any special place along the table, but he was also not hiding that he was the wealthiest and most powerful man in attendance. Andon sat on the pillar's right-hand side. Sana began by thanking everyone for their condolences over the past week.
I know my husband is in the afterlife looking down gladly at all the friends he has.
Corey put a hand on his mother's arm in comfort, and her wavering voice steadied.
I'm grateful to those of you who've traveled here from Evenfield and Adamant Capita and Restville, and especially from Kakon.
She turned toward Hilo and Andon.
Our whole community is honored that the pillar of the No Peak clan himself would come from so far away to grieve with us, along with our dear friend Andon.
Hilo said, I would never fail to pay my final respects to a friend and fellow pillar. Sana dabbed her eyes and nodded in mute gratitude before gathering herself and continuing.
Our Kekanese community and our Greenbone traditions were the most important things to Loson. All his life, he did his best to protect them. Now that he's gone, we have some decisions to make about the future.
Sana looked to her son, who sat forward as all eyes shifted to him. No one can fill my father's shoes as pillar, Corey said matter-of-factly, without any shame or criticism. But my mother and I, along with Sammy and Todd, have been talking to as many Greenbones as we can in the Port Massey area. We want to bring all of you into the decision about what direction our community should take in the future. Sana said,
Loson and I often talked about our hopes that we Kekanese could achieve the same things as anyone else who was born in this country, that our children and grandchildren could become business leaders or movie stars or assemblymen. Yet how will that happen so long as we're associated with Jade, which is still misunderstood and has a bad reputation in Espenia?
The widow sighed deeply.
Should we give up our culture, our birthright for thousands of years, and become just like the weaker immigrants such as the Tuni or Shatarians? Or do we instead give up the chance to be accepted and have lawful influence? There's no good choice. We have to find another way. That's what our friends in No Peak have been trying to do.
She looked to Hilo. This was not Kakon, and these green bones had sworn no clan oaths, so when Hilo drew his gaze around the table and spoke, it was not with the quick, easy authority Andon was accustomed to, but mildly and persuasively. Many of you know that No Peak has been trying to change the laws against Jade in this country. My cousin Andon won us the first victory when he convinced Espenian doctors and politicians to legalize Jade for medical use. Today, there are Kekanese doctors running clinics right here in Port Massey. Andy, tell us how many there are now. Andon said,
There are 60 licensed Jade medicine clinics and around 200 recognized practitioners in Espenia. I was part of the panel of doctors from the College of Bioenergetic Medicine in John Loon that drafted the international standards of practice that these clinics are required to meet to be certified. The National Assembly has approved a special visa to allow Kekanese doctors to move to Espenia to practice medicine, and last year, there were 12 Keko-Espenians admitted into the college in John Loon, the largest number of international students they've ever had.
Hilo said, What Andy's done was a big step, but we're not there yet, not where we want to be. The clan has been working with a PR firm to change Espenian attitudes about Jade. Maybe you've seen some of the ads. It seems the surest way to make anything happen in this country is to get on television. This garnered chuckles from around the table. Wrigley Holland and his partners at WBH Focus, armed with research from focus groups and attitudinal studies, had taken out full-page magazine ads, billboards, and television spots that presented Jade in a positive light. Andon had seen one in the Air Espenia in-flight magazine on their way over to Port Massey. A photograph of a group of Navy angels holding up their Jade dog tags with the exhortation to support our Jade warriors. It had made Hilo grimace with contempt, but no one could argue with Shay's strategy. The Espenians would never accept Jade unless they believed they owned it as much as anyone in the world, even the Kekanese.
Sana said, If Jade was accepted by society, we could live openly as greenbones without fear of the law. In our communities, there could be not only Jade medicine clinics, but proper deitist temples and schools teaching the Jade disciplines. Of course, it would never be the same as Kakon, but it would be much better than it is now.
Sana's voice was still strong, but she was not used to being the center of attention. She looked around the table of green-bone men before clutching her hands together and firming her lips.
Most importantly, we would no longer have to choose between being Kekanese or Espenians. We could be both. That is a dream I know Lawson would want to see come true.
Corey nodded and straightened in his seat. That's why we propose forming a national organization, the Kekanese Association of Espenia, to promote cultural understanding and to address issues that affect the entire Keko-Espenian community. We'll help new immigrants, promote Kekanese culture and trans-Amharic business ties, and lobby the government to repeal the prohibition against Jade. He turned toward Hilo and Andon. It won't be a clan. There won't be a pillar. But it'll be greenbones working together to protect our community, so in that most important way, it'll be similar. Douk Lawson must have been proud of his son in the end, Andon thought. Corey wasn't green in the soul in the traditional Kekanese sense, but he'd found his own way to be successful in his father's world. When he spoke, it was with a compelling confidence. The lawyer grew more serious as he addressed the entire room again. If we hope to accomplish our goals, however, we need to work together to shift certain cultural attitudes and change the way Kekanese Aspenians are viewed by the public. If we want the ban on Jade repealed, then we need to demonstrate that Greenbones are law-abiding citizens in all other respects, which means taking steps to pull out of illegal activities. An expectant silence fell over the dining table. Take our grudge halls, for example. Before my Da passed away, we discussed implementing new rules. No more cockfighting or illegal gambling, and no more clean-bladed dueling. Nothing that will give the police an excuse to raid our properties. A murmur of incredulity rose from the out-of-town Greenbones.
What's the point of even having the grudge halls without those things?
Exclaimed Hasho Baku, the Greenbone leader from Evenfield.
People are gonna duel no matter what you say. They'll just do it somewhere else, and be even more likely to be caught.
Fatal duels are the main problem, Corey said. The law doesn't recognize clean blades, so if there are deaths or serious injuries, we expose ourselves to police scrutiny and criminal charges. We can find a way to allow people to settle issues of honor in a manner that's more legally acceptable. The grudge halls can continue to be centers of social life without violence. Sammy spoke up.
On the whole, we've been successfully holding our own against the crews. So successful, in fact, that there are areas of the country where we've pushed them out, but instead of making those neighborhoods safe for everyone, it's Kekanese gangsters who have taken over the drug dealing, prostitution, extortion, and racketeering.
No one was looking directly at John Remy, but it was obvious who Sammy was referring to.
Every time a Kekanese man gets arrested or imprisoned for a serious crime while wearing Jade, it reinforces negative stereotypes. As Greenbones, we need to enforce stricter standards about who we train and allow to be green, and what activities we shouldn't tolerate.
John Remy snorted. The sound was loud enough to be heard from the other end of the table.
And who's gonna say what is or isn't allowed? You?
He turned his gaze on Hilo and Andon and crossed his tattooed arms.
Or will the great No-Peak clan decide for us?
As a lawyer who's worked on dozens of these cases, Corey responded, I can tell you that a person charged with jade possession who isn't engaged in any other offense and has no prior criminal record might be convicted of a minor offense that carries a 1 or 2 year sentence. We're almost always able to get prison time suspended in favor of a fine and community service. On the other hand, if someone is wearing jade when they're arrested for selling drugs, running a protection racket, or committing assault or murder, that's an aggravating factor, and we're looking at felony crimes and life sentences. Migu's son, the older Greenbone who had come from Adamant Capita, cleared his throat and began to speak in a quiet, thoughtful voice.
I grew up in a deitist family, and was always taught that the gods left Jade on Earth as a test for us mortals. If they gave us back some of the power of heaven, how would we use it? Would we wield that power over others and use it for evil? Or would we work for the common good and protect the weak? I grew up hearing of legendary Jade warrior heroes and cheering the resistance fighters of the One Mountain Society. But when Jade was brought to these shores from the old country, it was corrupted by Aspenian culture. Now young people see it as simply a way to get what they want. Many of them use shine and other drugs, and they don't train in the Jade disciplines like they used to. Dauglosen was a wise and influential man, and all his life he lived modestly and relied on the counsel of his wife and trusted friends. He only wanted us all to live better lives in this country.
Migu turned to Sana and Corey and said,
If we have to change the grudge halls, so be it. Let the crews have the illegal businesses. If we don't stop our own people from getting into drugs and crime, Green Bones will end up in prison and our Jade in the hands of the government. And in the end, we'll be just like the Barukan in Shatar, with no real prospects. Migu stood up, turned to Hilo and saluted him deeply. Kaul, Chen, your clan has already accomplished a great deal here. If you say you'll support us, surely anything is possible. May the gods shine favor on No Peak, for the sake of all Kekanese. Remy barked a laugh as harsh as a gunshot. You old fool! You think the No Peak clan is running ads and lobbying politicians for our sake? He shook his head, smirking at Migu's son. The clans in Kakon don't give a shit about any of us. The Kauls only want to grow their business empire, and they want us, the Kespis, that they don't even think of as real green bones, to fall into line and behave ourselves. So there's nothing to dirty the shiny image they show the Espenian government and the companies they work with. They expect us to take orders from them like their fingers. Next, they'll suggest we give up our Jade altogether. No one can ask that of anyone. Hilo's words cut the air as sharply as Remy's laugh. The attention in the room snapped toward him. No Peak has many business interests in Espenia, it's true, and we want to grow and protect them. That's no surprise to anyone. We bring money and jobs and Jade, so you benefit as much as we do. Hilo's steady gaze settled on Remy, and the reminder hung between them. Many years ago, I told Dauk Losen that if we worked together, we Kekanese would become more powerful in this country than the crews. Now, I'm telling all of you the same thing. The Dauks are right. The biggest threat to you isn't the crews anymore. It's your lower status here that's a hardship. If you want to stop hiding your Jade, then you have to stop doing things with it that need to be hidden. You expect me to swallow that hypocritical bullshit? Remy pointed at Hilo. The clans in Janloon collect tribute. Why shouldn't I do the same in Restville? Tribute! Sana exclaimed with indignation. Do you think you're a fist? Have you sworn oaths to a clan? Will you help a tributary business owner by accepting his son into a martial school, or extending him a loan to expand his store, or paying him if a typhoon hits his house? No, you think the way the crews think, only taking and never giving. That's not how we'll ever succeed in this country. Remy sat back in his chair and spread his arms arrogantly, indicating his expensive clothes and the trio of tough-looking young bodyguards standing behind him. Then I guess we have different definitions of success. Remy's men laughed. They clapped their boss on the shoulder, and one of them stuck his tongue out at the room like a hyena, showing off his jade studs. Andon was astonished. Even in Espenia, he'd never seen Greenbones act so improperly in front of senior warriors, much less the pillar. Sammy and Todd tensed as a warning murmur began to rise from the other men along the walls. Hilo remained motionless. Corey stood up and spread his hands in a placating gesture to the room. Take it easy, everyone. Nothing is going to change overnight. We all know the situation in Restville is different from Port Massey. He spoke amenably, a peacemaker seeking a middle ground. Andon stifled a grimace at the weakness of it, the un-Greenbone-like retreat. Look, John, if you have no interest in being involved in the association, that's fine, Corey said. But we're asking you, for your own good as well as ours, to think ahead. Start taking steps to pull out of the riskiest businesses and activities. If you need any legal counsel about how to go legitimate, Remy rose from his seat, hands on the table. I don't need your help, Crumb. I don't answer to any community association, and I sure as fuck don't take orders from no peak. He turned his head to the pillar. There were not many men who could match Kaul Hilo's stare, but John Remy was one of them. How many people have you killed or ordered to be killed? But you're telling me I've got to behave? Your clan's got office towers and vaults of money and a whole fucking island full of jade, but you've got the gall to tell me and my boys not to eat. You sponsor people to come here from John Loon, clan stooges who take up college spots and jobs and who send the money they make back to Kakon. But you want those of us who've clawed tooth and nail for our fair share in this country to walk away from our hard-won livelihoods and let the crews come back in and snap it all up. Remy's nostrils flared, and his crudely handsome features darkened with dangerous resentment. You agreed that I could have Resville. So long as I kept your enemies out, you'd leave me to run things my way. Well, I've done what you asked, and now you're stepping on me? You old country keks think you're better than the rest of us? No. You owe me, Kaul. Andon was sitting close enough to Hilo to feel his cousin's jade aura ripple and sharpen like the end of a whip. The pillar said, in a soft voice, I owe you nothing. You're not a tributary clan. You're not a lantern man. You're not even a friend, because a friend wouldn't speak in such a way, even in disagreement. We had an arrangement. It made you a rich and powerful man. It's only out of respect for our past alliance that I'm not going to take offense at the things you've said. I came to pay my respects to Dauk Losen, let the gods recognize him, and to support his family and successors. I brought none of my fists or fingers with me. Look around the room. It's your fellow Greenbones that are asking you to change in a way that may be hard at first, but that everyone agrees will be better in the long run. Remy stood to his full height. The tattoo of the black skull with the snakes coming out of its eye sockets seemed to stretch its deathly grin as he swung his pale sport jacket off the back of his chair and over his shoulder. I don't give a shit about the tiny chance of jade being legalized, or No Peak's investments. I respected Dauk while he was alive, but we've got our own territories now, and our own ways of handling things. I don't have a problem with anyone in this room, so long as we mind our own businesses and leave each other to eat well. Do whatever you want in Port Massey, but I'll run Resville my own way. The bad Kek jerked his head to his men, and the snakeheads walked out of the meeting. No one spoke or tried to stop them as they shouldered past the other Greenbones in the room, smirking beneath their sunglasses as they exited the house. An uncomfortable silence hung in their wake. Reluctantly, Hasho Baku stood as well. John spoke too bluntly and rudely, he said, but I agree with him. I think the chances of repealing the laws against Jade are too small to be worth the effort of creating this association, and the changes you propose will only create division between Greenbones. He saluted Dauksana and Kaul Hilo. I respect your intentions, and I won't stand in your way. But I think it would be best if we all returned to our own cities and not try to dictate what other Greenbones do. That way, we can all remain friends. He nodded to everyone else around the table, then departed the house with his own men. Corey expelled a loud breath. He scrubbed a hand through his hair and slumped back in his chair with a rueful frown. Well, that could have gone better. We knew there would be holdouts, Todd said. The rest of us are with you, Corey. Migu-san said, I'll speak privately to Hasho later. I believe he'll come around if he starts to see that what we're hoping for can be accomplished. At least we know he won't oppose us or cause trouble, and his people in Evenfield can be counted on to be discreet with their jade. As for Remy, the old Greenbone sighed. I'll talk to some people that I know in Restville. Maybe they can bring him back to the table.
Andon had remained silent during the vociferous exchange, as Hilo would have expected him to, but he felt a little hot and sick, as he had after walking out of the Blue Olive nightclub. John Remy can't be persuaded to give up any of his power.
Andy's right, Hilo said. It's too bad that Remy was born on this side of the ocean. A man like that, who stands up for himself and can command others. Maybe if he'd been raised and trained as a proper Greenbone, he could have been a good fist. But fate makes us who we are and can't be changed. At the tone of finality in Hilo's voice, Daoxana sucked in a breath. She left her seat and lowered herself next to Hilo's chair.
Kaul Chen, she said anxiously, there's no excuse for Remy's rudeness to you as a visitor, much less a pillar. No one could blame you if you took offense and felt the need to respond. But for the sake of peace, and on account of the friendship you've shown to our family, please let those of us here in Espenia handle it, as it's our problem.
She pressed Hilo's hand.
And if we can't, then we'll disavow all of those Greenbones in Restville and work with the police to stop them.
Migu-san nodded solemnly, but the younger Greenbones in the room looked a little stunned. It hadn't occurred to them as quickly as it had to Daoxana that Hilo might respond to Remy's insults with swift retaliation. The widow was begging the pillar to stay his hand. If No Peak sent its fists into Restville to kill Remy and go to war with his gang, it would surely attract more negative attention from the police and the public. For a powerful Janloon clan to murder Espenian citizens, even criminals like the Snakeheads, would undermine the influence of the Kekanese Association of Espenia in its crucial formative stages. Remy might even be expecting an attack now, Andon thought. He might be eager for a chance to go up against Old Country Greenbones and grow his own reputation. Hilo was silent for a moment. Then he took Daoxana's hands and stood, smiling as he pulled her up with him. No Peak has people and businesses in Espenia, but this isn't our country. As a guest, I wouldn't want to do anything that creates trouble for my friends or goes against the goals we share. Hilo spoke to everyone in the room. No Peak will stay out of Restville, as we have so far. You have my word as pillar. Sana's shoulders came down in relief.
Thank you, Kaul Chen.
She touched her clasped hands to her forehead.
I only wish Lo-sensei were here to thank you as well.
The meeting ended on that somber note. The other Greenbones broke apart to converse in small groups in the foyer and kitchen. Hilo and Andon offered their final condolences to Sana and Cory, accepted respectful salutes and well wishes for safe travel, and took their leave. In the taxi on the way back to the Crestwood Hotel, Hilo sat back and tapped out a cigarette, the last one in the box. He rolled it between his fingers, but didn't light it. You were quiet back there, Andy, and you're being quiet now. Andon said, You told me yesterday not to make my opinions so obvious. You're bothered by Remy, Hilo inferred. Was what happened today a surprise? No, but just because it's an unsurprising problem doesn't mean it's not still a problem. Hilo grinned and reached across the seat to shove his cousin's shoulder affectionately. You would have been a great fist, Andy. I know that's all in the past, so don't take it the wrong way. I'm only saying it as a compliment. He turned serious again. Remy Jonjunin is like a crew boss with a Kekanese face. I thought there was a chance he would compromise to stay on good terms with the people in that room, but it's obvious he doesn't believe he needs us or anyone in Port Massey anymore. Why are you taking his insults so personally?
We made Remy, Andon exclaimed. We gave him the money and Jade that he used to become the bad Kek of Restville. I was the one who spoke for the clan and gave him free rein in that city. So it's my fault that he's now a problem for us.
Hilo put the unlit cigarette into his mouth. I trusted you to make the right decision at the time, and you did. What was good for us then is bad for us now, but that's the way things happen sometimes. Your Port Massey friends are asking us to trust them to deal with the bad Kek. That's just as well. We have to keep our attention at home, fighting the clanless.
Andon gave the pillar a skeptical look. Hilo-chan, he said. Corey, Todd, Sammy, I like all of them. They're good people who care about their community and what it means to wear Jade. I want their association to succeed, but they're not a clan. They're green in their own way, but not in the way that's needed to go up against someone with no morals like John Remy.
The taxi pulled up to the front of the Crestwood Hotel, and they got out. Hilo drew his coat around his neck and paused outside the hotel's revolving doors. Give it some time, Andy. Yesterday I told you Remy was our ally until I said otherwise. He fingered his lighter, then reluctantly placed the lone cigarette back into its box. Now, I'm saying otherwise. Chapter 31. Disappointment. Kaul Nikoyan lay on his back in the girl's apartment, watching the light from the silenced television screen flicker off the ceiling. The girl, Mira, was still gamely mouthing his cock, but they'd had sex already, and his mind was elsewhere. The sun had gone down. He glanced at the clock on the bedside table. In an hour, he would be expected to report to Lotjin, who would assign him to his duties for the night ahead. Nico knew his uncle would disapprove of how he'd spent the afternoon. No getting laid before work, not on the greener side of the clan, Hilo would say, echoing commonly held Jade warrior wisdom. Good fists and fingers did not go out into the street relaxed and unalert. They set out as sharp as wolves that had not yet eaten. Nico didn't believe in old adages, and his uncle already found fault with him on a number of fronts, so why should one additional failing matter? Besides, although there might be an opportunity to exercise force tonight, perhaps even confiscate some illegally worn jade, he didn't expect to face anything too dangerous. There'd never been any question that Nico would become a finger in the clan, but the pillar had instructed Juen Nu not to coddle him. He was to be given the same amount of work, risk, and expectation of discipline as any new greenbone. Juen Nu, however, would be retiring this year. The pillar had already given his permission. Lotjin was the leading candidate to become the next Horn, but until the promotion was official, Nico doubted the First Fist would risk his standing with the Kaul family by allowing the heir of the clan to come to any real harm under his supervision.
Do you want to order in anything to eat?
Nico asked, as a way to get the girl to give up on trying to arouse him again. Mira pushed her hair back and flopped down next to him, her lipstick smeared. She was pretty, but other pretty girls had tried to capture Nico's attention before. He'd been 16 years old when a girl had first offered herself to him in a dark corner of the garden on his family's estate during a clan New Year's party. He hadn't felt comfortable taking the opportunity that time, or the next, but his curiosity had finally gotten the better of him, and he'd since been with a few girls, to varying degrees of satisfaction.
We can order in if you want, Mira said, but I'd rather go out, wouldn't you?
I'm not that hungry, and I can eat later.
I just thought maybe you'd want something." "The only thing I have an appetite for is you," Mira sighed, draping her arm across his chest and laying her head on his shoulder. She sounded so dreamy that Nico suppressed a wince. At age 20, he was already cynical about relationships. Mira was only the latest young hopeful vying to win the heart of the firstborn son of the Kaul family and marry into the leadership of the No Peak clan. Nico blamed his parents. Everyone knew the romantic history of the young Kaul Hiloshudan, falling in love with a Stone Eye girl and elevating the formerly disgraced Make family to the top of the clan. A few years ago, a cable network had tried to make a saccharine television movie out of the story before the weatherman's office had intervened and shut it down. Even the tragic fate of Nico's uncles, Kane and Tar, had not significantly dimmed the tale, perhaps because Kaul Make Wen played a far more visible role as the wife of the pillar than any of her predecessors. "I like spending time with you. You're a sweet girl," Nico said. Mira stiffened at his patronizing kindness. "I'm not sweet. I'm the youngest of 4 and my parents couldn't afford to send a girl to the academy, but that doesn't mean I'm a delicate flower. My brothers have dueled. My older sister's a lantern man. My family's middle class, but we're green." "I never said anything against your family." Nico turned over and lay on his stomach. The pressure of the bed against his back was becoming uncomfortable against his itching, healing skin. Mira sat up and turned off the television. She drew her legs up and looked down at him with silent, intense frustration, as if having discovered the jigsaw puzzle she was working on was missing a piece. Girls were certain that underneath Nico's reserved demeanor there lurked a hot-blooded, passionate young horn in the making, and were at a loss when they couldn't find that person. Mira touched the tips of her fingers to the welts on his back and shoulders. "What happened?" "I was whipped. What do you think?" he muttered into the pillow. "Your father whipped you?" She sounded surprised, almost pleased, that the eldest son of the pillar could be whipped for misbehaving, like any ordinary youth. "He's my uncle, not my father," Nico corrected her. "And he whipped me for not behaving like a proper green bone." Mira trailed her fingers up the back of his neck. "You seem like a proper green bone to me," she cooed, lightly touching the necklace resting against his skin. It was an intimate, daring gesture. There were green bone men who didn't even let their wives touch their jade. Nico's necklace had belonged to his father, his real father, Kaul Lan, a man he'd heard much about and never known. There were 6 jade beads on the chain. The others had been removed and safely stored away. They would be added back, his parents said, once he earned them. Nico propped his chin onto his folded arms. "What is a proper green bone anyway? Everyone seems to know what it isn't, yet it's something we don't bother to explain. We take it for granted that we can recognize greenness when we see it. But can we? Really? People take one look at my face, my name, and my jade, and they think they know me." Nico chuckled absently and without much humor, then fell silent for some time. "You know what I think?" he mused out loud. "I think all they're seeing is a shell. A bright, green, empty shell." Nico had been speaking mostly to himself and didn't expect the girl to respond, but after a couple of minutes, he noticed she'd gone quiet. Mira hadn't moved away from him on the bed, but her ardor had evaporated. She seemed closed off now, withdrawn. Nico felt a crawl of irritation, then relief. He rolled away from her on the bed and got up. He began dressing, pulling on his pants, buttoning his shirt, strapping his talon knife to his belt, and securing his pistol in a shoulder holster. Before he left the room, he sat down on the edge of the bed and placed a gentle kiss on Mira's cheek. She didn't move away, but she didn't tilt her face toward him with the expectation of anything more. "I meant what I said. I enjoy spending time with you, Nico said. Sorry if I ended up being a disappointment. He stood and left the room. The incident that had caused Nico's uncle to punish him so severely had started out innocuously enough the previous week in the Pig and Pig pub as a bet between fingers over some unimportant thing, perhaps relay ball. The loser of the bet, a young man named Kitu, took offense at something Nico said and offered to settle the disagreement with a physical contest. Nico, who'd been nursing a cold all week, declined more rudely than he'd intended by saying he thought the other boy wasn't worth his time. Kitu offered a clean blade. As far as duels went, this one was fairly typical, with no real personal grudges involved. No one expected either of the combatants would try to kill the other, although of course, because the winner would claim the loser's jade, the stakes were still serious. All the other people in the pub began clearing space between the tables for the contest to happen. Nico remained seated. Kitu, you don't want to duel me. You'll lose. This was not in fact a foregone conclusion. Kitu's family was not well off, but he was of respectable account as a fighter, and the jade he wore as a second-rank finger had been won, not inherited. Kaul Nico, in comparison, was naturally talented, and his family employed a bevy of personal coaches, but within the clan people quietly said he didn't put in the effort to be at the level one would expect from a Kaul. Even if Kitu lost the duel, he would gain regard simply for having had the thick blood to challenge the first son of the Kaul family, and if he made an especially good showing, he would be taken more seriously, and others might measure him to be worth a future contest. Kitu said, impatiently, Are you going to get up or not? Nico said, I fought a duel a month ago, KK. That duel had been closer than Nico would have liked to admit, and had nearly broken his jaw. I don't feel like it tonight. The refusal surprised and disappointed everyone, Kitu most of all. Young Greenbones intending to advance on the military side of the clan looked for opportunities to duel, and it was poor form to refuse a clean blade, so long as it was sincerely offered and there wasn't some extenuating circumstance. If you're too drunk or lazy right now, I'll meet you tomorrow at noon, Kitu said, and waited for the other man to name the place and weapon of choice. Are you that eager to get your ass kicked and lose your jade? Nico spoke indifferently, but he was filled with a sudden, ferocious resentment. It wasn't that he disdained Kitu's skill, or was afraid to face him. He'd come to the Pig and Pig to relax, and didn't see why he had to upend his evening simply because someone wanted the chance to make a name for himself. And he was galled by how quickly even his own friends had jumped up to move chairs and tables, expecting him to duel at the drop of a pin. Nico took out the car keys from his jacket pocket and held them up. He was indeed slightly inebriated, but not so much that he wasn't able to think clearly or had a strong enough excuse not to accept the challenge. Kitu, you know what you need more than a broken face? A new car. That piece of junk you drive has got to be 20 years old. Isn't it your ma's old two-door Tezo? Nico jangled the keys. I'll tell you what, he said. You can have a clean-bladed duel, or you can have my car. It's a Rowolf SX Coupe, only 2 years old. My parents gave it to me when I graduated from the academy. It's sitting out in the parking lot right now. He tossed the car keys onto the table. They skidded a little and came to rest between the two young men. The entire pub had gone silent. Kitu looked from Nico to the keys and back again. You're joking. Nico shrugged and gestured at the keys. Take them, he said. We'll agree I've paid for insulting you, and you'll get a piece of Kaul property without any blood loss or broken bones. One of Nico's friends said, uncomfortably, Nico-Jen, are you sure you want to do this? I mean, it doesn't seem right. Why don't you wait until tomorrow and see if you're both ready to fight the duel then? Several others murmured agreement. No one was sure if what Nico was doing went against Aisho per se, but it certainly was not in accordance with dueling custom of any sort. Nico said, "What's your decision, Kitu?" Kitu's face went through a series of contortions. His brows drew together, his nose wrinkled, his lips twitched and twisted. He picked up the car keys and stood there tense for several seconds, expecting Nico to laugh at him for taking the joke seriously and then demand his car keys back. When this didn't happen, he seemed unable to put the keys back down on the table. It was true what Nico had said, that Kitu's mother's old car was on its last legs, and he didn't have the money for a new one. And it was also true that the outcome of any duel was uncertain. He might be injured or lose his Jade, or even be killed. He'd been willing to take the risk, but now he was not so sure. He had a feeling that he was being toyed with, but he was not sure what to do about it. Kitu backed away slowly, his eyes still on Nico, and his Jade aura taut with incredulity. He backed up all the way to the door of the pub and exited the building. A minute later, everyone in the unnaturally quiet room heard Nico's Rowolf start up and drive away. A fit of laughter broke out then, less in mirth or amusement than disbelief and discomfort. Everyone felt as if Nico had somehow beaten and humiliated Kitu, even though he'd given him an expensive car. But it had reflected badly on Nico as well, had shown him to be cruel in a very strange way. It was as if a man had stopped beside a homeless person and offered him 1,000 yen to bark like a dog, and the poor bastard had done it. By the time Nico got home that night, his uncle had heard of what happened. Word must have reached one of the clan's fists, who had told the horn, who had called the pillar.
"What on earth is wrong with you?" Hilo demanded. "That boy challenged you fairly. It was bad enough that you refused to duel, but you made him and yourself look like idiots."
Perhaps he expected Nico to say something, to defend himself, to act contrite or defiant, but Nico only stood there silently. Hilo lost his temper entirely.
"You're a Kaul! You're the pillar's son! Your father and your grandfather are curled up with shame in their goddamned graves right now! Your mother and I didn't raise you to act so disgracefully."
"I didn't feel like fighting tonight," Nico grumbled. "I have a cold."
"If you felt too sick to defend your own Jade, maybe you shouldn't have gone out in the first place," Hilo shouted.
They were shut in the pillar's study, but everyone in the house, and possibly the entire estate, could hear him.
"No one is going to blame you for putting off a duel for a few days if you're getting over some bug. Instead, everyone is talking about how you gave away your car to avoid a challenge. How can you even call yourself a Green Bone?"
Nico watched his uncle struggle to come up with what sort of punishment would be adequate for such a failure of good sense. In the end, he made Nico strip off his shirt and kneel to receive 12 lashes with a wooden rod. From now on, Nico would be required to do 2 extra training sessions each week with private coaches, and Hilo would be attending the lessons once a month to gauge his nephew's martial development for himself. Also, Nico was cut off from family funds until he earned some more Jade for himself in a respectable way, and of course, he would not be getting a new car. Nico left the room wincing from the welts on his back and stewing under a bitterly dark cloud. Rue had been waiting outside of the room to ask his father something, but after listening to his brother being censured so grievously, he decided against entering the study and went to the fridge to get Nico some ice for his injuries. Jaya, who was home from the academy over the Spring Blossom long weekend, looked up briefly from the video game she was playing to say, "So you really fucked up, huh?" In Nico's opinion, what was fucked up was that no one thought what he'd done was preferable or even acceptable. Kitu did need a new car. Nico had willingly given his away as compensation for not providing the other man with the duel he wanted at that moment. What exactly, Nico fumed, was the problem. What use was all of his family's power and wealth if it didn't give him the freedom to do as he wished with his own time and property? Of all the people in the world who wore jade, only Greenbones were expected to abide by strict rules that didn't even make sense. Kitu's father brought the Rowolf SX coupe back to the Kaul estate the next day, with his shamefaced son in tow. The pillar assured them that their profuse apologies were unnecessary. Nico, he explained, had been drunk and taken a joke too far. He certainly hadn't meant to embarrass Kitu or his family. Young men do stupid things sometimes, Hilo had sighed in commiseration with Kitu's father. After leaving Mira's apartment, Nico reported to Lotjin at the Plum Bun, a bakery in the Forge owned by a lantern man of the clan. Between the time it closed to customers in the afternoon and when the bakers came to work in the early hours of the following morning, the bakery was a meeting location, one of dozens throughout the city where fists could convene with their fingers. Nico wished he'd eaten something at Mira's after all. The pervasive scent of bread and sweet cakes made his mouth water. Two of Lot's other Greenbones were already there when Nico arrived. Kenjo was dark and compact, and an expert when it came to guns and cars. Like Nico, he was a first-rank finger and would soon be up for promotion to fist. Sim was 2.5 months out of the academy with 3 stones of graduation jade and the twitchy, puffed-up energy of a gamecock at its first fight. Nico expected the 3 of them would be assigned to patrol the Forge, where there'd been a recent spate of violence between Yuiwan and Barukan youth street gangs. To his surprise, Lotjin said, "I hope you're all hungry to wet your blades tonight. We're acting on a tip about a couple of arms smugglers who sold 100 military-grade Ankev rifles to the clanless future movement before the Janloon bombing. The information came from one of our white rats, but it leads into the stump, and there are outstanding arrest warrants. So, it's a 3-ring. They all groaned. A 3-ring had become the colloquial term on the military side of the clan for a situation requiring the involvement of both the No Peak and Mountain clans, as well as the Janloon police. In the relentless campaign to root out and destroy anti-clan elements, 3-ring operations had become common. Greenbones hated them. The clans traditionally exercised control over their own districts and kept out of each other's territory. It was a time-honored tactic for criminals to escape across territorial borders to evade Greenbones, and an equally long-standing tradition for fists and fingers to exchange information and favors with counterparts in rival clans, even during war, even when their leaders were mortal enemies. An arsonist who set fire to a mountain property would be caught by No Peak and handed over in exchange for a shine dealer who plied his trade in coin wash, but had escaped to Fishtown. The Janloon police handled everything that fell below clan notice: petty crime, the average murder or armed robbery, traffic infractions, and were grudgingly accustomed to working under the influence of both major clans, as well as cleaning up after them. Everyone liked it that way, even the criminals. After the Janloon bombing, however, the eradication of anti-clan extremism became the top national priority. The clanless future movement's armed uprising had been dramatic and frightening, but swiftly crushed. The Royal Council promptly banned the terrorist group and urged the clans and the police to coordinate their efforts to a far greater extent than before. Nico's family would never see Aitmata as anything but the bitterest enemy, and on a national and international level, the contest for jade, business, and political power continued unabated between the Mountain and No Peak. But the streets of Janloon were the domain of the Horn. Juen Nu and Aben Soro were pragmatic men, loyal to their clans but not members of the Kaul and Ait families. Decades of clan rivalry, while not set aside, were relegated below the need for day-to-day cooperation against the threat of clanless agitators. the efforts were paying off. In recent years, thousands of CFM members and supporters had been arrested or killed. No one liked Three Rings, but it seemed they were here to stay. Lotjin passed around several black and white photographs of the two arms dealers walking down the street, entering or exiting buildings, talking to people. Take a good look. Tonight they're making a sale out of a hideout on Banya Street. We're going in with 3 of the mountains people. Nico was the last to study the photographs. One of the arms dealers was Kekanese, the other was an Yuiwan. Banya Street was in the middle of a crowded Yuiwan immigrant neighborhood in the stump. As if reading Nico's thoughts, or merely perceiving his unease, Lot cautioned them all. It's on unfamiliar turf for us, and there'll be a lot of people around. If we fuck up, it means problems between Juenjen and Abenjen. That means problems for me, which means problems for you. If there's a mess, let the mountain handle it. It's their territory. Lot flicked open a lighter and burned the photographs. They would need to identify the targets from memory and ensure they were captured or killed. Simply handing the photos to the mountain and trusting them to do the deed was out of the question. Information gleaned from the images, when and where they were taken, at what angle, from what distance, might compromise the identity of a valuable white rat, one the mountain would happily find and kill if they could, since the spy was no doubt also providing information to No Peak about the mountain's activities. They drove in Lot's savagely beautiful red Lumeza FT Scorpion and parked near the fish head, the oddly shaped intersection of Way Street and Magnolia Avenue that sat on the clan border between the poor neighborhoods of Coinwash and Fishtown. The men got out of the car and waited. The city had been damp with northern sweat all week, but earlier in the evening the clouds had dissolved and it didn't look as if it would rain further. Nico scratched at his itching back. Sim came up to him. Nico-Jen, I was wondering... He rubbed the side of his acne-scarred face nervously. My little niece, the one who's been in the hospital? Her birthday is coming up. She's a huge John Loon Spirits Relay Ball fan, and I know that the clan has stadium boxes. I was told that you have to be second-ranked fist or above to get on the wait list, but do you think there's any chance, if it's no trouble? Nico shrugged. I can ask my uncle. Maybe there's room to squeeze a couple more people into the box at the next game. Sim's face split in a huge grin. It would mean heaven and earth to her. I'd be eternally grateful if the pillar made an exception. Of course, I understand if it's not possible. He touched his forehead. Thank you, Nico-Jen. It occurred to Nico minutes later that he should have asked Sim his niece's name, how old she was, how long she'd been a relay ball fan. Get to know his fellow fingers, the men he fought alongside, who might one day save his life, or rise to be his most dependable fists when he became pillar. His uncle wouldn't have even had to think about it. It was Kaul Hilo's great talent. He could have a single ordinary conversation with a man and make him loyal for life. Nico's mother would not only ask the name of Sim's niece, she would remember her birthday and send her a John Loon Spirits jersey the following year. Both Rue and Jaya would have easily come up with something more to say. Such behavior did not come naturally to Nico. The tending of relationships and influence, the leading of men. Much of the time, he preferred to be alone, and he especially disliked being forced into the social spotlight. He didn't extend or accept trust easily. He had close friends such as the Juen twins and his cousin, Make Cam, and he didn't think of himself as unfriendly, but many of the classmates and fellow fingers who'd tried to get close to him over the years had found the task difficult. Mira was only the latest example. A few days after Nico had been punished for failing to duel Kitu, the pillar had taken him out for breakfast, just the two of them. Hilo had cooled down by then and wanted to talk. Nico-say, he sighed, I'm hard on you only because I love you.
When the time comes for you to lead the clan, I want you to be well prepared, much more than I was. Everything you do now, even as a finger, is a bit of a picture you're filling in about yourself and the family." Nico hadn't pointed out to his uncle that it seemed the picture was already very much filled in, and his job was to fit himself into it. Sometimes, to his shame, he even envied Rue for being a Stone Eye and Jaya for being a girl. At least they had other options. He didn't dare to admit these feelings to his uncle. Lotjin checked his watch and scowled. Anyone who worked under Juen knew was accustomed to timeliness. Nico studied the First Fist, trying selfishly to figure out what made him exceptional, what had enabled him to climb above hundreds of other warriors in the clan. Jade ability was only part of the equation. Lot was certainly a strong greenbone, and his skill with throwing knives was legendary, but there were others of equal or greater martial prowess. Nor was Lot the most well-liked of the senior fists. At times he could be pessimistic and confrontational, scornful in his criticisms, and spare with praise. Yet something about him had attracted the Pillar's attention years ago. Nico tried to find the right word. Resolved. Lotjin seemed to have shaped himself around being a greenbone of the clan. Some people simply lived by following their natural inclinations. Others decided what they wished to be, and then made themselves that way. 3 metallic green Toroyo RP800 motorcycles drove through the Fishhead intersection and pulled up around the Lumeza. The lead Mountain Fist got off his bike and strode toward Lotjin. An unpleasant jolt of recognition stiffened Nico's spine as he straightened away from the car. It had been several years since he'd laid eyes on Ait Atosho in person, although he'd seen him on television a few times. In recent years, the man's good looks had settled, like a clay sculpture after firing. Lines of small jade studs pierced over both eyebrows drew attention to his heavy-lidded eyes. He wore a traditional fitted leather vest over a bold red shirt with jade cufflinks. Ait Ato was a picture of urban greenbone style. Nico had heard it said jokingly that every woman in the Mountain Clan was in love with Ait Ato. Sadly for them, Ait Mata had purportedly forbidden her 27-year-old nephew from dating until he completed his university degree, which he'd been working toward on a part-time basis for the past 6 years. "Lotjin," Ait Ato called out as he strolled toward them. "I'm told you'll soon be the Horn of No Peak." "That's for the Pillar to decide," the First Fist replied curtly. Lot's father had been murdered and beheaded by the Mountain many years ago. Necessity compelled Lot to work with greenbones on the other side, but he was never friendly toward anyone in the Mountain Clan. Ait Ato's gaze drifted past Lot and fell on Nico. "Kaul-jen!" Ait Ato's aura was at odds with his physical confidence, tight and wary, like a cloak worn over the shoulders. "Ait-jen?" Nico said. It was the first time the two of them had stood before each other and exchanged so much as a word. An odd hesitation stretched across the moment. Nico became acutely aware of the other jade auras around him, the pressure of them against his perception. He thought he ought to do or say something subtle but powerful in that instant, to show himself an equal to this rival he'd never met or asked for. Perhaps doing so would be easier if he could muster some personal hate for the man, instead of merely a vague resentment toward his existence. Instead, all Nico could think of was how obvious it was that he was the younger, less heavily jaded greenbone, not as well dressed, and merely a subordinate finger, not a leader with his own warriors. Ait Ato broke the awkwardness by introducing the other mountain greenbones who'd come up behind him. "This is Koben Ashi," he said, indicating the taller one, son of the late Koben Yiro, "and Sando Kin, another of his cousins, by marriage of his mother's sister." Lot made perfunctory introductions on the No Peak side,
then confirmed the details of the mission and officially asked for permission to enter mountain territory. Ait Otto granted it. He glanced at Nico. "Should we get going then?" The mountain greenbones got back onto their motorcycles and escorted the Lumeza into the stump. Lot glanced over at Nico as he drove, perhaps sensing the agitation in his aura.
"I didn't know it would be Ait Otto and the Kobans," said the First Fist.
"It doesn't matter," Nico said, too quickly. Lot frowned, though not without sympathy.
"You're right, it doesn't, so don't let it get to you. We're all on the same side tonight."
Nico decided this was his uncle's fault. Not the encounter with Ait Otto, but the fact that he was in this situation at all. The Pillar had ordered Juen and Lot to give him more opportunities to earn green and prove himself. Nico fingered his pistol and talon knife, then the jade beads around his throat. He hated surprises that forced him to react quickly. He liked to think about things by himself, sometimes for a long while, before making decisions. The address on Banya Street belonged to a pool hall, sandwiched between a barber shop and an adult video store. The name Tia Luia Nights blinked in red neon over darkened windows.
"Get ready,"
Lot said. Lot roared his sports car up to the front entrance, while Ait Otto and his cousins swerved their bikes into the narrow alley behind the rear doors. Immediately, 2 sentries posted on the sidewalk bolted into the pool hall like rabbits into a warren. The instant the no-peak men were out of the car, a volley of gunfire erupted from the front of the building, shattering the street-facing windows and sending bystanders screaming and running for cover. Nico fell to a crouch and launched an instinctive rising deflection. It overlapped with Kenjo's wave, and the interference set up a vertical blast of force that hurled bullets upward and tore clothes off the lines that stretched between balconies in the narrow confines of the avenue. A stray shot shattered one of the Lumeza's rear taillights.
"Sons of dog-fucking bitches!"
Lotjin unleashed a massive deflection that swept through the broken front windows, sending glass flying back into the pool hall in a maelstrom. Both of the visible shooters inside were knocked staggering. The First Fist strode across the sidewalk, whipping throwing knives one after the other, 6 of them, until the sheath strapped to the small of his back was empty. Nico and the other fingers rushed through the ruined front entry on Lot's heels. One gunman was already dead, a knife protruding from his throat, and another from his left eye socket. The other was lying on the ground, gurgling, hands clamped around the slim blade in his chest. Kenjo nudged his head over with a toe to get a closer look at his face, then put a bullet between his eyes. Neither of the men were the arms dealers from the photos. A dozen people were huddled against the walls or under the pool tables, including the bartender and 2 staff members. Their thick, sour fear crowded Nico's sense of perception and heightened his racing adrenaline, but no spikes of murderous intent shot through the thick haze. Sim shouted,
"Everyone stay where you are! Don't get in the way, and you won't be hurt!"
Kenjo tilted his head.
"In the back!" "Nico, take the lead,"
Lot ordered. Nico swallowed as he drew his talon knife and moved quickly but cautiously toward the rear of the building. His shoes crunched on broken glass. Lot was right behind him, Kenjo and Sim on either side, but he still felt like a student from the back of the classroom suddenly called up to the blackboard to face a question alone. The gems embedded in the hilt of his talon knife streamed hot, tense jade energy into his body. He could feel its bright currents swirling in his gut, thrumming up and down his arms and legs, swimming through his head. He held the energy coiled, ready to steal or deflect, to spring into motion with strength and lightness. Perception was Nico's weakest discipline, but he strained it forward and picked out 4 men waiting behind the closed door, their energies burning an alarming, murderous crimson. He tensed. This was it. Move.
A tremendous crashing noise exploded ahead of him. Nico launched himself forward and kicked the door open. It splintered under his strength. At first, all he could comprehend was a blur of fighting, gunfire, screaming, raging Jade auras. A man with a gun ran wild-eyed toward him. Before Nico could react, an exiting bullet opened a hole in the man's forehead, pitching him toward the floor. Lot shoved Nico aside with one arm, to protect him, or simply because he was in the way. The first fist swept the room with the other arm extended, his Onkev pistol raised and Jade aura blazing like a gasoline fire. Then he lowered his weapon and stepped inside. Nico pushed himself off the wall. The gunfire had fallen silent. The only sound that remained was an animal-like moaning from a man lying on the floor, clutching his stomach. 3 other men were on the ground, 2 of them dead. Ait Otto and his cousins were stalking through the room. Sando Kin was grimacing and clutching a bloodied arm, but his injury didn't seem serious. Through the rear door that the Kobans had torn from its hinges, a breeze from the alley outside flowed into the building and began to disperse the smell of gunpowder. Koben Ashi walked around the grisly scene, shrugged, and tossed a smirk at the staring no-peak greenbones. "Next time, we'll try to leave a few of them for you." Sim retorted, "We took out the trash in the front, you smug ass." But it wasn't said with venom, and both men laughed. Nico stood rooted in place, talon knife still in hand. The room contained stacked plastic supply bins, a water cooler, a fax machine, and a table with an open briefcase and several stacks of cash, with more bills scattered across the floor by the violence. 3 hard-sided metal cases sat on the ground. Lot pulled one of them onto the table and tore off the lock. Kenjo looked over Lot's shoulder and made a noise of appreciation. Cushioned inside the case were 2 Fullerton P1 carbines with spare magazines and ammunition. Ait Otto caught Nico's eye. "Kaul Jan," he said, gesturing at the prone men on the ground. "Would you be so good as to tell us which of these men we came here for?" Lot's eyes narrowed at the tone of polite condescension in Ait Otto's voice, but Nico ignored it. He took a close look, comparing the faces to the images he'd seen in the photographs. "Those 2, he said. One of their targets was already dead. He'd been hard to recognize at first, on account of his shaved head and part of his jaw having been blown away. The other dealer, the Yuiwan, was the gut-shot one flopping on the floor, his dark face contorted in agony. "Die screaming, you miserable whoreson curs," he wheezed, trying to sit up. "Fuck every last one of you all the way to hell." He cursed them in Yuiwan and Kekanese, spitting every profanity he knew in both languages as blood saturated his shirt and pants. Ait Otto edged his shiny black shoes away from the expanding pool on the concrete and motioned to his cousin, Koben Ashi, who bent down and opened the man's throat from behind with a talon knife. Ait Otto turned to Nico. "It's not so hard for us to work together after all. Who says we have to follow the examples of our elders?" The man's arresting eyes were guileless, though a touch of wary curiosity turned up the corners of his shapely mouth. Nico watched the man walk out of the building to meet the police, who'd arrived as instructed, right on time to avoid getting in the way during the fighting, but swiftly enough to secure the area, clean up the scene, and arrest any surviving accomplices. Reporters in news trucks arrived seconds later. They pressed in around the mountain greenbones, taking photographs and video footage of the confiscated money and weapons being handed over to the police. A few members of the media spotted the no-peak men exiting the pool hall and hurried toward them, eager to be the first to snap photographs of Kaul, Nico, and Ait Otto in the same image. Lotjin shot them a warning glare. "Not a chance," he snarled.
Unless you want to take it up with the Pillar of No Peak. That made them back off. Kaul was well known for being intolerant of the press following anyone in the family, especially Wen and Rue, for security reasons, but more generally because he thought they were leeches and disdained the Kobans for pandering to them. "Let's go," Lot ordered his fingers. "We're done here." Kenjo grumbled. "We found those crooks and the mountain takes all the credit? I don't think Ait-Ato even drew his weapon. What do we get out of it?" Lot turned on the finger with a black glare. "We kept those foreign arms dealers from putting Fullerton machine guns into the hands of clanless scum. That's what we get. Have you forgotten that extremists nearly killed the Pillar and still want to destroy the country? We helped the mountain and the stump today, so Aben Soro will do the same for us in one of our territories in the future. Do you remember what it means to be a greenbone? Or do you think we're out here to get on television?" Kenjo dropped his gaze, chastised. "Forgive me for thinking so selfishly, Lot-Jen." Lot spoke to Nico with blunt reassurance. "Don't worry about what happened back there. You'll have plenty of other chances, Nico." Nico wished Lot hadn't said anything, but now he knew it was true, that it hadn't only been in his head. Everyone really was waiting for him to distinguish himself, to make as much of an impression as Ait-Ato. Tonight might have been that night, a moment to repair his reputation after the incident with Kitu, but it hadn't turned out that way. 3 other mountain greenbones had arrived to help the Kobans, who were rounding up half a dozen civilians. 4 men and 2 women were kneeling on the glass-strewn sidewalk in front of the ruined Tia Luia Knights pool hall. The bartender and 2 staff members were among them. Some of the people in the line were weeping or pleading with the greenbones. Others were quiet and resigned, heads bowed. Sando Kin, his wounded arm roughly bandaged, emerged from the neighboring barber shop and deposited the protesting barber on the ground, next to the others. Ait-Ato broke off talking to the press, but glanced over his shoulder to make sure they kept watching him as he walked down the row of kneeling Yuiwans. Ato looked at each frightened face with concern and disappointment. At last, he stopped and declared in a loud, clear voice, "You all worked in the pool hall or in the neighboring shops. You knew the men we came for tonight were criminals and enemies of the clan. If you deny it, every greenbone here will perceive your lies." An interpreter supplied by the police department translated the fist's words into Yuiwan through a bullhorn, so all the nearby residents and bystanders could hear. "You could have gone to any finger with this information, but you chose to shelter those clanless dogs in your neighborhood. You're not in the lawless Yuiwa Islands anymore, where there are no consequences to your actions." Lot muttered under his breath, "Here we go with the drama." He walked back toward the Lumeza, examined the broken taillight, and spat on the ground in disgust. He got into the car. Sim and Kenjo followed. Extremist elements are like cancer cells in a body. They have to be identified and cut out. And those who feed the cancer have to be held to account. Otto must have received extensive speech training, because he was nearly as good an orator as his Aunt Mata. His smooth face was serious and determined. Every eye and camera followed him hungrily. Earlier in the evening, Nico had wished he could muster more personal dislike for the man. Now he found it easier to do so. "If I committed an offense against my clan, I'd cut off my ear and carry that disgraceful scar with me for the rest of my life," Otto went on. "Anyone who supports anti-clan activities, through action or inaction, should face their neighbors every day with the shame of their wrongdoing, so they're always reminded of the need to better themselves." Koben Ashi held a short steel pipe. As the police translator repeated Ait-Ato's words in Yuiwan, Coben started up a butane torch and held the end of the pipe in the flame until the metal glowed red. Sando Kin held down the wide-eyed, struggling owner of the barber shop as Coben pressed the end of the hot pipe to the man's cheek. The barber shrieked loud enough to waken the dead. The nauseating smell of scorched flesh hit Nico's nostrils. When Sando released the man, he dropped to the sidewalk, curled in pain. A perfect circle burned into the side of his face. Koben Ashi reheated the end of the pipe with the torch and moved on to the next person. Nico opened the passenger side door and got into the Lumeza. Lotjin's knuckles were white around the steering wheel, and his face was a stiff mask. The first fist was a fierce fighter, but the sight of cruelty against helpless creatures could set him off. Nico had heard a rumor that Lot had once beaten a fellow fist for kicking a dog. Lot started the car and threw it into gear, then cursed as he was forced to edge slowly around all the other vehicles parked in the street. A few reporters from the news trucks jogged after the Lumeza. "Kaul Chen!" one of them called out to Nico. "Will your family follow the Mountain Clan's lead and brand clanless sympathizers caught in no-peak territories?"
"Don't answer that,"
Lot ordered Nico, finally clearing the jam and turning off Banya Street. He hit the gas, and they sped out of the stump, back toward no-peak turf.
"That goes for all of you. There are 4 people who can make public statements on behalf of the clan. The Pillar, the Weatherman, the Horn, and the Seal Giver. You're not any of them."
"Neither is Ait Otto," Nico observed. He was angry, but the feeling was indistinct and shapeless, sitting in the pit of his stomach, inside that green shell of himself, now filled with black doubt. Lotjin snorted.
"Ait Otto wears the Ait name like a crown, but he's the prince of the Koban family. Prince of a troop of monkeys."
Nico didn't say anything further, but he thought, in a jarring revelation,
"Yes, that's it. Ait Otto knows he's a prince."
Lotjin and Ait Otto had one important thing in common. They understood who they were supposed to be. Nico didn't feel that way about himself. He had too many questions. He saw too many things that made him uncertain. He didn't see how he was qualified to be the future pillar of No Peak for any reason other than bloodline, nor why he should feel compelled to accept that destiny when anyone with an ounce of logic would know that heredity was not enough. He often wondered what he was missing, what he didn't know, what other possibilities lay behind doors that had been summarily closed for him when he was too young to know they existed. Nico leaned his head against the window and watched the streets of Janloon pass by, filled with vague but intense curiosity and quiet, sullen despair. Chapter 32. Passages. The 19th year, 8th month. The Temple of Divine Return was full of people, almost all of them green bones of the Mountain Clan. All the cushions were already occupied. Shay slipped into the back row and knelt on the floor. She was wearing a broad summer hat and sunglasses, so the lower-ranked clan members kneeling nearest to her at the back of the sanctum didn't recognize her, and there were so many jade auras in the building that she expected one more to go unnoticed. Even so, across all the rows of heads, she caught sight of Ait Madashi at the very front. As her gaze landed on Ait's back, the pillar turned slowly over her shoulder to look into the crowd of faces behind her. Perhaps Shay only imagined that Ait had perceived her entrance, that with narrowed eyes she was trying to spot Shay in the shadowed corner of this room where they had faced each other so fatefully in times past. Ait's face was dusted white, and a white silk scarf was tied around her neck, hiding the ugly scar that Shay knew to be underneath. Ait Mada turned back toward the front and took up the chant of the penitents.
Shay whispered along with everyone else in the temple, reciting the scripture of Return's promise that virtuous souls would one day ascend to godliness and reunite with their divine kin in heaven. Perhaps she should not be here. She was not a member of the mountain or even a respectful outsider. She had not known or loved Now Suenzen. She'd been his enemy and would have sent him to the afterlife herself if given the chance during his tenure as Horn. Now Suen did not exemplify the 4 divine virtues of humility, compassion, courage, and goodness. He'd been the Ait family's most loyal and cunning assassin for 50 years. He'd slit the throats of Shatarian generals, of Ait Mada's brother Iodo, and all the men of the Ven family. And Shay was certain he'd murdered Chancellor Son tomorrow. After all that, he'd retired and succumbed not to the blade, but to respiratory illness at the age of 70, dying peacefully in his sleep, despite all the lives he'd ended so violently. Shay was not sure he deserved any prayers, but then again, she did not know who did. She prayed for the souls of men like her grandfather, and Yun Dorupan, and Make Kane, and surely if it were her or Hilo in the coffin, there would be people who would judge them no more deserving of the god's recognition than Now Suen. Even though Now had been her enemy, she could not forget the look in his aged eyes that afternoon in Andon's apartment as he held Ait Mada in his thin arms. Shay had never before seen Ait Mada bow in the temple, but now the pillar of the mountain touched her head to the ground, resting it there as the penitents raised their voices.
I hope you're in pain.
It gave Shay a certain savage pleasure to think that Ait could feel loss, that she could mourn the death of a friend. Otherwise, it wasn't fair. The scales could never be remotely balanced between them.
Let the gods recognize him,
she echoed in a murmur. And why shouldn't they? On the day of the return, the gods would never be able to sort the deserving from the undeserving without breaking apart families. They should recognize everyone, flawed as they were, imperfect in the divine virtues, or recognize no one at all. Shay rose and shuffled out of the memorial service at the head of the exiting crowd. Dozens of cars filled the parking lot and every available spot along the streets. Private drivers and taxis were pulling up at the entrance. Shay walked away from the scene and stood on the street corner, watching. Now Suen's death, although undramatic, was still newsworthy. Journalists and cameramen waited outside, fanning themselves in the cloying heat, trying to catch senior members of the Mountain Clan as they left the temple. A flurry of activity and conversation erupted as Ait Atto exited the temple amid a small throng of his relatives. Clan members saluted him and approached to offer condolences, even though the young man had no relationship to Now Suenzen and had been a student at Wylon, not even a finger yet, when Now had retired.
He's so young,
Shay thought. Then she remembered with a start that she'd been the same age when she'd become weatherman of No Peak. A reporter asked Atto a question, and the accompanying cameraman focused upon the fist's handsome face. Now Suenzen was a role model for me, almost like a second grandfather, Atto avowed. He was full of energy and will, right up until the very end, as green in body and soul as Baijen himself. Ait Mada emerged from the temple. The pillar of the mountain was as straight and commanding as ever, but walking more slowly than she used to. Shay wondered if it was due to grief, or if the knife that Ven's daughter had plunged into her neck had done some irreparable physical harm that she would never make public. Shay pulled down the brim of her hat, not that it would make any difference to Ait's ability to perceive her, but the woman did not so much as glance in Shay's direction. She likewise ignored all the clan loyalists who pressed in to pay their respects and offer condolences. Instead, she laid a swift glance of contempt on the scene around Ait Atto, then said something curt that was too quiet for Shay to hear. The young man stiffened.
Shay couldn't see the expression on his face as he turned away from the remaining reporters and followed his aunt obediently toward the waiting cars. Aben Soro jerked his head in signal to two of his greenbones, who moved to politely but firmly disperse the media and prevent them from following. Aitmata got into the front of her silver Stravaconi Primus S6. Ait Otto got into the back. In minutes, the lingering crowd in front of the temple was gone, leaving the ordinary bustle of a summer afternoon to fill the streets still littered with debris from last week's parade and fireworks. Heroes' Day. Truly a fitting time for an old war veteran like Nao Suen to make his exit from the world. Shay hailed a taxi and asked the driver to take her back to the Kaul estate. She wondered if Aitmata had put her nephew in his place because she considered his actions shallow and unbecoming of a future pillar. Ait knew how to use the media, feeding it information that elevated the mountain and was damaging to her enemies, but she didn't pander to the press or offer vain sound bites. The Kobans, on the other hand, showed no compunction about appearing on talk shows and engineering photo opportunities. Those who'd believed the family's star would fall after the death of the outspoken Koban Yiro had not accounted for his widow riding her husband's martyrdom into public prominence and onto a seat in the royal council. It's comforting to think that Aitmata probably finds Koban Tin Bet as obnoxious as I do, Wen had commented with a surprising amount of acidity when she heard the news of the election victory. It seemed unlikely to Shay that Aitmata could feel jealous or threatened by the popularity of the Koban family, none of them with a fraction of her ability or fame as a Green Bone leader. Then again, she surely hadn't forgotten that when the city had thought her dead, the Kobans had rushed to make a statement before her body had been found. The taxi arrived at the gates of the Kaul estate. When Shay walked into the weatherman's house, Tia ran into her arms, smearing finger paint all over Shay's blouse and skirt.
Ma, you're home! I'm drawing pictures with Da.
Shay let her daughter lead her into the kitchen, where poster paper had been unrolled and taped down on the kitchen table. Colorful, child-sized handprints and much larger adult ones had been turned into butterflies, birds, and other animals.
These small ones are mine, and the big ones are Da's, Tia pronounced.
I was wondering how your hands got so big, Shay teased.
Silly, Ma,
Tia laughed.
Jaya says you're not funny, but I think you're funny.
Woon came over and shook his head apologetically at the sight of Shay's stained clothes.
It's washable paint,
he said.
I figured the piglet would need a bath before dinner anyway.
When Woon had retired last year from his role as the clan's seal giver and passed the position on to Taryn Bin, Shay had worried her husband was making a mistake. She was skeptical that a man who'd been one of the highest-ranked greenbones on Ship Street could possibly be happy finger-painting with a 5-year-old and packing snacks. But Woon had seemed certain in his decision. I've spent many years being ordered around by a tough little woman and managing thankless details, he reminded her. I'm well prepared for this job.
That's unfair of you, Shay protested. I'm hardly little.
In truth, she was jealous of all the time her husband and daughter spent together. Woon had waited for children for so long that he relished being a father, and the reality was that he hadn't recovered as well as Hilo had from the John Loon bombing. He was deaf on one side and walked with a slight limp, and Shay knew that as stoic and humble a man as her husband appeared to be, those things hurt his pride and had played some part in his decision to retire from the demands of clan life sooner. Woon had not, however, stopped paying attention to issues affecting the clan and regularly discussing them with her. Have you seen the news about the Libon Act? Without waiting for her answer, he picked up the remote and turned on the television in the living room. KNB's commentators were discussing the passage of an unprecedented international accord establishing ethical guidelines for military use of bioenergetic jade. 85 nations, led by the Republic of Espenia and including Kakon, had met at a convention in Steppenland to condemn and outlaw breeding programs, child military camps, forced addiction, and ingestion of ground jade. Shay wetted a kitchen towel and wiped the paint from Tia's hands as she watched the news. The Libon Accord followed a comprehensive report released last year by the Espenian military on Igutan's Nakolva program, based largely on first-hand accounts provided by Igutanian defectors, most notably a former Nakolva agent, referred to only as Agent M.
So the ROE has convinced most of the world to sanction their enemies, Shay said.
Woon carefully removed his daughter's artwork from the kitchen table and set it aside to dry. Bringing down the Nakolva program is a good thing. Stories had circulated in Kakon for years of women from Abuke tribes and low-income areas being lured or trafficked into forced surrogacy on the Aureus continent. But the Espenians are denying justice to Kakon.
Something they'll never acknowledge,
Shay pointed out bitterly.
And we have no hard evidence to prove them wrong.
Although it was widely believed that the Janloon bombing had relied on foreign support, no one from the clans or law enforcement had been able to pin down proof that Igutan was involved, nor find those who were responsible. Several clanless Future Movement members had revealed under interrogation that a foreigner named Malavni was a key figure in the CFM, but this Malavni, if he existed, was a ghost. Shay was certain he hadn't vanished into thin air. The ROE had either captured him or offered him sanctuary in exchange for defecting. Malavni, or Agent M, as he was now facelessly known to the world, was sitting in Espenian custody and would never face justice for murdering hundreds of Kekanese citizens. The KNB news desk reported that the Igutanian Directorate had issued a defiant statement characterizing the Libon Act as disingenuous Espenian fearmongering. The call for Igutan to submit to international inspection of its Nakolva program was a bald-faced attempt to impinge on its sovereignty, the officials in Dramsk declared. A commercial came on, and Woon turned off the television. Shay rinsed the towel in the sink, staring at the muddy water as it swirled down the drain.
Poppy, was I wrong to have ever dealt with the Espenians?
He was the one person to whom she voiced her worst doubts.
I've been attacked for it so often over the years, but I always thought I was doing the right thing for the clan in the long run. I'm not so sure anymore.
She'd tried for so many years to walk no peak down a tightrope, benefiting from foreigners without falling prey to them. But ever since the bombing, it seemed to Shay the country was spinning in a storm, manipulated and abused by forces within and without. Woon took the towel from her hands and blotted the biggest stain on her shirt. Foreigners have always come for Kakon and for our jade, he reminded her solemnly. They would be here whether you were weatherman or not. No one else could have done a better job of handling them with No Peak's interests at heart.
Ma, look! Ma!
Tia interrupted, grabbing Shay's hand and trying to drag her over to the tea party she'd set up for her dolls.
I'm sorry, I can't play right now, Tia. You have to go to work again?
Tia complained, sticking out her lips in a pout.
Only for an hour or so, Shay told her.
Despite longing for more time to spend with her family, Shay sometimes wondered if she was even qualified to be Tia's mother. She was confident she could face nearly any situation on Ship Street, but she was hopeless at meeting the little girl's demands for friendship stories about every single one of her dolls.
You and Da are going to come over to the big house later, and we'll all have dinner together with some guests. Who are we having dinner with? Will there be any other kids?
Just Rue and Jaya, Shay said, although they hardly qualified. Jaya was already 16, almost a year 7 at the academy. Rue was a year older than that, and sometimes Shay wondered if Nico had ever been a child at all. Tia had no siblings or cousins near her own age.
They're big kids,
Tia objected. You're getting to be a big kid, too. Tia shook her head, wide-eyed. I never want to be a big kid. You don't? Shay exclaimed curiously. Why not? The girl hugged Shay's legs anxiously. Big kids have to learn to fight. When I fell down and got a nosebleed and cried, Jaya said I have to get used to blood. She says big kids don't cry when they get hurt. Perhaps, Shay thought, it had not been a good idea to ask her niece to babysit. Jaya was utterly without tact. Shay crouched down and pulled her daughter into her arms. Not all big kids are the same, but if you're worried about it, you can stay a little kid for as long as you like. I won't mind. Shay changed into clean clothes and walked over to the main house. Rue was doing homework at the dining table, chewing the end of his pencil. Coco lay sprawled under the table at his feet, gnawing a rubber toy. Hey, Aunt Shay, Rue said, glancing up for a moment before returning his attention to his textbooks. He was in his last year of high school and only a few months away from final exams. Wen stepped out of the kitchen and pulled the pencil away from his mouth. Don't do that, she admonished. It's a bad habit that makes you look weak and nervous. Peering into the kitchen, where her mother and the housekeepers were working, Shay could see some of the dishes being prepared. Fish and milk broth, cold sliced pork with pepper sauce, greens with garlic, fried noodles. Gods forbid our guests think we aren't good enough patrons to feed them well, Wen said. Shay, who hadn't experienced a clean house since Tia was born, noticed jealously that the main residence appeared immaculate. Fresh-cut dancing star lilies, symbolizing friendship, scented the foyer in elegantly tall vases. Wen claimed to have never wanted nor expected the public role of the pillar's wife, but she'd nonetheless made herself an accomplished hostess. The pillar and the horn are in the study, she told Shay. Shay walked in to find Hilo and Juen in serious conversation. Lochin's changed a lot since he was a finger, the horn was saying. He's diligent and fair with everyone, maybe a little too moody at times and soft at others, but no one doubts his greenness. He takes great care of his mother and siblings. My only small concern is that he doesn't have a wife or children, which seems a bit unlucky at his age. Juen blew out a thoughtful breath. As a first fist, however, he's been excellent, and when it comes to the job of the horn, he's the best person for it. It's your decision, Hilo Jen, but he's who I would trust. Promoting someone into the highest circle of leadership in the clan was tantamount to making them an honorary member of the Kaul family. They would be living on the estate, having dinner in the house, brought into the closest confidence. It was a decision that needed to be made with great consideration, and the person's character was as important as their capability. If you decide you're not ready to retire after all, just say so, Hilo said to Juen. You're only 45. 45 is old for a horn, Juen said ruefully. Being on the greener side of the clan is like living in dog years. You know that, Hilo Jen. My wife and I had barely any time to ourselves when we were young, not with 4 children and the life of a fist. So I always said I would make it up to her later on. Then of course you have to keep your promise, Hilo said with a sympathetic smile. I've watched Lot Jin for years, and I agree with all you've said. I'll name him as the new horn at your retirement party. The pillar glanced at Shay as she came in. What took you so long? She hesitated to say she'd been at Nao's memorial service. When Hilo had heard of Nao's death, he'd snorted. Good riddance to that old snake. I never met a horn I liked less, not even Gaunt Ash, and that bastard killed a lot of my fists and fingers and nearly sent me to the grave. But at least he was up front about it all. Now Suen was creepy as fuck. Instead of answering, Shay opened her purse and took out a padded square envelope. She handed it to Juen Nu. The latest gift from our Aspenian friends. Juen opened the envelope and took out a floppy disk.
Espenian friendship, Hilo said with a grimace. Lasts about as long as a cheap handjob. Every time we try bringing up the issue of offshore mining, they tell us to go fuck ourselves. Then they turn around with a smile and say they want to help us. 2 ROE military intelligence officers had walked into the weatherman's office 6 months after the John Loon bombing. They'd introduced themselves as Agents Berglund and Gallo and seated themselves in front of Shay's desk. The pale-haired one, named Berglund, said, "Miss Kaul, the Republic of Espenia stands firmly with Kakon in the fight against radical political terrorism." His Keko-Espenian partner, Gallo, removed an envelope from his briefcase and placed it on Shay's desk. "The Green Bone clans have been combating the threat with impressive speed and effectiveness, and we want to help in the effort by sharing our information on the clanless future movement. Our superiors hope this intelligence will help you to dismantle the CFM." "Why haven't you shared this with the Royal Council or the Kekanese military?" Shay asked the foreigners. Gallo leaned forward. "We have an established relationship with your clan, with Cormorant." She stiffened at the mention of the code name the Espenian military had given to her more than 20 years ago. "We trust your clan has no ties to Egutanian interests." The same could not be said for the Mountain, which possessed both legitimate and illegitimate business interests in that country. The 2 men stood up to leave. Shay put her hands on her desk and rose from her seat. "It's a shame," she said, her voice as flat as a sheet of ice, "that we didn't receive this information before hundreds of people lost their lives." The men paused at her office door. Berglund glanced over his shoulder, his washed-out eyes unmoved. "The John Loon bombing was a terrible tragedy. We all wish it could have been prevented, but there's no reason to cast blame. What's important is that we prevent anything like it from happening again. Wouldn't you agree?" After that, information arrived every so often at the weatherman's office. The floppy disks contained names of clanless future movement members and affiliates, addresses of safe houses or meeting places, and the identity of individuals and criminal groups suspected to have supplied or aided the CFM. However, the Espenians were not entirely upfront. Some parts of the files were redacted, no doubt because they named Espenian agents. There was also never any mention of the Egutanian Nikolva, or a man named Malovny. She passed the information she received on to Juen Nu, who combined it with knowledge gathered from his own impressive network of spies. When Juen had become the Horn, Shay had not considered him to be a leader with much personal presence compared to Hilo or Kane. As it turned out, an operational mastermind was the perfect Horn for the times. Over 16 years in the job, a longer tenure than any other Horn in no-peak history, Juen Nu had made the military side of the clan more nimble and responsive. He'd distributed responsibility, expanded the clan's technical capabilities, and vastly improved its network of informers. He was a key reason efforts to crush the clanless were going well. Prudent and unsentimental, he coordinated operations with the Mountain, but never trusted them. He triple-checked everything himself. Aben Soro of the Mountain commanded more people and was a more visible Horn, but no peak was more tightly run. Lotjin would have a sizable shadow to fill. Juen slipped the floppy disk back into the envelope. "The Espenians aren't giving us much of anything we don't already know these days. The early stuff was detailed and useful. It must have come from spies inside the CFM. Now it's mostly conjecture and weak links." Shay said, "I'm still getting phone calls, from within the clan, from the press, and from our people in the Royal Council, asking about our stance on branding." Juen snorted. "It's ineffective, more of a hollow publicity stunt than anything else." Shay personally thought the practice, though popular,
was cruel and pointless, and usually directed at immigrants, but it was her job as weatherman to point out the ramifications of every decision. There are people who say we're not following the mountain's policy because of pride or softness. Those people are short-sighted fools. Branding clanless sympathizers only makes it easier for them to find one another and gives them more reason to feel unified in their enmity towards society. And those who are wrongly branded are going to be driven into the clanless future movement, even if they weren't in it to begin with. Hilo laced his hands behind his head, slouching into his armchair as he considered the issue. Juen is the Horn. I trust his judgment. People who help the clanless should be punished, but there's no reason our fists have to follow exactly what the Kobans do in mountain territory. Juen nodded, satisfied by the verdict. Shay sat down in the remaining empty armchair. She thought about what she'd seen earlier in the afternoon, outside the Temple of Divine Return. I doubt even Aitmata fully believes in the Kobans' methods, she mused. She's partnered with Barukan and Yuiwans and Igutanians in the past. She's brought outsiders into the mountain clan. She'll work with foreigners so long as doing so serves her goals, but the Koban family targets and opposes them on principle. Atto is a young and popular traditionalist, Juen pointed out. Aitmata will be 60 in another couple of years, and people will start wondering when she'll retire. If she's planning to name Atto her successor, she has to let him show some of his own strength. The Horn pursed his lips. Maybe she's willing to let the Kobans have their way in certain things, even if it antagonizes some parts of her clan, so long as they continue to support her while they wait their turn. Even the biggest tigers grow old. Hilo took out his silver cigarette lighter and rolled it absently between his fingers. But if the Kobans think Aitmata is going to hand leadership over to that pretty boy anytime soon, they're deluded. The old bitch will be worse than Granda, let the gods recognize him, hanging on to power until it's pried from their withered claws. He ignored Shay's remonstrative glare for his disrespect toward their grandfather. Ait's using the Kobans the way she uses everyone. Wiping out the clanless is the thing we can all agree on right now. But she won't let the Kobans' zeal endanger the mountain's foreign businesses or Barukan alliances. As long as she keeps her nephew waiting, she has them on a leash. And thank the gods for that. Shay nursed the fear that a day would come when she would deeply regret saving Aitmata's life. But for now, she was grudgingly glad their old enemy lived and continued to rule the mountain. Wiping out the CFM was one thing, but the Kobans epitomized a broader reactionary backlash that, if unchecked, would lead to equally extreme policies, closing trade, expelling foreigners, more draconian measures against anything perceived as anti-clan thinking. There was a knock on the door of the study. Wen came in with her hair pinned up in an elegant coil and wearing a high-collared forest green dress that made Shay abruptly self-conscious about not changing into something nicer or refreshing her makeup. Our guests from Toshan are here, Wen said. Hilo, Juen, and Shay stood up to greet Icho Dan, the pillar of the Joseon clan, who entered the room with his weatherman and his horn. Joseon's former pillar and weatherman had both been killed in the Janloon bombing. Since then, Icho had valiantly tried to fill his brother-in-law's position as best he could. But even though he was a competent leader, he had health problems that made it difficult for him to wear jade, and no one could run the business side of their clan as well as the former weatherman. That was the weakness of the minor clans. Many of them did not have a deep pool of talented greenbones, and losing their key leaders was a death sentence. In the years following the Janloon bombing, some of the minor clans had combined with each other or been absorbed by one of the major clans. The Blacktail clan in Gohei had been peacefully annexed by the mountain last year. Icho Dan had begun discussion with No Peak 6 months ago. Today, the Jo-Sun clan would cease to exist. The big clans were getting bigger. We're still two tigers, Shay thought grimly, eating all we can before we have to face each other again. Icho was dressed in his best suit and tie, and his voice was resolute but sorrowful as he said, "Kaul, Chen, I've been dreading this day ever since my brother-in-law's death, but I'm also filled with relief and gratitude that it's finally arrived." He lowered himself to his knees and clasped his hands to his forehead. His weatherman and Horn knelt behind him on either side, mirroring Shay and Juwen's positions next to Hilo. "The Jo-Sun clan belongs to you now, Kaul Hilo Shudan. Its Jade is your Jade. Its businesses will report to your weatherman. Its warriors will die for your Horn. Your enemies are my enemies. Your friends are my friends. I surrender the title of Pillar and pledge allegiance solely to No Peak. The clan is my blood, and the Pillar is its master. On my honor, my life, and my Jade." There were tears in Icho's eyes as he touched his head to the carpet of the Kaul study. The other leaders of Jo-Sun did the same, with dignity and resignation. When Icho straightened up, Hilo drew the man to his feet and embraced him warmly. "It's a hard thing you've done. Maybe the hardest thing a man can do, to sacrifice his own pride, even if it's for all the right reasons, even when there's no other choice. The green bones of the Jo-Sun clan are now green bones of No Peak. I'll treat them no differently than my own warriors, and the city of Toshan is now No Peak territory. We'll make it prosperous and defend it as fiercely as any district here in Janloon." Shay could see that the poor man did not entirely believe Hilo's words, but he nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Kaul Chen." "Now that the hard part's over, let's all have a good dinner together," Hilo said, putting a hand on the man's shoulder. "Tomorrow when you wake up, maybe you'll still be sad, but maybe you'll also feel better, knowing you're finally free from a difficult job you never asked for, and proud that you did all that your brother could have expected." Chapter 33. Truth-Bearers. Art Wiles, CEO of Anorco Global Resources, resided for 2 weeks of every second month in his house in Kakon. Wiles had 6 houses around the world. In Port Massey, he had the mansion on John's Island where his wife and 2 children lived, and the penthouse apartment in downtown Quince where he kept his mistress. He owned a family cottage on the southern coast of Hispania outside of Resville, as well as a small but luxurious vacation condo in Marcucuo, and a country house and vineyard in the rolling green hills of Karandi. His residence on Yuman Island was relatively modest in comparison, a 2-story refurbished brick Shatarian colonial on a rocky ridge overlooking the Amaric Ocean, but it was where he preferred to spend his time these days. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was his business, which he admired from his sunroom through a pair of binoculars. The sea was a chalky gray this morning and flat as a sheet, with not a cloud or wave in sight. Perfect conditions. Offshore jade mining was poised to make Wiles a great deal of money, but it was a risky venture. The initial capital investment had been enormous, and the Kekanese, more specifically, the Janloon clans that held real power in the country, were touchy about bioenergetic jade being extracted or used by outsiders. Touchy was too mild a word, Wiles admitted. Murderous was more accurate. The clans had repeatedly sabotaged his ships, causing serious delays and millions of thalliers worth of property damage. The Kekanese were a brutal race. Wiles did not rule out the possibility they might try to assassinate him. He was undeterred. One did not rise from a rough working-class neighborhood in Port Massey to the highest levels of the Espenian plutocracy without a stubborn determination and an unhealthy appetite for risk. He possessed vast wealth, powerful friends, and most importantly, an unwavering faith in God and the truth. Together, those great weapons would not only protect him, but guarantee his eventual success. Quality bioenergetic jade was so rare and valuable that even a modest amount could return on the high operating costs. After years of research and development, of failures and refinement, his ships were finally churning and sifting through enough seawater, sand, and gravel to extract a profitable yield. Anorco was the sole legitimate non-Kekanese processor of bioenergetic jade in the world. The thought made Wiles' heart race. There was another reason Wiles spent so much time in Kakon, and it made his heart race in a very different way. Her name was Lula. As Wiles sat down his binoculars and stepped away from the window, an even more lovely view came into his vision, drifting into the room in a lavender silk dressing gown tied loosely around her waist, leaving exposed the milky pale skin of her breasts and stomach. She set a tray of brunch down on the table. A basket of freshly baked yellow buns, soft as pillows, steamed enticingly. The fruit on top of the bowls of egg custard was arranged into the shapes of flowers. "Come," Lula coaxed him. "Let's eat." "You spoil me," Wiles told her with a smile. He opened the front of her gown and trailed his hands over her breasts, flicking his thumbs over the nubs of her nipples. Lula was the most exquisite specimen of a Kekanese woman he'd ever laid eyes on, and he considered himself a connoisseur of international beauty. The town center on Yuman Island was full of brothels catering to Espenian servicemen, but even though Wiles spent many weeks away from home, he never considered dipping into the common well with the Navy boys. He was a wealthy man with refined tastes, 52 years old, a global traveler who'd sampled what the world had to offer in food and art and women. His wife was an elegant society woman who had the best of everything. His mistress was a former runway model who'd graced the covers of all the fashion magazines. So it took a special class of woman to catch and hold Art Wiles' attention. He'd first seen Lula at a private dinner held for the Espenian ambassador. She and 4 other courtesans had been brought in for the event, but Lula stood out among the other women like a swan among geese. The demure sequined black dress she'd worn showed off every curve of her taut, youthful body. Her face had the radiant glow of a moonlit lake, framed by glossy waterfalls of darkest ink. She sang and danced with unearthly grace and beauty. Wiles knew at once that he had to have her, but he was afraid his expectations could not possibly be met. He needn't have worried. Sex with this island angel was transcendent, pleasure on another dimension. Wiles quickly arranged to have an exclusive arrangement with Lula. Whenever he came to Kakon, he phoned her 3 days ahead so she could prepare for his arrival. She lived with him in his house on Yuman Island, prepared his meals, and shared his bed every night. When he traveled back to Port Massey, she was free to return to John Loon to visit her family or go shopping with the allowance he gave her. She could speak a bit of Espenian and was quickly picking up more. She was perfectly agreeable, considerate, anticipating his needs, but never demanding. Wiles sighed. You could not find a woman like Lula in Espenia. They sat down to enjoy their meal, and afterward, Wiles said, "My sweet, I'm expecting a visitor this afternoon, and I'm afraid we'll be talking business for hours. Why don't you go shopping or to the gym?" Lula stood and leaned over to give him a kiss. "I wait for you, Artose." He loved the way she said his name, Kekanese style. In her delicate mouth, it was so arresting. Picking up the empty tray, she slipped out of the room on noiseless, slippered feet. Wiles went into his library with a fresh cup of coffee and a newspaper while he waited for his guest to arrive. The phone on his desk rang. When he picked it up, Joran Gasson's reedy voice said,
"I hear congratulations are in order, Artie."
Wiles shifted uncomfortably, glad the man on the other end of the line couldn't see his expression.
News sure travels fast.
Of course, Gasson, with all his connections and one ear always to the ground, would be among the first to hear of anything that might affect him, even if it wasn't yet public. Wiles had hoped to at least tell his wife and children before fielding this inevitable call. Joe-Boy Gasson was a friend, but the sort of friend Wiles preferred not to speak to very often.
"President-elect of the Munition Society,"
Gasson said proudly.
"Not a shabby way to make your big entry into politics. Not shabby at all."
The Munitions Society was one of the largest and most powerful trade societies in Espenia. As its president, Wiles was guaranteed to have access to the premier and influence over politicians in the National Assembly.
"We've come a long way, haven't we?"
"We sure have." Wiles looked at his watch. He wanted to get Gasson off the phone.
"We've been friends for, what now, 25 years? Sometimes it's a wonder to think I was there at the start. I was the first person to say, that Art Wiles is going somewhere. I've always had a knack for betting money on a sure thing."
"I'll never forget what you've done for me over the years, you know that. Listen, I've got an important meeting in a couple of minutes. It's about the Jade business. How about I talk to you later?"
"Sure, Artie,"
Gasson said.
"I only called to say how proud I am."
"Thanks, Joe Boy. That means a lot to me." After he hung up, Wiles let out a sigh of relief. He knew he was only one of many people on the payroll of the Baker Street crew, just as Joran Gasson, who effortlessly straddled the legitimate and illegitimate spheres of business and politics, was only one of his many stakeholders, both an asset and a liability. Wiles tried to keep Gasson in the background as much as possible. Right now, he had more important things to think about. With characteristic military precision, Jim Sunto arrived right on time. The armed guards that protected Wiles' house let Sunto pass. They were, after all, employees of Sunto's company. Wiles had made a sizable investment in Gonlu Solutions International during its early days and become its first major client. GSI provided security for all of Anorco's offshore mining operations, as well as a personal security detail for Wiles himself. Wiles stood to meet his guest. "Jim, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming out to my place. I thought it would be best to have this conversation in a private setting where we won't be overheard." He motioned the ex-angel into a chair. "What'll you have to drink?" "A spot of whiskey if you've got any northern brands," Sunto said. "Of course I do," Wiles said, pulling out a bottle from one of his favorite distilleries in Cape Glosset on the shore of Whiting Bay. "After all this time here, you haven't converted to OG?" Sunto took the glass that Wiles offered and sipped appreciatively. "I suppose that makes me a failed repatriate. What's on your mind, Art?" Sunto was that kind of person, always straight to the point. "There hasn't been much trouble lately. Sabotage attempts have fallen off dramatically. Since the John Loon bombing, the Green Bone clans had been too busy suppressing anti-clan elements to keep up their attacks on Anorco assets and facilities." Wiles waved the issue away as he poured a glass for himself. "Those sword-wielding clan thugs are a local problem." He settled himself into the leather armchair across from his visitor. "The spread of Egutanian influence and the blasphemy of deliverantism, on the other hand, that's a global threat. Seer forbid the lies of the untruthful.
Santo said firmly. May we all see and bear the truth, Wiles added. Both men lifted the Dawn of Ikana pendants hanging around their necks and touched them to their lips. Devout truth-bearers understood that the slow war with Igutan was not only an economic or military conflict, but a spiritual one. The Deliverantists, led by the Igutanian religious order of the Protex, sent missionaries all over the world to preach their religion of austerity, claiming that the known truth was incomplete and would be revealed by Igut visionaries, among other heretical beliefs. The missionaries did not travel alone. According to information obtained by ROE military intelligence, Nikolva agents advanced their nation's untruthful agenda far beyond its borders. The specially trained, bioenergetic Jade-enhanced agents spied for their masters in Dramsk, carried out assassinations, and supported and supplied pro-Igutanian uprisings. Wiles said to Santo, I've been having some very interesting discussions with officials in the War Department. What do you know about Operation Firebreak? Santo's eyebrows rose. He sat back and crossed his arms. Only rumors that I heard on my way out of the Angels, he said slowly. Supposedly, it was a secret program approved by Premier Galtz during the Ordicon War to combat Igutanian expansion wherever it occurred in the world. Wiles chuckled. At this point, it seems to be the most well-known secret in the military. Operation Firebreak initiated covert operations in places as far apart as North Tun, Krenia, and Sutak, partnering with local allies to repel Deliverantism and Igutanian influence. Santo nodded, arms still crossed. What does this have to do with us? Wiles smiled. He liked Jim Santo. He knew some people in the top brass of the ROE Navy and in the halls of the National Assembly who would never fully trust or accept Santo because of his Kekanese ancestry. But they were racists. Wiles believed that devotion to the truth superseded everything, including the color of a person's skin and the blood in his veins. Wiles said, Premier Roberg is cutting funding and resources for Operation Firebreak. An immensely disappointing decision for the ROE military and the Church of One Truth, but an unsurprising one. Bad press over the rates of mental illness and drug addiction among Ordicon war veterans had caused the government to scale back its emphasis on equipping soldiers with Jade and training them in IBJCS. Given the economic downturn, voters were opposed to the idea of committing to more overseas wars, and the National Assembly was pressuring Roberg's administration to bring troops home. As you can imagine, Wiles added, swirling the glass of whiskey under his nose and looking none too concerned. This puts the War Department in a conundrum. In other words, they won't be buying as much bioenergetic jade from a Norco as you'd hoped. Santo gave Wiles a shrewd look. But if I know you, Art, you've already figured out a way to make the shifting political winds blow a few 100 million thalliers into your pocket. And to yours as well, Wiles replied. Operation Firebreak is going to be scaled down, at least officially. But even if the National Assembly and the Aspenian public lack the political will to fight the proselytizing of the Igutanian Protex, there are devoted truth-bearers in the War Department and in the Munition Society and, confidentially, in the Premier's office as well. Men of reason who won't let short-sightedness put the world at risk of being overrun by untruthful ways. Wiles handed Santo an envelope. With curiosity, the former soldier removed the pages inside and began to read. The man's face remained composed as he took in the meaning of the contents, but the rapid rustling of the pages soon betrayed his excitement. Is this? A confidential memo from the Secretary of the War Department, authorizing the engagement of private military contractors in Operation Firebreak. Wiles sipped from his glass tumbler with a smile. Santo looked up from the papers, stunned. Art, this is a huge step. Maybe too huge. It's our big break, Jim, Wiles said. There's only one PMC with Jade-equipped IBJCS-trained personnel capable of fulfilling this government mandate, and that's GSI. Santo slowly folded the memo and returned it to the envelope, staring awestruck at it in his hands as if it were the original scripture of the seer. I always knew that once I got it off the ground, there would be demand for GSI's services. He stood and paced back and forth in front of Wiles' bookshelves, his brow knitted as he absorbed the implications. This is what I hoped for all along, but it's happening sooner than I expected. I've been building GSI and taking on clients gradually. I don't have enough qualified people, equipment, or bioenergetic jade for an operation of this scale. Wiles steepled his fingers. I'm prepared to put another 300 million thalliers into GSI. Santo broke into a cough. When he recovered, he exclaimed, That would make GSI a subsidiary of Anorco Global Resources. I'm offering to buy you out, Jim. You'd remain president and CEO, of course. He gestured out the window toward the Amaric Ocean where his ships were churning the seafloor. Anorco has the capital and the jade. GSI has the expertise and personnel. Together, we have a vertically integrated private army. One that'll make us rich, but even more importantly, beat back encroaching untruth around the world. Joe Boy Gasson was not the only one with a knack for putting money on a sure thing. With the acquisition of GSI, Wiles's conglomerate would own the means of procuring jade, as well as soldiers with the ability to use it. And, as president of the Munitions Society, Wiles would possess the political connections and influence in Adamant Capita to make wars happen. I realize this is a lot to digest, Wiles said, but my advice is that you start stepping up your recruitment efforts. God, seer, and truth, Santo muttered. He held out his whiskey glass. Let's have another drink. Chapter 34. Unreasonable. The 20th year, 2nd month. Our college student gets to pick first, Hilo announced, brushing aside Jaya's quick reach toward the plate of sticky fruitcakes that Wen placed in the center of the dining table. Rue's the one we're celebrating tonight. Go on, son. Take the one you want. Rue elbowed his sister out of the way and chose the peach cake. Good choice, Hilo said, putting an arm around Rue's shoulders. Always go for the best. The teenager grinned blearily. His high school graduation ceremony had been yesterday, and he'd woken up around noon after a night of partying with his classmates. Tonight's dinner had been a celebratory meal with all of Rue's favorite foods: short ribs with red pepper sauce, shrimp cake, crispy fried green beans, and now the new graduate was too full to even finish his cake. Coco sat eagerly thumping his tail and eating morsels that Rue snuck him under the table. After the upcoming New Year's break, Rue would enter John Royal University. The campus was less than 30 minutes away by subway, but Rue had decided to live in student housing to get the full college experience. Hilo understood. At 18, the young man needed to break away from his parents. He was the only one of his siblings and cousins not to have lived at Kaul Academy. Nevertheless, the thought of his son moving out saddened Hilo. Rue was the most agreeable of his children. He didn't have moods like Nico or a temper like Jaya. He got along with everyone and only ever ran into trouble as a result of jumping at ideas without entirely thinking them through, which was natural for a teenage boy. Occasionally he clashed with his mother,
but only, Hilo thought, because Wen was too hard on him. Overall, he was a joy to have around. It would be too quiet without him. "Ma, do you want dessert?" Wen asked her mother-in-law.
"No, give more to the kids. I'm going to watch television and go to bed."
Kaul Ria rose creakily from her chair, and Sulima helped her out of the room. Hilo's mother was still in good health at age 78, but her hair was completely white, and she seemed to be shrinking and softening, fading even further into the background that she had always occupied. His grandfather had aged into a leathery, cobra-spitting venom, but his mother was causing no one any trouble. Wen asked Rue, "Have you thought any more about what you're going to study?" "Aunt Shay suggested a business degree," Rue said. "She says that'll open up a lot of job options in the weatherman's office and in our tributary companies." "Your aunt's very smart and practical," Wen pointed out. "A lot of the course requirements in business look boring, though," Rue said. "The social sciences seem a lot more interesting to me. Sociology or public policy, maybe. It's not that I don't want to work in the clan," he added quickly, "but I want to do something that helps people outside of the clan, too, like other Stone Eyes." Rue could be a bit too optimistic and unselfish for his own good, but Hilo said encouragingly, "I'm sure you'll do well in politics or law or whatever you put your mind to. You've got time to figure it out. That's what college is for. And your backup plan can be making it big as a movie star like Danny Sinjo, since you've got your mother's good looks." Jaya burst out laughing, catching a spray of cake crumbs in her hand. Wen shook her head, smiling. "Everyone knows who Rue looks like." "Duh, come on," Rue said. "Don't roll your eyes at me," Hilo said, teasing, but with an undercurrent of seriousness. "And don't ever let any superstitious asses stand in your way. You're my son. You're a Kaul. If you're not a Greenbone, it means you're meant to do something else. Something great." "Yeah, okay, Da," Rue said, waving his father off, although everyone could see how much Hilo's words made him glow. He prodded Nico. "Hey, maybe next year we'll be on campus together." Nico glanced at his brother, then back down at the napkin he was twisting into a knot. "I think you're the college kid in this family, Rue." "What do you mean? You're still going to go to John Royal after you've spent a year as a fist, right?" Jaya tried to catch Rue's eye and cut him off with a warning hand motion, but it was too late. The conversation came to a sudden, icy halt. Rue looked around, confused. He wasn't well connected into the military side of the clan, and he'd been so busy with final exams and graduation that he hadn't heard the news that the Horn had given out rank promotions in Jade a week ago. "I'm not going to be a fist," Nico said, "and I'm not going to college either." "Of course you are," Hilo snapped. "Lochin says you're doing fine. You carry your Jade better than anyone else at your rank. You just need to put in the effort. By now you should be taking more initiative, setting an example for junior fingers. You can't expect to become a fist by doing the average amount." "A college education is important these days, of course," Wen added, "but it can wait another year or two until you've earned more Jade. Even if you're a little behind on rank compared to where you expected to be, you can catch up if you put your mind to it." Nico remained mute, as was his habit when he was upset. When criticized or disciplined, Rue would cajole and argue. Jaya would storm off in tears. Nico would withdraw, as he was doing now, staring sullenly at the table with his Jade aura pulled in like a black cloud. Hilo felt his temper rising. "Do you think everything should come easy to you just because you're the Pillar's son? That you don't have to work as hard to prove yourself and can get away with disgraceful stunts like that thing with the car?" Hilo caught himself. He'd already punished his nephew for that incident and had promised himself he wouldn't continue to bring it up. Instead, he said, in a calmer voice, "Did you know that when I first met Lochin, I wasn't sure about him. It's hard to believe now, but when he was young, he was badly behaved. He sulked and talked back. His father was a top greenbone, and he hated following after him. Fortunately, he found his own footing. He changed his attitude and worked harder than anyone. Now, he's the horn of the clan. My point is that even if you didn't have the best start, even if you made some mistakes, it's not too late to turn things around. You just have to commit to doing it. Nico looked up. He'd been avoiding meeting his uncle's eyes, but now he said, I mean it. I'm not going to be a fist, and I'm not going to college either. I got a job offer outside of the clan, and I'm taking it. Complete silence fell over the dinner table. Even Jaya was too astonished to comment. Hilo blinked as if Nico had spoken in a foreign language. In disbelief, you made this decision without telling anyone? Without discussing it with your own family? Instead, you spring it on all of us like this? What was there to discuss? Nico said. I knew you wouldn't agree. Hilo wanted to smack his nephew, but Wen put a hand on his arm, and he forced himself to take a deep breath. Despite what you seem to believe, Hilo said slowly, I'm not unreasonable, Nico. If you really wanted to work outside of No Peak, you should have talked to me and your ma about it. Nico didn't answer, but his jade aura boiled like a storm in a bottle. Nico had once been an easy child, calm and thoughtful, curious and quick to learn, caring for his younger siblings, not the type to act out. Hilo wondered unhappily where he'd gone wrong as a parent, how his capable nephew had turned into such an aimless and uncertain young man. Hilo mustered every remaining fragment of his paternal patience. Growing up as a Kaul, maybe it's only natural you'd get restless and want to explore, and I haven't been sensitive enough to that. A job outside of the clan could be good for you for a couple of years, give you some additional perspective. Your Uncle Andy's a doctor, after all. It's not a decision you should make without talking to your parents, though. What's the job, anyway? Nico dropped the crumpled napkin on his empty plate and pushed away from the table. I'm joining Ganlu Solutions International. Wen drew in a small, sharp intake of breath, the only sound anyone made, before Hilo's arm shot out across the dinner table and seized his eldest child by the hair, yanking him bodily out of his chair. A plate crashed to the floor. Everyone jumped in their seats. Hilo was on his feet. He shoved Nico away from him into the nearest dining room wall, knocking a framed family photograph to the ground. You signed up to work as a mercenary? Hilo let out a guttural noise. You're going to tromp around in places you don't belong, with thin-blooded, shine-addicted foreigners, whoring your jade abilities to the highest bidder? He cuffed the side of Nico's head and shoved him again, towering over him even though the young man was as tall as he was. His eyes and aura bulged as he shouted, What kind of a green bone are you? What kind of a son? Rue jumped to his feet. Coco leapt up with him, barking. Come on, Da, Rue pleaded, trying to defend his brother. He made a mistake. It was a whim. It wasn't a whim, Nico growled, rubbing the sore patch of his scalp and squaring to face Hilo with his spine straight, shoulders back, and his hands curled into fists at his side. Cold defiance burned in his eyes. Why do we have to pretend we're different or better than anyone else who wears jade, even if they're foreigners? Just because of race or genetics? I talked to some recruiters at GSI, and the work sounds interesting. They're doing something that hasn't been done before. All I've ever known is the clan, and the only thing I'm qualified to do is be a jade warrior. Why shouldn't I explore what else is possible? I could travel the world while being paid for my jade abilities. Wen said, with a quaver in her voice. "This is what you do to your family? After your own brother's graduation?" Nico winced, but didn't drop his gaze. "I'm sorry, Ma," he said. "I'm sorry, Rue. I wasn't gonna say anything about it tonight." Wen stood, her mouth in a straight line. "I have nothing to say to you until you come to your senses." She turned her back and walked out of the dining room. Jaya was the only one still in her chair. She whistled low. "Shit, you really did it this time, KK." None of them wanted to face their father when he was angry, but their mother leaving the room was unheard of. The tone of Hilo's voice would have cowed any of his men. "Tomorrow morning, you're going to call Jim Sunto, or whoever you've been talking to, and say that you acted without thinking. You're not going to become a soldier for hire and disgrace yourself and all of us. You're going to work directly under the horn. You're going to go to all of your scheduled training, and you're going to make fist by next year. If you do all that, then we'll talk about finding you some new opportunity, inside or outside of the clan, because obviously you aren't going to be pillar." Nico's face twitched before stiffening. "I've made up my mind." "Nico!" Rue hissed in distress, looking at him wide-eyed. "Don't you think you're taking this too far? You've made the point that you're not happy. Da is giving you an out. Don't you care what our parents think?" Nico glanced at his younger brother with a sorrowful expression. "You're 18, Rue. You have your own life and you're going to college. You don't need me around." As he turned back to Hilo, his voice dropped and trembled with resentment, but he kept his chin raised and his jade aura smoldered with resolve. "As for what my parents think, I wouldn't know what that is. My father was murdered in a clan war and never even knew I existed. You executed my mother as a traitor, and I have nothing of her, not even photos. What am I supposed to really believe about either of them?" Nico turned away for a second, swiping angrily at his face. "What do you think, Uncle? Do you think my parents would want this for me? Or would they tell me to walk away while I still can?" A spasm seized Hilo's heart. He put out a hand. It closed hard on the back of a chair. For one gut-wrenching second, because of some slight thing in Nico's posture or voice, or some subtle aspect of his jade aura, it seemed to Hilo as if the young man he thought of as his eldest son was gone, and his brother, Lon, stood in the dining room in Nico's place. Lon, at his most resolutely principled, at one time the only man Hilo would obey. Then the moment was over, leaving behind only the piercing ache of confusion and regret. "Your father knew what it meant to be a Greenbone." Hilo's voice was strained beyond his own recognition. "He would never walk away. He gave everything to lead the clan, including his life. And because of that, I never met him. Why should I follow his example?" Nico's face was blotchy with emotion. He wheeled away from the dining room and walked toward the front door. "If you do this," Hilo called to Nico's back, "if you walk through that door and break your mother's heart, don't bother coming back." Jaya and Rue exchanged open-mouthed looks of mounting alarm. "Da," Jaya began. She fell silent. For a moment, Nico hesitated, as if restrained by an invisible tether. He took the next step firmly, as if pulling himself out of quicksand. Then the next step, and the next. The door closed behind him, cutting him from sight. But for several drawn-out minutes, Hilo could perceive the silent pain in his nephew's turbulent aura as it receded from the house.
Jim Sunto was in his office on a morning phone call with two human resources managers from the War Department when a violent commotion broke out at the gates to GSI's compound. At first, he thought the noise was from a training exercise. Then he heard the guards screaming, "Stop! Stop or we'll open fire!" And he didn't even need his Jade abilities to sense their alarm. Sunto dropped the phone and raced out of his office, drawing his sidearm. Bursting out the front doors of the building, he took in the scene in an instant. The chain-link fence behind the security guard box was standing open. The rolling gate had been torn off its sliding mechanism and lay askew. Two men in GSI uniforms were lying on the ground, still moving, thank God, and four others were in an armed standoff, shouting, two of them with R5 rifles, the other two aiming Corta 9mm pistols. Kaul Hilo Shudan, flanked by four of his Green Bone warriors, strode through the breached fence and advanced toward the building with the heedless implacability of a demon. The nearest GSI guard fired twice at Kaul's chest. Sunto could have told the man he wasn't going to hit a skilled Greenbone with a small-caliber weapon from 100 meters away. With an irritated snarl, Kaul deflected the rounds, and with a lethal rustle, his fists drew their own weapons, Ankev 600 handguns and carbon steel moonblades. "Hold fire!" Sunto roared at his men. He ran ahead of them, waving his arms. "Hold your fucking fire, Seer, damn it!" Switching to Kekanese, he shouted at the intruders. "Kaul, for fuck's sake, do you want a bloodbath? Tell your men to stand down!" Kaul stopped and fixed Sunto with a terrifying glare. Jade gleamed across his collarbone, enough to equip a platoon. "You piss-drinking sack of shit! You recruited my own son!" "I did nothing of the sort. He came up to me at one of our information sessions." Moving slowly, Sunto holstered his Corta and held his hands open. "Lower your weapons," he said in Espenian to the GSI guards. "Sir," one of them began, "I said lower them!" Sunto had trained with No Peak's top men and knew what they were capable of. If a gunfight broke out, the Greenbones would throw up a veritable hurricane of combined deflection and close the gap, cutting down men with blades and knives in seconds. "Think about this," he said to Kaul. "Do you want to be held responsible for an unprovoked deadly attack on an Espenian company and its employees? Call off your men. We'll step into my office and talk about this like civilized human beings." In all the years that Sunto had known the clan leader, he'd never been sure if the stories he'd heard about Kaul Hilo were true. Now he thought they probably were. He recognized the fists who accompanied the pillar: Lot, Vin, Suyo, and Toyi. He'd spent time with all of them, had taught them and learned from them, but they would murder him and all his soldiers at a single word from Kaul. It was no wonder, Sunto thought with resentful abhorrence, that Kekanese people were stereotyped as savage. Kaul's eyes narrowed to slits. He turned over his shoulder. "Stay here," he said to Lot. Sunto let out a silent breath as the tension eased, weapons reluctantly coming down on both sides. Ever since the two men had ended their friendship, Kaul had not once contacted the ex-Angel or been to the GSI training facilities on Yuman Island, but now he strode past Sunto and into the building as if he owned the land it was built on. Sunto followed. Inside, he pushed open the door to his office. Kaul went in, but did not sit down. He gave the utilitarian furniture and boxy institutional surroundings a brief, contemptuous glance, clearly every bit as unimpressed as he expected to be. "I warned you to keep your business out of Kakon," he said, with the cold disappointment of a man about to make good on a threat. "You didn't listen." Sunto walked behind his desk, putting distance between them. "The only thing I've done is hold information sessions for prospective hires. That's not unusual for any company. He could have guessed even that would raise the ire of the clans, but he couldn't afford to be timid about recruiting. The Operation Firebreak contract depended on GSI being able to field enough soldiers. We're interested in hiring ex-military personnel or those with enough private training. We've made no effort to lure greenbones from the clans, but we'll talk with any interested and qualified applicants. Whatever agreement you've made with Nico, break it, Kaul demanded. He won't be wasting his jade working for your thin-blooded private army. Thin-blooded, Santo intoned. That's what you've always thought about anyone who doesn't answer to you or the parochial clan system, isn't it? Well, thin-blooded or not, I'm not one of your underlings, Kaul, and GSI isn't one of your tribute companies. Your son is an adult. I asked him several times if he was sure of his decision, and he assured me he was. He's already signed the contract and been paid the starting bonus. Kaul put his hands on Santo's desk and leaned forward across the space between them, lowering his voice. Behind that Kekanese face, you have a dirty Espenian soul. You understand money, don't you? I'll pay you 10 times whatever you've already paid him if you withdraw the offer. Santo scowled. Bribing a company executive to fire an employee is illegal. Years ago, you told me you weren't here to cause trouble, but now your soldiers protect the mining ships that steal Kekanese jade, so don't bullshit me with moral superiority. Kaul's stare was as steady and chilling as his voice. You knew that by hiring Nico, you would be reaching into No Peak and breaking my family. You did it anyway. Anyone else who tried to do that, I'd kill them. But out of respect for our old friendship, I'm giving you a choice. Take the money or don't. But I'm asking you to solve this as a personal favor to me. If that doesn't move you at all, at least think selfishly about whether you really want me as an enemy. Santo did not. He'd been born in Kakon and had spent the majority of the past 15 years in the country. He understood how powerful the clans were and how ruthless their leaders could be. He certainly didn't consider himself a prideful or reckless man who blindly tempted danger. The hard reality, however, was that only 3 countries possessed jade-equipped and trained military personnel: the Republic of Espenia, Igutan, and Kakon. Most of GSI's employees were formerly ROE Special Forces, but he still needed more people. Unfortunately, it hadn't been as easy as he'd hoped to hire current and former soldiers from the Golden Spider Company, some of whom he'd personally trained during his years working with General Ronu to reform the Kekanese military. Greenbones, even those not beholden to the clans, were leery of accepting employment with a foreign company, and strict attitudes about the acceptable jade professions persisted in Kakon. Kaul Nikoyan coming to work for GSI could be the tipping point that influenced other greenbones. What candidates like him lacked in institutional military experience, they more than made up for with sheer jade ability, and a surge of such recruits would boost GSI's capabilities within a short time. The No Peak clan could not condemn or punish GSI, or those who chose to take a job with the company, not if the Pillar's own son had made the decision to join. I'm running an Espenian enterprise. Santo met Kaul's gaze unflinchingly. As far as I'm concerned, your son is an employee, unless he decides to leave of his own free will. Kaul's voice held no inflection. I'm not sure you understand what you're doing. Santo did understand. All of GSI's fortunes, his own personal reputation, and perhaps even the fate of the truth-bearing world rested on Operation Firebreak. Art Wiles was an insufferably smug oligarch, widely disliked, but he'd handed Santo the biggest opportunity of his life and was vouching for him with the War Department, the Munitions Society, and all of Anorco's shareholders, including, if rumors were to be believed, certain people in Port Massey whose disfavor Santo did not want to court. Santo also knew that being an Espenian citizen and a former Navy Angel war veteran working for the ROE government afforded him a special protection. Kaul might still be reckless enough to try to assassinate him, but he couldn't do so without risking extraordinary scrutiny and sanction, and even that would not bring down GSI. Wiles could hire someone else to run the company. All things considered, Santo decided he would sooner take his chances against Kaul than disappoint his Espenian stakeholders, against whom he had no such advantages. "I'd rather not be your enemy, Kaul," he replied, remaining exactly where he was. "But I'm not afraid of you either." The pillar straightened. Santo remembered the first time he'd met the man in the 7th Discipline gym. He'd expected to end up in the hospital, and been confused to find Kaul amiable, exuding casual arrogance and smiling more than Santo would have expected from a man with such a reputation. There was none of that now. Santo thought about the Corta pistol near his right hand. "Maybe you're right to feel as if you have nothing to fear," Kaul said. "I can't force a foreign company to do what I ask, and I know you're not a man who's easily cowed or killed. So in the short term, this decision may be good for you. But I won't forget that you threw away our friendship and took my own son for your gain." The jade energy coming off the green bone seemed too bright to be human, though he'd gone very still. "I promise you that sooner or later, I'll answer that offense. You should consider why your son would want to work for GSI instead of staying in your clan in the first place. The Greenbone clans are becoming obsolete. Even your own family can see it." Santo jerked his chin. "Now take your men and get off my property." For a frightening moment, the expression on Kaul's face suggested he would resort to the blunt violence with which he'd arrived. Santo reached in readiness for his own jade energy. Seconds passed, longer and infinitely more tense than the ones that used to stretch between them when they faced each other sparring on the lawn of the Kaul estate. The fire in the pillar's eyes shrank behind black coals. "It's obvious you're not a father, Lieutenant." Kaul turned toward the door. "Or you wouldn't feel so invincible." Santo followed at a wary distance and watched as the pillar gathered his green bones with a gesture and walked back out through the broken security gate. Chapter 35. Those with a Choice. As the wheels of the plane touched down on the tarmac at John Loon International Airport, Andon rubbed his eyes and peered groggily out the window at a wintry mid-afternoon sky. His mind was still on the other side of the Amaric Ocean. As one of the directors of the International Bioenergetic Medicine Certification Board, he flew to Espenia at least twice a year to inspect clinics for compliance with standards of practice, which meant he racked up even more air travel miles than the weatherman. At least there was no smoking on the planes anymore, and silver status on Cake-On Air meant he made the trip in greater comfort than before. The good news in Espenia was that the medical use of jade was steadily gaining acceptance, helped along by the efforts of WBH Focus and the Kekanese Association of Espenia. The bad news was that for every positive mention of Kekanese jade, there were spectacularly negative ones. John Remy, the bad Kek of Resville, was still growing his power in that city, still eluding death at the hands of rivals and arrest by the police. "We've tried many times to reason with Remy, to get him to take a lower profile," Migu-san had explained at the most recent KAE board meeting Andon had attended. "But he won't be reined in." Corey was beyond frustrated. The Greenbones of every other city have cut off association with Remy and his Snakeheads gang. We're cooperating with federal agencies, giving them any information that might help the police take him down. Maybe this is an awful thing to say, Corey grumbled darkly. But if he doesn't get arrested soon, I hope he finally gets popped by one of the crews. The problem in Hispania, Andon mused as he collected his baggage, was that there was no loyalty greater than money. In Kakon, there had always been two sources of power, gold and jade. No amount of money could make a man a jade warrior if he didn't have the right blood and training. Even the wealthiest man could be killed. If he did not wear jade himself, he needed the friendship of those who did. So there was always a balancing force. In the rest of the world, that was not true. The Kekanese Association of Hispania was not a clan with the power to enforce its wishes across the country. Andon had a sinking feeling that John Remy was the new template for how to succeed as a greenbone in Hispania. As he rose in wealth and power, he would gather followers, others who would seek to be like him. The taxi Andon took from the airport battled holiday season traffic all the way back to his apartment. During the long ride, Andon tried to put pessimistic thoughts out of his mind and return his attention to the present. He'd already done everything he could to help his friends in Port Massey and to advance No Peak's agenda in that country. The rest of it was out of his control. When he walked through the door of his apartment, he found Jiruya sitting on the sofa in the living room, reviewing concept art. "Took you long enough," Jiru sighed, putting down his work and unfolding his graceful body from the cushions. He came to the door and gave Andon a kiss. Jiru smelled like soap and aftershave, freshly showered and shaved, his coarse, curly hair still damp. "The flight was late and traffic was bad," Andon explained. "Sorry I wasn't a good enough boyfriend to make dinner, Mian." It was his pet name for Andon, an Abuke endearment meaning mine. "There wasn't much in your fridge, and I didn't have time to get groceries." "That's okay. We can go out for dinner." He was not really hungry yet. It was early in the morning Port Massey time. "Or we can order in from the Toonie place." "Let's stay in." Jiru put one arm around Andon's waist. With the other, he took Andon's hand and moved it to his ass. "It's been a long 10 days with you on the other side of the world." He kissed Andon again, more deeply. Andon felt his shoulders relaxing, the grogginess of travel nudged aside by the stirring between his legs. He dropped the bag he was still carrying and tilted Jiru's head back to kiss his jaw and neck, inhaling deeply, pressing his lips into the comforting hollow of the other man's throat. Jiru drew him toward the bedroom and he followed, though he could not help feeling a tiny flutter of reluctance. He was always more than willing to give Jiru what he wanted, but he was also tired from the flight, and tonight he would have preferred to receive rather than have to perform, or simply to enjoy each other's bodies more relaxedly, with mouths and hands. As if sensing the hint of reticence, Jiru sat Andon down on the edge of the bed and unbuttoned his shirt, trailing fingertips down his chest and stomach, then crouched between Andon's knees and undid his pants. "Just relax. I'll do the work." Andon leaned his weight back on his arms and closed his eyes contentedly, feeling the last of the stress in his body melt away into desire as Jiru skillfully brought him to full arousal. When the heat of his partner's mouth drew away and he heard the snap-top sound of the lube bottle, Andon opened his eyes and climbed onto the bed. Jiru was already on his hands and knees, ready and breathing hard with eagerness. He was a beautiful sight. His long, tawny body and smooth back, the sweep of his shoulders down to his elegant arms, the firm globes of his ass. Long ago, Corey had taught Andon to take his time, to use his fingers and mouth first, to enter slowly and gently, thinking of the way he would want to be treated. But Jiru was sometimes surprisingly impatient. He pushed back against Andon, engulfing him. He grabbed the headboard of the bed and angled his hips upward, thrusting and clenching rhythmically. Jiru talked a lot, a shocking amount in Andon's opinion, though he found it intensely erotic. He ordered Andon to bite his shoulder, to grab his hips, to smack his ass, to stroke his cock. When he climaxed, it was with a string of moaning, ecstatic profanities. By then, Andon felt strapped helplessly into a roller coaster seat. Jiro moved against him fiercely and expertly, squeezing him, and Andon careened off the pinnacle, falling onto his boyfriend with a shudder. They lay together for a while, enjoying the afterglow of their reunion. I was a bit selfish there, Jiro admitted sheepishly, but without apology. I like it when you're insistent, Andon assured him. Perhaps it was because Jiro had been with more partners, or perhaps, being Abuke, he did not share the same cultural inhibitions, but Jiro seemed to know what he wanted. He was driven, comfortable in his own skin, and not just in bed, in his work and artistic vision, his opinions. Andon got up and took a leisurely shower, enjoying the hot water on his back. By the time he got out and dressed, Jiro had called an order down to the Taste of Ton, and takeout containers of lamb and lentil stew, fried potatoes with herbs, and vegetable dumplings arrived a few minutes later. They ate at Andon's kitchen table, knees touching, spooning food from the paper cartons onto each other's plates. It'll be nice to have more space soon, Andon said. He'd found a larger apartment 3 blocks away, in the same Old Town neighborhood, and they were moving in together next month. He and Jiro had been seeing each other for a year and a half. Jiro had a key to Andon's place, and since it was closer to where he worked, he was at Andon's apartment as often as his own. Still, there had been some disagreement. Andon made a good income as a doctor and was a naturally frugal person, so even with John Loon's steep housing prices, he could have afforded a small house, but Jiro wouldn't hear of buying a home until he could contribute half of the down payment. His savings as an artist were paltry, but with all the work he was now doing on Cinema Shore's growing slate of movies, it might not be long before they moved again. Personally, I'm going to miss this place, Jiro said with a teasing smile. It's so much like you. He gestured at the tidy, simply decorated space, the bookcases and shelves Andon had made from plain lumber and painted himself, the heavy punching bag hanging in the living room, small objects and children's artwork from when his nieces and nephews had been much younger. In their new apartment, Andon expected Jiro and Wen would sweep in and improve everything, bring in more attractive furniture, make the drapes and cushions complement each other. Andon said, The clan New Year's party is coming up. It'll be at the General Star Hotel this year, and everyone important in No Peak will be there. Would you like to come? I asked the pillar if I could bring you, and it's fine. He said this casually, not wanting to make it sound like a big deal. The truth was that he'd asked Hilo some time ago and had been waiting until after his trip to Espenia for the right moment to tell Jiro. It was one thing for Andon to be sleeping with someone, or even moving in with him. It was quite another to bring him to the biggest no-peak gathering of the year, one hosted by the pillar himself. After weeks of delay, Andon had mustered the courage to walk into the pillar's study. Hilo-Jen, he said, trying not to sound as awkward as he felt. I've been seeing someone for more than a year now. He's not a Green Bone or a member of the clan, but we get along well and we're planning to move in together. I'd like to bring him to the New Year's party. The Abuke fellow, Hilo said. Bring him if you like. Andon blinked. He'd expected more questions. You're fine with it, then? Hilo looked up from the towering stack of cards that Wen had left on the coffee table for him to sign. He picked up the remote control and muted the television that had been playing quietly in the background. Wouldn't I have mentioned it already if I wasn't? Wen told me about him ages ago and asked permission on your behalf. She knew you would take forever to do it yourself. He scrawled his name, stamped a card with the clan's insignia in red ink, and moved on to the next one. Your personal life's your own business, Andy, unless it affects the clan. In retrospect, Andon wasn't sure why he was so surprised by his cousin's nonchalance. Societal prejudice against the Abuke had made him anticipate the Pillar's disapproval, but no children would be born into the Kaul family out of the relationship, and an Abuke could never hold any rank or position in a Green Bone clan. They were suspected by everyone, which made them nearly useless as white rats, or else they were helpless and protected by Aisho. No enemy would find it worthwhile to try to turn or harm them. Jiruya was a safe partner for Andon. The thought was a relief, but also made Andon faintly resentful. Outside, a light rain began to patter against the windows of Andon's apartment, a rare winter shower that would slick the roads but wouldn't last long. Jiruya pushed the remains of his dinner around the plate. Please don't be offended, but I'd rather not go to the party. His eyes met Andon's, then dropped apologetically. I've worked too hard making a name for myself to start being seen as the Kaul family's charity case. Andon was taken aback. What is that supposed to mean? The only other Abuke there will be the janitors and waitstaff. How are you going to introduce me? As your friend? It'll look like I was brought out to show off No Peak's generosity. That's not true. I asked the Pillar if I could bring you. It was my idea, not his. He hadn't expected to meet resistance over something he thought would be a welcome thing, and was offended that Jiru would ascribe such superficial motives to his family. You're not the only one who stands out, Andon countered. I'm a mixed-blood orphan adopted by the Kaul family when I was a child. Does that also make me a charity case? Jiru shook his head. Your mother and uncles were famous Jade warriors. You went to the academy. You were raised by the Kauls. Even though you're a doctor now, you're still a green bone of the clan. That makes you more Kekanese than me, because no matter your skin color, green is what people see. Jiru stood from the table, taking his plate and dropping it loudly into the sink. If you're Abuke, you can't be green, so you can never be anything but Abuke. Andon hadn't until now realized how much he'd been looking forward to showing up with Jiruya in front of the whole clan, knowing that no one would have the audacity to tug their earlobes at him in the presence of the Pillar and the entire Kaul family. He'd always assumed that a partner who truly cared for him would be happy to be welcomed by his cousins. With a surge of hurt, he blurted, I thought we were serious. This is a big no-peak event, and I'd hoped you'd be there. Jiru turned around, his hands clutching the edge of the counter behind him. I'm sorry. I just don't want to owe anything to your family, or for anyone to think I do. Who doesn't owe something to the clans? Andon exclaimed. Do you think the movie industry would be what it is? That you'd have the career you do now if my sister-in-law hadn't invested in Cinema Shore? That's my point. The clans are in everything. They make and break industries and companies and people. I'm already luckier than most Abuke. Jiruya's father had died while diving for mine runoff, but he'd been raised by his mixed-blood mother and Kekanese grandfather, so he'd been given an education and advantages many Abuke did not have. Jiru's voice fell, and he sounded uncommonly vulnerable. I don't want people saying it's all because of No Peak, because I'm sleeping with you. Please, Mian, try to understand. Andon felt that he emphatically did not understand, and he opened his mouth to say so, but at that moment there was a knock on the door. Andon and Jiru paused their argument and looked at each other in surprise. They weren't expecting anyone. The knock came again, harder this time, sounding desperate. Andon opened the door and was surprised to see his nephew. The expression on his face was forlorn and distressed, and his hair was wet with rainwater that dripped into his eyes.
Nico, Andon exclaimed, pulling him inside. What's wrong? What's happened? Nico rubbed the back of his sleeve over his wet face. Uncle Andon, can I stay with you for a while? Andon went to the Kaul house the following afternoon. The first person he saw was Jaya, loitering near the gate with 2 academy classmates, skateboards tucked under their arms. You might not want to talk to him right now, she advised. Jaya normally had some quippy thing to say every time Andon saw her, so he knew it was a sign of how bad the situation was that his niece didn't even crack a smile. He's in an awful mood. Andon went inside the house. The thick wooden door to the study was closed, and behind it, Andon could hear the pillar's raised voice and Lotjin responding, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. He went into the kitchen and opened the cabinet, taking out a glass and a bottle of hoji and pouring himself a fingerful of drink to strengthen his resolve. Standing at the patio door, he looked out into the courtyard and gardens and saw that on the lawn, a pile of concrete blocks had been smashed into chunks of rubble and left strewn about, some of them lying several feet away, having clearly been flung about in a rage. The door to the study opened, and Lotjin emerged. The new horn looked as if he'd been badly taken to task. He wore a tight scowl of chagrin and resentment, mingled with relief that the ordeal was over, and he'd gotten away without worse personal consequence. Andon intercepted him. What's happening? Nico's out, Lot said. No rank, bank accounts frozen, no help from the clan. The pillar had half a mind to order him dragged in and stripped of his jade. At Andon's stunned expression, Lot said, Maybe you'll have better luck talking to him than I did. As far as he's concerned, I fucked up with the kid, didn't give him the right mentoring and opportunities, didn't push him hard enough. It has nothing to do with you, Andon said to the horn. You know what he's like, Lot said, and left the house. Andon walked into the study. Hilo was standing behind the desk, the telephone receiver in his hand and address book open, looking for a number. The knuckles of his hands were untidily wrapped with gauze. At Andon's entrance, he glanced up impatiently and said, What do you want, Andy? He found the number he was looking for and began to punch it into the phone. Don't do this. Do what? His cousin snapped. Andon walked up to the desk, forcing the pillar's attention back to him. This. Raining your anger and guilt down on Nico because he isn't following the plan you had for him. Pushing him away because you feel rejected and offended by the choices he's making in his own life. You've done it before. To me, to Shay, and even to Wen. Gods in heaven, don't do it to your own son. Hilo depressed the phone cradle and slammed the phone back down with enough force to make the whole thing jump on the desk. He's not my son, Hilo snarled. He was never anything like me, not in the least. He's as melancholy as Lon and as shallow and disloyal as Amy. Let the gods recognize them, Andon added in a murmur. I put up with a lot of bullshit from that boy. Underneath the angry glare, Andon could see his cousin's bewilderment and pain. I know he's young. He needs some freedom to rebel. I gave him his head as much as I thought was reasonable, but this beats fucking everything. Wasting the jade and training he owes to his family and his clan, to fight for foreigners, for strangers, for nothing but money. Even Barukan are better than that. You're a doctor, Andy. Don't tell me you agree with what he's doing. Andon looked at the ground, then back up at the pillar. I don't agree with his choice, but I agree less with what you're doing by cutting him off. Don't try to talk me down, Andy. There was warning in the pillar's voice, a layer of menace that would have, at one time, silenced Andon the way it silenced most men. I know better than to try reasoning with you when you're this angry. At least someone has sense, Hilo said,
turning away and opening a desk drawer. "Leave me alone, then. I'm not in the mood to talk." He pulled out an open pack of cigarettes and cursed vociferously to find the carton empty, having forgotten that Wen had thrown them out in an effort to help him quit smoking. Andon did not move from his spot in front of the pillar's desk.
"Let Nico take the job," he said. "Let him keep his rank, his money, and his jade. Tell him that even though you don't agree with his choice, he's still your son, that he can come home when he's ready."
Hilo barked out a cough, as if he'd choked on his own saliva. "Didn't you just say you weren't going to try this? You go too far, cousin, if you're telling me how to be a parent."
"I don't know anything about parenting," Andon said. "All I know is what I needed from you once, when I was Nico's age. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm telling you what you should do as a father and as Pillar. If you disown Nico, you'll lose your son, and No Peak will lose its heir."
"He's not fit to be Pillar," Hilo said.
"People said that about you once," Andon reminded his cousin. "Nico's not like you, just like you weren't like Lon. He's smart, Hilo-Gen, observant. He's always trying to deeply understand things, but he has to do it in his own way, even if it means going all the way over to the opposite side. You say he's cold and selfish, but it's because he keeps what he feels to himself. He does care. He cares what you think of him, and I think he needs to be free of it too."
Hilo's face moved in a brief contortion, but he answered without sympathy. "What message is it going to send to the clan if I let Nico get away with this? A Kaul, joining a foreign private military company. The mountain will throw a fucking party. They'll go to town poaching our lantern men and our politicians and our public support. We'll be eviscerated in the press. Even Shay agrees with me. And other fingers will think that if the Pillar's son can turn his back on the clan and use his jade to pad his own pocket, then what's to stop them from doing the same?"
"Then do what you have to do publicly. Condemn Nico's decision. Tell everyone that he doesn't represent No Peak with his actions, and he has no clan status or privileges so long as he works for Sunto. Say whatever you have to as Pillar. But at least talk to Nico. Don't turn your back on him."
"Why does it matter so much to you?" Hilo retorted, his patience visibly fraying.
"Because it's what Lon would have done."
Andon had not meant to shout. He'd meant to come in and lay down his case with calm and unassailable surety. He closed his shaking hands into fists and leaned them on Hilo's desk, pressing the knuckles against wood.
"Lon would never turn his back on any of us. You executed Nico's mother when he was a baby. Everyone in the clan knows it, even if we don't talk about it. He deserves the chance to hate you and leave No Peak if that's what he needs to do. You owe it to him."
Andon drew in a hard breath and let it out again. He straightened.
"If you disown Nico, then I'm gone too. I'll leave, Hilo."
Hilo stared at him as if he were holding a match over kerosene.
"You wouldn't." "Am I lying to you?"
The Pillar could perceive Andon's resolve, would know if he was bluffing. Hilo did not say anything.
"From the minute Lon brought me into this house, all I ever wanted was to be a Kaul," Andon said roughly. "I hated my Espenian blood on one side, and I was afraid of being the Mad Witch's boy on the other. But I've learned something over the years. I don't have to be a Kaul if I don't want to be. You and Shay will always be Kauls. Nico, Rue, and Jaya, they don't have a choice either. But I do."
His voice landed with certainty, though it seemed a hole opened in the pit of his stomach.
"I've been No Peak's man in Espenia for years. You've said so yourself.
I made the alliances we needed in Port Massey and Restville. I'm the one overseeing the clan's stake in healthcare, training Green Bone doctors and certifying clinics. If I leave, you'll lose all of that. Maybe you could replace me, but it won't be the same, and you know it. Are you threatening me, cousin? Hilo's words were more astonished than angry. I'm asking you, Hilo-Gen, Andon said, to prove to me that this is the family I still want to be a part of. Andon turned and went to the door. If you decide you want to speak to your son after all, he's staying in the guest suite in my apartment building. In 2 weeks, I'm giving him a ride to the airport. Chapter 36. A Fresh Start. John Remy took all of his meals at one of 3 Kekanese restaurants in downtown Restville. His favorite was the Feast of John Loon, not because it had the best food. Cake on Delight, 2 blocks away, was better, but because it was the most secure. The restaurant took up 2 floors of a narrow building. Remy always ate at a reserved table near the back of the 2nd floor. Before he arrived, he sent 2 of his men ahead to make sure no threat was lying in wait for him. Bodyguards kept watch while he ate facing the stairwell, which was the only way up to the 2nd floor. The blinds were always kept shut on the one large window, which led out onto a fire escape that could be used to exit the building in an emergency. Although the bad Kek wore enough jade to feel confident he could handle most ordinary threats, he had an uncommonly large number of enemies, and he was not stupid enough to think that just because he had jade abilities, he could not be killed by a well-planned ambush. Every crew boss in the country was offended that a Kekanese had risen so meteorically in Restville's underworld and now controlled so much of that lucrative city. A number of them had already made attempts to eliminate Remy and retake the parts of the gambling and prostitution businesses that they saw as belonging rightfully to them. One of Remy's cars had been ruined by a drive-by shooting, and recently 2 men had gotten close enough to try to murder him at his favorite nightclub, the Blue Olive. He was alive only because years ago he'd been trained by Green Bones straight from John Loon. The 2 crew boys who'd taken a run at him were delivered back to their boss in body bags. In addition to the crews, there were the drug lords from Tomasio to think of, vicious wesp bastards. Remy also had to consider that he'd angered many of his fellow Greenbones in Port Massey. They might come after him themselves, though more likely the sanctimonious hypocrites were busy covering their own asses and ratting him out to the police at every turn. So when rumor reached John Remy that a man new to town had been frequenting the local fighting dens and unsubtly asking questions about the bad Kek, his first suspicion was that the nosy stranger was a police informant. When he had his own people investigate, his suspicions changed and deepened. Then he became extremely curious. "Pick this guy up," he ordered. "I want to meet him." Tonight, the only people on the 2nd floor of the Feast of John Loon were 3 of Remy's trusted men, snakeheads who'd all been awarded jade for killing crew boys. One of them peered between the slats of the window blinds at the sound of an arriving vehicle and slamming car doors on the street below. "They're here, boss." Remy got a good look at the stranger as he was led up the stairwell and across the restaurant floor to Remy's table. The man took off his cap as he approached. He wore plain brown pants and an untucked black shirt under a faded corduroy jacket. Remy had assumed the man would be in his late 40s, but he looked older than that, his face hard and lined, his dark hair flecked with gray and receding at the temples. He walked with a certain cautious, unhurried care, but the alertness of his manner, the arrogant, predatory quality with which he held himself, indicated that this was a man the Kekanese would call green in the soul. "Remy-Gen," said Make Tar warily. He touched his forehead and dipped into a shallow salute.
John Remy gestured for the older man to sit down at the table. Make did so, helping himself to a glass of water and leaning back in the chair. He was not at ease. He did not seem to be the sort of person ever fully at ease, but he displayed no anxiety to be sitting in front of one of the city's most notorious crime bosses. Remy studied the man with interest. He gestured to the server. "What'll you drink?" "Just water," said Make, speaking in Kekanese. "Not even Hoji?" said Remy. "This place imports the quality stuff from Kakon, none of the cheap shit." "I don't drink," Make said. "Not anymore." Remy shrugged and ordered another beer for himself. The other three snakeheads at the table squinted at Make in fascinated disappointment, as if he were a fictional character come to life. "Tell me," Remy said, "what brings a man who used to be a top greenbone of the No Peak clan here to Restville?" Make scowled and shifted in his chair. "If you brought me here to talk about the No Peak clan, you have the wrong person," he said bitterly. "I haven't been a greenbone for 12 years. I haven't touched Jade. I haven't been back to John Loon. I haven't seen my family, not once. I'm no one in Kakon." The man's words were thick with so much sour resignation that Remy didn't doubt they were true. Besides, he'd already dug into Make's past. Remy's connections in Port Massey had corroborated the stories. Make Tar used to be one of the most feared greenbones on either side of the Amaric Ocean. He'd been Kaul Heloshudan's right hand. He'd put the notorious Willem Skinny Reams at the bottom of Whitting Bay in pieces. Then, a dozen years ago, he'd killed his own fiancée in a blind rage and been exiled from the No Peak clan. Every one of Remy's investigations confirmed that Make had no contact with John Loon, no visits back to the island, no phone calls, no money sent to him. Make Tar, people told him, was jadeless and washed up, but not to be fucked with. "And yet, after all these years, people still know who you are," Remy said, tapping his teeth thoughtfully with the end of a toothpick. "That's one hell of a reputation, old man. So I don't think it should be any surprise that I'd like to know why you've shown up in my city." Make's shoulders came down, and he blew out a noisy breath. "Port Massey is a big place, big enough even for someone like me to disappear into. But it's getting too expensive to live there, and too many people have ties to No Peak and know who I used to be. I can't ever quite escape it, so it's time for a change, a fresh start. Restville is warmer, and there are Kekanese people here." Make tilted his head curiously and gave Remy a straight stare, something that few men dared to do. "Also, I'd heard of this man in Restville they call Bad Kek Remy, and I couldn't help wondering if he might have work for someone like me." Remy raised his eyebrows, pleased that his own reputation had reached the ears of a man like Make Tar. "I've always got work that needs to be done," he said nonchalantly. "But why would I trust someone who used to work for the Kauls?" "You used to work for the Kauls yourself," Make pointed out. "More recently than me, and now you're your own man." The former Greenbone turned his head, looking around the room at the snakeheads, but Remy saw that his gaze didn't linger on expensive suits or shoes or even weapons. He was looking for the glint of green on fingers and wrists. Make returned his attention to Remy. "I've heard you give Jade to those who do a good job for you," he said slowly. "That's something the Kauls will never give back to me." Remy wasn't highly trained in perception, but he could still tell that Make wasn't lying. "How do I know you weren't sent here by the people in Port Massey?" Make blinked, then smirked.
Those pussies? You've got to be joking.
Two of Remy's men couldn't help laughing. Make shook his head.
There used to be thick blood there, back when Roan Toro and old Dauk were alive. But that was a long time ago.
As soon as Remy had heard that Make Tar was in town and asking after him, he'd known he would either have to kill the man or bring him onto his side. Now he admitted to himself that having a man of Make Tar's caliber and aptitude and violence in his employ could be useful indeed. Remy was in need of capable management at the street level. Two of his best lieutenants had been arrested in the past 3 months, and he was secretly worried about the crews taking advantage of this weakness. The bad Kek wore Jade, but he was a Spenian born. No matter what sort of reputation he garnered in Resville, it could not compare to the notoriety and mystique associated with the Kekanese Greenbone clans. Keko-Espenians, no matter how they felt about the old country, all understood that the best Jade warriors came from the island, that they grew up with Jade and began wearing it as children, were trained at grueling martial academies, and wore it openly in a culture that revered greenness. There was simply no way to compete with those advantages. Make Tar could be an unparalleled asset. Still, Remy had his doubts.
You haven't been a fist in a long time.
A shadow of ferocity crossed Make's face.
I used to be the pillarman of Kaul Hiloshudan,
he said with a note of undiminished pride.
He trusted me with the clan's toughest jobs, where blood had to be spilled, carefully, and at the right time, and in the right way. I was good at what I did, and it wasn't just because I was young and green. I had the right sort of mind for it.
Regret settled over the man's face like a mask.
I made one mistake, a terrible mistake, and now I can never go home. I want to do work I'm good at again, that's all. But if you've got too many doubts about me, that's fine. I can understand that.
Make put on his cap and began to stand.
Hold on now, Remy said.
He chewed the end of the toothpick as he motioned to one of the snakeheads to bring his briefcase.
A lot of men make themselves out to be bigger than they really are. Now that I've met you for myself, I've got to say, you don't seem like one of those types.
Remy opened his briefcase and took out a handgun, a roll of cash, and a set of car keys. He placed them on the table in front of him.
You want work? You've got it. The gun, the money, and the car behind the restaurant are yours. Call it a signing bonus. From now on, you work for me. Talk to Teto after this. He'll get you started.
Make gave a small, impassive nod of agreement, as if Remy had bought him a meal instead of handing him a new life as the newest member of the Resville Snakehead gang.
Any questions?
Remy asked. Make picked up the cash and pocketed it without counting the amount. Perhaps doing so went against his Kekanese sensibilities. He took the gun and the keys, slipped them into his jacket, and stood.
Just tell me what you want me to do.
Chapter 37. Leaving Home. The 20th year, 3rd month. When the boarding announcement for his flight came over the terminal speaker, Nico thought, it's not too late. He could still walk out of the airport and go home, admit he'd made a mistake, and ask for his uncle's forgiveness and his place back in the clan. He'd summoned all his angry determination and righteous defiance to face down his parents with his decision. Now, however, an unsettled feeling was rolling around in his stomach, and he was more afraid than excited. He took out his passport and boarding pass.
I guess this is it, he said.
His Uncle Andon walked him to the gate. Neither of them spoke. Andon was the one member of the family with whom Nico could always be comfortably silent. Often throughout his childhood, when his mother had been struggling through her long recovery from brain injury, Nico and his siblings had been cared for by their aunts and uncles. Andon was Nico's favorite relative. Uncle Andon would let him read for hours, take him to the park to feed the ducks, or rent movies they would watch together. He asked only a few questions and listened to the answers without lecturing. Unlike other adults, he didn't ferry Nico around on a schedule or begin conversations with, "When you grow up and get your Jade." No one else in the clan was like Uncle Andon, so he didn't expect anyone else to be like him. As they embraced at the gate, Andon said, "Promise me you'll be careful. You're not leaving Kakon as a student the way I did. You'll be wearing Jade into dangerous situations, far from home." The look of worry on Andon's face made Nico feel more guilty than any amount of shouting or blistering disapproval from his parents. "I promise, Uncle," Nico said. "Thanks for letting me stay at your place. I hope it wasn't too much trouble for you and Jiruya." "Of course it wasn't," Andon said, but he was looking around, scanning the passing travelers hopefully. He rubbed his bare wrist, as if wishing for his Jade and sense of perception. Nico knew that Andon had gone to the house and argued with the pillar. Andon hadn't said anything about it, but Rue had. Rue had come over to the apartment and said a lot of things last night, spilling his feelings out like marbles as he begged Nico to change his mind. "But why, Nico? Why would you throw away your position like that?" Rue had been distraught with bewilderment. "I know the pressure must be a lot to handle right now, but everyone in the clan is rooting for you to become pillar." As usual, his brother exaggerated, certain that what was indisputable to him must be the truth. Nico had turned away from the pleading expression. "I've never been in charge of my own life, Rue. Da tells you to study what you want in college, to become whatever you want to be. He's never once said that to me. What makes anyone think I even want to be pillar?" Rue grabbed him by the shoulders, turning him back around. When stirred by strong belief, he was easily the more righteously angry one. "If I hadn't been born a Stone Eye, I'd do my best to become the pillar, no matter how hard it was, or even if I thought I might like to do something else." His eyes bored insistently into Nico's. "Think of the difference you could make, of all the good you could do for so many people. The clan affects the lives of millions. It needs a pillar who's strong and smart. How can you just run away from that kind of responsibility?" Nico stepped back, pulling roughly out of his brother's grasp. "I'm not running away." "Then come back home with me right now," Rue exclaimed. "We'll talk to Da together. I'll back you up. So will Jaya. And you know how good she is at getting her way. We'll convince Da to let you go to college part-time while you work toward becoming a fist, like what Ait Otto is doing. If he can do it, you definitely can. You're a lot smarter. You just need a change, and then you'll feel better about everything. I know it. We can go to John Royal together, like we planned." When Nico gazed at him, unmoved, Rue went from cajoling to accusing. "How could you not even tell me what you were thinking? What happened to brothers sticking together?" Nico shook his head sadly. "We're not kids anymore, Rue." The disappointment and naked hurt that had swept over his brother's face had curdled Nico with shame, but he wouldn't let it show. Rue was the only one who could have changed his mind, who could have broken his resolve, so he'd had to harden his heart. Nico picked up his suitcase. He hadn't packed much. Where he was going, he didn't expect he'd have much room for personal belongings anyway. 2 weeks of orientation at GSI headquarters in a town called Fort Johns Rock in northeastern Espenia would be followed by 3 months at one of the company's training compounds. After that, he would be on a 2-year work contract and could be sent anywhere in the world. Andon stopped his fruitless glancing around and turned back to Nico with apology in his eyes. I tried, Nico. His shoulders sagged under the weight of resignation. The unmistakable, smooth warmth of the pillar's jade aura materialized in Nico's perception 2 seconds before Hilo walked up behind them, his hands in the pockets of his jacket. The expression on his face was unreadable, although his eyes were tired. Andy, he said, let me talk to my son alone. Andon looked between the pillar and Nico. Wordlessly, he put a hand on his nephew's shoulder and gave it a supportive squeeze. Then he touched his forehead to the pillar in expressionless acknowledgement and walked away, back through the airport terminal. Take a walk with me, Hilo said. I'm about to get on a plane. It'll only take a minute, his uncle said, with such familiar parental authority that Nico obeyed. They walked farther down the terminal. Nico wanted to act rude and angry. The pillar knew he'd been staying at Andon's place. If he'd wanted to talk, he could have shown up at any time earlier, instead of at the last minute, with the flight about to depart. But he'd shown up in the end. Does Ma know you're here? Nico asked. Yes, Hilo said. So his mother was still furious at him. Otherwise, she would be here as well. Everyone knew the vengeful reputation of Kaul Hilo, but Nico understood that his mother was the one who was less forgiving, who could carry a longer grudge. You're not going to change my mind, Nico declared. It's too late for that. It's too late for a lot of things. Hilo stopped and turned to face his nephew. He handed Nico an envelope. I've given you back access to your bank accounts. There's a calling card in the envelope and a list of phone numbers, the weatherman's branch offices in every country where we have them, and contact numbers for Green Bones overseas who are part of the clan or are our allies who will help you if you need help. Only if you really need it. Otherwise, you're on your own. Several conflicting impulses came into Nico's mind, but he couldn't form any of them in words. He wanted to disdainfully reject his uncle's gesture and hang on to the emotional advantage, but that seemed a childish thing to do. He wanted to relent, to say something that would make things right between them before he left, but that felt like admitting defeat. Nico had never been good at responding to his feelings in the moment, so he said nothing. The final boarding call was announced. He put the envelope in his inside jacket pocket. I'd better go, he mumbled. Hilo cupped a hand roughly around the back of Nico's head, pulling his nephew close, and spoke in a low declaration. I would cut Jim Sunto's throat and burn his company to the ground if I thought that would stop you. His grip tightened fiercely on the back of Nico's neck. But I know it's not about that. I love you enough to see that you have the right to hate me. Just remember, I only ever made the decisions I thought were best for you. His uncle let go. His jade aura receded as he walked away through the streams of people. Hilo stepped out of the airport and got into the passenger seat of Lot's Lumeza FT Scorpion as it pulled up to the curb. They drove to an airport hotel and went up to a guest suite on the 5th floor. Vin Solu, the new First Fist of John Loon, was in the room along with Heijo, the First Fist of White Rats, and one of Heijo's tech experts. 3 young men were seated around a table covered with small gadgets, listening as Heijo and his technician explained each of the items. At Hilo and Lot's entrance, the men stood hastily and saluted the pillar. Kaul-chen, they murmured in unison. Hilo looked them over. 2 of the young men were golden spiders from the Kekanese army, a man named Dasho, whom Hilo did not know, and Teiji Ino, a remote cousin of the Kaul family. The 3rd young man was a junior finger named Sim. All of them had been quickly but carefully chosen by the Horn. They each wore a little jade, 5 pieces at the most, and fit the profile of lower-ranked greenbones looking to better their fortunes. Each had applied separately and been offered employment by GSI. Packed suitcases and bags sat on the floor near their feet. "Nico's on his flight," Hilo said. "You'll all be leaving on different ones over the next day." Lot withdrew an envelope from his pocket and handed out airplane tickets to each man, along with credit cards and cash. Hilo surveyed the various items on the table, several of which had been opened up to show their workings. Hidden cameras built into travel alarm clocks and pens, audio recorders inside cigarette lighters, bugs that could be planted inside rooms, and most ingeniously of all, recording devices concealed within or behind jade watches, earrings, and pendants. Those had been the most expensive and difficult to create, but were also the most likely to go undetected. GSI recruits could bring their own personal jade and wear it as they liked, and no one would dare to touch or closely examine another man's jade. "You've learned how to use all this stuff?" Hilo asked. Heijo's tech expert, one of 3 that specialized in outfitting the clan's white rats, said, "They're all pretty straightforward. They can be easily discarded if necessary, and except for the jade, none of it can be traced back to No Peak. Once you get to any new location, use the credit cards we gave you at any bank or ATM, or call one of the contact numbers. We'll know immediately where you are. If you're caught, we have solid cover stories in place to prove that you're being paid to gather information by investigative journalists working for the Janloon Daily." Hilo said to the 3 men, "Don't worry. You're infiltrating an Espenian company, not the Mountain Clan. If you get caught, they won't kill you. They probably won't even cripple you or beat you badly. They'll only fire you and sue you, and that's no problem. We can handle that. You'll be fine so long as you don't act suspicious or tell any outright lies. Santo's perception isn't anything like Vin's." Sim asked uneasily, "Won't he be worried about white rats?" The pillar made a face. "Santo's convinced the Greenbones are eager to flee the clans to join his company. After the talk we had in his office on Yuman Island, he expects me to whisper his name and for any attack from No Peak to come from head on. After you're gone, you'll all be officially condemned by the clan as shameful traitors. Remember that your families will know the truth. Send us whatever information you can, but the main thing is that you watch Nico." His nephew was a God's-damned fool, but there was no way under heaven that Hilo was going to lose him in some stupid foreign war. "So long as my son is alive and well, and you're sending us whatever information you can, the money will keep going to your families. More money than GSI was paying, and more importantly, things that GSI could not provide. Loan forgiveness for Dasho's parents, college for Teiji's sister, an expedited heart transplant for Sim's niece." Lot said, "Do you all understand what's being asked of you? If so, kneel and pledge your word to the pillar." Together, the 3 men lowered themselves to the carpet of the hotel room and raised their clasped hands to Hilo in salute. Chapter 38. We've got to do something. Barrows snuck back into Janloon like a cat to a dumpster, quietly and hungrily. Nearly 6 years had passed since the Espenians had yanked him out of the city overnight. 6 years. Time that seemed to have magically disappeared. Gallo and Bergland had arranged for him to be relocated, not to the ROE, but to Iwansa, an Espenian territory at the southern end of the Yuiwan archipelago. Barrow hadn't even known that the Espenians owned a tiny island in the Yuiwas, an unpleasantly dry and mind-deadening place catering to Espenian tourists. The Espenians had given him a new identity and a one-room apartment.
Barrow hadn't been stupid and blown all the crisp Aspenian thalliers he'd made from his years as an informant by living lavishly and drawing attention to himself in John Loon, so he had enough money to last a long time in the Uiwas, where everything was cheap. The main problem was that he hated Iwansa. No one spoke Kekanese. Barrow didn't know any Uiwan, so he had to get by with the bits of Aspenian he picked up. The local food was all bland mush wrapped in palm leaves, shit like that. He made some money by hanging around the place where the cruise ship docked and finding Kekanese or Aspenian tourists who would pay him to drive them around. There was nothing to do. All he wanted was to go back to Kakon, but the final thing his Aspenian military handlers had done was warn him against doing so. He couldn't shake the unsettling memory of the black-clad ROE operatives taking down Malovny and carrying him out of the apartment with a hood over his head. A year after the John Loon bombing, Barrow heard the news about an Egutanian defector named Agent M, who gave up all the secrets of the Nikolva program to the ROE military. It had to be Malovny, but the Vastic Ia Malovny that Barrow knew had tried to put a bullet in his own head rather than be captured. Barrow could only imagine what the Aspenians had done to the man to turn him into their meek tool. What might they do to Barrow if they thought he was going to run? Eventually, however, they stopped paying attention to him. Barrow stopped receiving the occasional discomfiting phone calls from ROE government representatives checking up on him. Perhaps with the slow war moving in some other direction, what Barrow did or didn't know was no longer of any interest or concern. Or Gallo and Berglund simply forgot about him. Barrow still despised Iwansa, but he had to admit he'd become accustomed to it. What danger would he be putting himself in if he went back to Kakon? You're such a fucking pussy now. The instant he was back in John Loon, however, Barrow felt better, as if he'd been slowly turning on a cooking spit for years and finally been plunged into a cool tub of salve. On his first day back, he sat on a park bench in Pawpaw, soaking the city back into his pores. The grease of street food, the sounds of hawkers and cab drivers shouting in Kekanese, the spring damp on his parched skin. Even garbage in John Loon smelled better than it did elsewhere. The rats were sleeker. Most of the people Barrow had known were gone. Out of curiosity, he went back to the little persimmon lounge, and to his great surprise, he found Tadino working behind the bar. The man looked different. His hair was longer, and he'd lost his sneering, sharp-tongued bravado. Instead, a hunted look darted in his eyes, and a raised red circular scar on his left cheek distorted the skin of his face.
"Shit, KK, is that you?" Tadino exclaimed. "Where have you been?" "Nowhere," Barrow said. "Staying the fuck away from everyone." "Left town? Smart move. I thought maybe they picked you up in the raids along with everyone else."
Tadino dried his hands on a towel and glanced around nervously before leaning in to speak in a lowered voice.
"They had our names on a fucking list, KK. Did you know Malovny disappeared? He must have ratted all of us out. Good thing you got away." "What happened to your face?" Barrow asked.
Tadino winced, involuntarily touching his scarred cheek.
"You really have been gone, haven't you? The Mountain Clan came in here, saying this was a meeting place for the clanless. I got off easy because they thought I was just a bartender."
Barrow said,
"It doesn't look that bad. It hurts so fucking much I pissed myself."
Tadino shuddered at the memory and ran an agitated hand through his disheveled hair. He gave Barrow a strangely desperate look.
"I've got to say, I'm glad to see you, KK. There aren't many of us left, you know. Why'd you come back here anyway?" "I need work."
It was true. He'd used up all his Aspenian cash and needed to make money again. The obvious thing to do would be to go back to stealing or drug dealing, but after talking with Tadino, he was forced to conclude that was too risky. The clans had always tolerated some low level of street crime, but these days, anyone caught engaging in anti-clan activities, stealing from or damaging clan businesses, shine dealing, jade trafficking, associating with the clanless future movement or politically radical causes, or simply having too many suspicious foreign connections, would get anything from a face branding up to a gravesite, depending on the severity of the offense. Barrow had, at different times in his life, been guilty of every single one of those things. And now that he was finally back in John Loon, the last thing he wanted was for Greenbones to notice him. Barrow had few legally employable skills, but he could drive and knew the streets well, so he got a job as a package delivery man. The money was shit, though, so after 6 months, he cooked up a plan with 2 of Tadino's friends and began using the delivery company's van to move bootlegged video and music tapes to booth vendors who sold them to tourists in the docks and in the temple and monument districts. As long as they were ripping off foreigners, he figured he was safe, although the money was only so-so. Nothing close to what he'd once made as a jade-wearing rockfish or a shine dealer or an informer. Barrow decided he could accept that. Less money, but less danger. So be it. He was 36 now. Fucking old. "We've got to do something," Tadino began saying every time Barrow showed up at the little persimmon to drink. The man's scarred face didn't seem to repel customers. If anything, the sort of people who visited the little persimmon seemed to treat it as a badge of honor, or a mark of credibility, like a prison tattoo. "We've got to save the clanless future movement before it's too late. Otherwise, the clans win." "The clans always win," Barrow mumbled scornfully. "Grillo and Antonio blew up a building with all the Green Bone leaders in it. And where are they now? Feeding worms." "'Cause they got it all wrong," Tadino insisted. "I'm telling you, I've thought about this a lot. Trying to take out the clans like that was stupid. All it did was unite them in crushing us under their heels. Now they're hunting us down like dogs." Tadino wiped down the bar counter with violent swipes of the cloth, putting all his hatred into the polished wood. "And what happened to all those foreign friends that bastard Malovny promised us would support the cause? Where are the fuckers now? Left us to be slaughtered, that's what. We've got to save ourselves 'cause no one else will." Barrow couldn't argue with that, so he said nothing, which only encouraged Tadino. The man leaned an elbow on the bar and jutted his angular face near Barrow's. "Don't tell me you're done, KK. You're not just gonna sit there like a lump and drink, are you? You and me, we're still cut. You still want to stick it to the clans as much as I do." Barrow scowled into his hoji. Just because he still hated Greenbones didn't mean he was going to risk his neck for the sorry remnants of the clanless future movement. Without Malovny bringing in money and weapons from Igutan, what could they do? Better to move on. Forget all that old shit. "See? You really have turned into a fucking pussy." Barrow downed the rest of his drink with a surge of self-loathing. He'd become soft and useless while away in Iwansa. He used to be full of thick blood and daring. He'd done things no one else could have done. Tadino might be talking bitter nonsense, but at least he was still thinking, still trying to do what Barrow used to do for himself, come up with a plan that could change everything. Maybe the rat-faced bastard was right. Maybe there was still more for Barrow to do. He squinted with guarded interest for the first time. "What do you have in mind?" "Here's the thing," Tadino licked his lips. "The only way to take down a Greenbone clan is with another Greenbone clan." "What are you getting at?" "When are times best for people like us?" Tadino answered his own question with a glint in his eye.
when there's war, KK. The way to bring down the clans is to make them go to war with each other again.
Chapter 39. The Stone Eye Club. On his first day of classes at John Royal University, Kaul stood in the main campus plaza, awash in nervous excitement as he watched students strolling across the grounds between the wide lawns and brick buildings. Rue didn't think of himself as a particularly academic person, but having grown up in a ruling clan family where nearly everyone was a Jade warrior or a businessman, the sheer wealth of possibilities in college made him giddy. One dense cloud of sadness marred the clear blue sky of his mood.
Nico should be here.
Nico had always been the smart one, the one who liked reading and was good at school, who would surprise adults with the sorts of things he'd learned and remembered. Now, Rue had no idea where his brother was. He'd received one letter from Nico saying that he'd finished 2 weeks of orientation at GSI headquarters in Fort Johns Rock, Espenia. Rue had to look up the place in an encyclopedia to find out where it was. Nico didn't say where he was going now, nor did he mention the painful conversation they'd had before he'd left. In the letter, he didn't even say whether he liked the job so far, whether he was happy. There'd been no return address on the envelope, no way for Rue to write back. Rue shouldered his backpack and went to his first class, Government and Society 120. It was an entry-level undergraduate course held in a large lecture hall with hard seats and weak lighting. No one recognized him in that class or the other 2 he attended that day, which was not surprising. His father saw to it that the media kept away from him, and compared to his siblings, he'd always gone unnoticed within the clan. When he checked out books from the library the next day, however, the librarian who took his student ID card looked at him curiously, then glanced down at his name. "Oh, Kaul Rulinshin. You're the Pillar's son, the—" She did not finish the sentence with Stone Eye. Flushing with embarrassment, she touched her forehead in abbreviated salute. "My husband and his parents are lantern men of No Peak. They own Juan's Chariot, the chain of auto body shops. All the clan's top greenbones take their cars there. My husband's worked on the Horns Lumeza, the Weatherman's Cabriola, and of course, your father's Duchesse." She checked his books out with vigor. "We were at the clan New Year's party, the big one, at the General Star Hotel last month. I suppose you must have been there. It was huge. I'm sure your father doesn't remember us, since he spoke to so many people that night. But if you get a chance, will you let him know that the Wands from Juan's Chariot send their loyal respects?"
"I'll let him know when I'm home for dinner this 5th day," Rue promised.
The librarian beamed. "I'm honored to have met you. Come back often. If you ever want to book one of the private study cubicles or the computer stations, just let me know. I'll get you the best one. There's a 2-hour limit, but I can override that." Rue thanked her. The next time he went to the library to check out books, he told Mrs. Wan that his father said he wouldn't trust his Duchesse to any other auto body shop, which delighted her so much she gave him a staff code that he could use on any of the photocopy machines in the library without paying for copies. Rue had a few other encounters with clan members or associates on campus. The teaching assistant of his economics class was the younger brother of a high-rank fist. One of his classmates in Kekanese Literature 300 was the daughter of a No Peak loyalist in the Royal Council. Occasionally, he was recognized on campus by strangers who stopped him to convey their regards to his family. This sort of attention would have irritated Nico. He would have started power walking from place to place to avoid being approached by people. Rue didn't mind. He always smiled and replied in a friendly way. With Nico gone, he had to start thinking of himself as the first son of the family. Even though he couldn't be a leader in the clan, that didn't mean he couldn't make a difference. After all, his mother was a stone eye too, but she helped his father to be the pillar. Rue thought he could have been of help to Nico, if only Nico would believe in himself first. He'll come back, Rue told himself. He has to. It had been heartbreaking to see his brother not only condemned by their father, but excoriated by the press, held up as evidence of the declining morals of a younger generation that was less green and no longer respected Aisho. Those self-appointed pundits didn't know anything about Nico, and their unflattering characterization certainly didn't apply to Jaya, or Cam, or the Juen twins. It angered Rue to hear people say ignorant and negative things based on shallow impressions or hearsay, so he felt a responsibility to represent his family and No Peak as well as possible. Besides, he liked to meet people and to learn of all the different ways his clan affected the lives of ordinary Kekanese. Nevertheless, Rue felt lonely on the large campus of John Royal University. His family's status had always set him apart from his peers at school and added a layer of difficulty when it came to making and keeping friends. Classmates assumed he wouldn't want to stand in line with them for hours to watch the new Danny Sinjo movie when his parents could take him to the premiere. They hesitated to invite him to a pool party in mountain-controlled Summer Park, knowing he would have to come with bodyguards. He was thankful to have had his high school relay ball team and his best friends, Tian and Shin, who treated him no differently than anyone else. But Tian had gone to the Lukong Institute of Technology for college, and Shin had joined the Kekanese military. Rue didn't even have Coco to keep him company, as pets were not allowed in student housing. Rue perused the student center cafeteria's bulletin board with notices advertising different campus clubs and decided to take a chance. On a fourth-day afternoon, 6 weeks into his first semester, he made his way into a classroom in the basement of the Social Sciences building to attend a student chapter meeting of the Charitable Society for Jade Non-Reactivity. He knew about the CSJN because his mother had spoken at some of their events and been interviewed for a profile in their magazine. Rue's mouth was dry with nerves when he walked into the room. How would the club members react to the son of a clan pillar intruding on their meeting? After all, Rue's family sat at the top of the cultural power structure that revered Jade abilities and stigmatized Stone Eyes and the entire Abuke race. A few desks pushed together against the wall held an assortment of bottles of soda and a spread of snacks, the expected bowls of nuts and crackers, date cakes, sesame and fruit candies, the usual junk. There were 14 people in the room, 9 Kekanese Stone Eyes and 5 Abuke students. A young Abuke woman greeted Rue cheerfully and directed him to write his name on a name tag. He did so with trepidation, then grabbed a soda and sat down in one of the empty chairs that had been arranged in a circle in the center of the classroom. One of the Kekanese students stood up and identified himself as Dano, a third-year political science major and the leader of the student chapter of the CSJN. Even though it was the middle of the afternoon, Dano looked as if he'd just woken up. His spiky hair was sticking up in several directions. He hadn't shaved, and he was wearing a rumpled t-shirt and jeans that might have been fished out from the bottom of a laundry basket. Nevertheless, he was bursting with enthusiasm. "Our club is about supporting each other," he declared to the small group. "I'll bet every one of us in this room has been in a situation where we felt as if we were completely alone. The only unlucky one, someone the gods didn't care about. Well, that's not true. You're not alone. And the more we work together to educate people about non-reactivity and be open about who we are, the less alone we'll be." Dano went on to explain the meeting schedule, club events, the affiliation with the National CSJN, and the campus partnership with the Abuke Student Alliance, and volunteer positions that needed to be filled. "I see we have a few new members," Dano said. "So let's all introduce ourselves." He sat back down in his chair. Rue did not remember any of the other students' names. When it came time for him to speak, his hands were clammy. He wiped them on his jeans and said, "My name's Kaul Rulinshin. This is my first year at John Royal." He cleared his throat. "My family is, well, it's full of green bones. I've spent my whole life surrounded by clan culture and Jade, so this is all pretty new to me. I'm glad to have found this club, and I'm looking forward to getting to know everyone." He couldn't read any of the expressions around him. If only he had a sense of perception, he would know whether to get up and leave. Of course, if he had a sense of perception, he wouldn't be here at all. Dano began stamping his feet on the floor in applause. The rest of the club members followed his example, smiling in welcome, and Rue's shoulders came down in relief. Dano said, "Welcome to the Stone Eye Club, KK. By the way, I'm opposed to everything your clan stands for." He grinned so wide his cheeks stretched, then reached over to clap Rue on the shoulder. "We're gonna be great friends." They did become friends. Dano was a natural social connector who seemed to know people from all walks of life and was always going to or coming from a wild party. Spending a considerable number of his waking hours intoxicated or hungover did not appear to dent his energy. Besides being the leader of the campus CSJN chapter, he was involved in the Independence League, a grassroots organization that advocated for the election of non-clan affiliated political candidates, the Immigrant Rights Watch, which provided legal and economic assistance to refugees, and the Royal Creed, the campus newspaper. At times, Rue wondered if Dano even went to class. They had spirited debates after every Stone Eye Club meeting. Dano loved to argue almost as much as he loved to drink. After Rue mentioned that he would likely work in the No Peak clan after he graduated, Dano said, "You'll be devoting your career to upholding the very system that stigmatizes non-reactivity. Don't you think that's like a pig building its own roasting pit?" Rue's mouth fell open. He had never met anyone who would dare to say something like that to him. "You can't blame hundreds of years of superstition on my clan. My Da has always supported me and never put me down. He named my Ma as his pillarman. Maybe my Ma and me being Stone Eyes in the clan is one reason prejudice against non-reactivity is going down." They left the social sciences basement and hurried across campus, late for class, but still arguing. "Even if your relatives are nice to you personally," Dano conceded, "that doesn't change the fact that the clans exist to protect the interests of Greenbones and keep them in power to the detriment of everyone else. Society isn't a contest of Greenbones versus non-Greenbones," Rue retorted. "Every Greenbone has family members and friends who don't wear jade, and the clans protect all of Kakon. If you studied history," a shameless dig, because Dano was supposed to be on his way to history class, "you'd know that if it weren't for Greenbones, our country would be a plundered post-colonial mess like the Uwiwas instead of a prosperous modern economy." Dano shrugged, clearly enjoying getting a rise out of his verbal sparring partner. "I admit the One Mountain Society played a big part in overthrowing the Shatarian occupation, but that was almost 50 years ago. Other countries don't need clans. They're obsolete parochial institutions." "Must you talk out of your ass?" Rue almost shouted. "Of course, clanism isn't perfect. No system is. That's why everyone should work together on improving it, not throwing it out altogether like the foreigners and anarchists want us to. Think about international trade, military reform, even the growth of the entertainment industry. The Greenbone clans led those changes. My own relatives made them happen. You don't know a damn thing." They reached the Foreign Studies building where Rue's next class was located. "So, see you later on 5th day?" "Yeah," said Dano. "Bring cash. Hey, there's gonna be strippers. Rue wasn't sure if he actually liked Dano or not. He could be morally pompous, ignorant, and infuriating, but Rue had never had anyone challenge his worldview so regularly. It was invigorating. He made the mistake of telling Jaya about his new friend. "He sounds like a fat-mouthed little shithead," his sister declared. "Did he really say those things? I'm surprised the Cobans haven't picked him up and burned his face yet." She squinted at her brother with concern. Jaya always had an insufferable habit of acting like they were the same age, as if her destiny as a greenbone somehow promoted her up the natural sibling order. When they were in primary school, Jaya had kicked another girl to the ground during recess and dumped all her school books into a muddy puddle for pointing to Rue and tugging her earlobe. "If you do it again, I'll come to your house and kill your pets," Jaya had promised, as if she were the older sibling and had to protect Rue from bullies on the playground. The other girl had cried, which had mortified and embarrassed Rue beyond belief. He would have ignored the mild taunting, and he certainly didn't need Jaya to stick up for him. It was obvious from her expression now that she suspected Rue wasn't keeping good company. "I wonder if any of these people you're meeting in college are on Lotjen's watch lists. What did you say his name was again?" "Forget it," Rue said quickly. "He just likes to say provocative things. He's not anyone to worry about." Some of the things Dano said could indeed be interpreted as radical anti-clan sentiment, which might raise suspicion of ties to the clanless future movement. Rue had been 12 years old at the time of the Janloon bombing. He would never forget being pulled out of school and waiting for over a day to find out if his father was still alive. He hated the violent anarchists and understood better than anyone why there was little tolerance for anti-clan attitudes. Dano, however, was a college student like him, not a CFM terrorist. Rue was starting to think that the threat of clanless extremists unfortunately stifled worthwhile discussions about how the clans could or should change in ways that benefited more Kekanese, including those who could never wear jade or weren't born into clan families. Dano didn't have the insider's view that Rue did. The mountain and no peak were vaguely malevolent monolithic entities to him. He couldn't understand that Rue's parents and his Aunt Shay and his Uncle Andon were real people, good people. People were what made the clan. Rue disagreed with his friend on many things, but he didn't want anything bad to happen to him. He resolved to keep his mouth shut around Jaya from now on. His sister was a year 8 at the academy, but sure to take oaths as a finger when she graduated. If Jaya thought Dano was a threat to society, or at the very least, a bad influence on her brother, who knew what she might do? Chapter 40. Difficult Daughters. The 21st year, 1st month. Kaul du Chiron Academy had changed in notable ways since Shay had been a student. New buildings and facilities were dedicated to classes in firearms, surveillance, and computer programming, among other subjects. There was now a separate dormitory for adult foreign students and additional training fields to accommodate trainees in the low residency program, which had been instituted despite some concern from alumni that it could dilute the school's brand and take away focus from the core full-time curriculum. One thing that had not changed in over 25 years, however, was the tradition of pre-trials. Jaya's Year 8 pre-trials were held on a crisp but sunny late autumn day, and the entire Kaul family turned out for the event to support her. Even Andon and Jiruya made an appearance, having jointly decided to endure their respective discomforts with attending. For Andon, any visit to the academy brought up the memory of his humiliating graduation ceremony. Jiruya might be one of the few abuke to have ever set foot on academy grounds. In a rare show of fraternal support, Rue cheered loudly for his sister, and Hilo glowed with pride when Jaya's name shot to the top of the ranking list after the deflection event. Her lightness scores in the afternoon brought her down to 6th, but Hilo said he didn't care if Jaya was first of class. He only wanted her to be happy with her performance. "This is where all the green bones of our family went to school," Hilo told Tia, holding Shay's daughter on his lap while Woon went to buy them all sodas. "You'll come here too when you're older." At the massacre of the mice, Jaya stepped up to her position, cricked her neck back and forth, and slapped hands with the girl next to her. She stuck her tongue out at one of the boys at the end of the row and blew a kiss to one of the watching year 7s, which made Hilo's eyes narrow with suspicion. The mice in their cages scurried around in circles, their tiny claws scratching against the wire mesh. The bell sounded. Jaya snuffed out 2 mice in one corner at the same time with her first blast of channeling. She cursed out loud as she missed the next one, stunning the mouse, but not killing it, but finished it off on the next try and killed the last 2 with successive pops of energy, beating out the next fastest time, the boy at the end of the row, by 0.85 of a second. The crowd cheered, Hilo loudest of all, and Jaya punched her fists into the air and danced around in victory. Tia burst into sobs. Shay and Woon tried to comfort her. "They're only mice," Woon said. "They have to die for people to practice channeling." "Why do people cheer when they die?" Tia wept. "We're not cheering because they died. We're cheering because Jaya won," Shay explained. "She won by killing them. Does everyone in school have to kill mice? Did you kill them?" When they both admitted they had, Tia cried harder. Shay and Woon left pre-trials before the awards ceremony and stopped Tia's tears by getting fried bread from a Hot Hut drive-thru on the way home. While Woon settled their daughter to bed later that evening, Shay went over to the main house. "She's already 6.5, Shay said worriedly to Hilo. "Is it something I've done wrong? I don't think I've shielded or coddled her." Today was not the first time Tia had been so easily upset. She refused to watch cockfights. Even sparring matches on the lawn made her anxious. Of course, compassion was one of the divine virtues, but violence was also a part of life in a Green Bone family. Where had Tia gotten such softness? Maybe it's because she doesn't get enough of my time and attention. She and Hilo were alone in the living room, and the rest of the house was quiet. Rue had gone back to campus. Jaya was with her classmates at a pre-trials after-party, and Wen, tired from the long day, had already gone up to bed. Jaya had come in 3rd in the final rankings, a great showing. Hilo pulled out 2 glasses and a bottle of hoji from the cabinet and poured them each a serving. He picked up his glass and held the other out to her, grinning. Inside, I'm crowing with laughter that my tough little sister is sitting here moaning and asking me for parenting advice. "I'm not moaning or asking you for advice," Shay retorted reflexively, before admitting to herself that perhaps she was. She snatched the glass of hoji. "Shay," Hilo said, turning serious, "if there's one thing I've learned in life, it's that you can't make people turn out a certain way, no matter how much you try, including your kids. Especially your kids." She knew he was thinking of Nico, wherever he was. Shay couldn't condemn her nephew for turning his back on the family and the clan, not when she'd done it herself in the past. But now she understood, in a way she hadn't before, what it was like for those left behind to feel the weight of an empty chair at the table. She hoped Nico was doing what he wanted to do, finding whatever it was he wanted to find. All she could do was pray to the gods to keep Lan's son safe. Hilo gazed morosely for a long moment into his glass of hoji, then swirled it and drank. Not everyone is suited for this kind of life. And I don't mean wearing jade. I mean all of it. Shay drew her feet up onto the sofa, tucking her legs under her. She sipped the hoji and leaned her head back against the cushions. It's not that I want my daughter to follow in my footsteps. She'd made many mistakes in her life, but when she examined her own decisions, she couldn't even say which ones had been right or wrong. But it hurt a little today when Tia looked at me with tears in her eyes. I could see her coming to the realization that maybe her mother isn't such a good person. Hilo's jade aura expanded, then contracted in her perception, a deep mental sigh. Only children and gods are arrogant enough to judge what they can't understand. There's no point being afraid of their opinions. Don't worry about Tia. She's only 6.5 years old, like you said. Still too young for you to worry. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Outside, Shay could hear workers painting the Horn's house and expanding the garage to suit its new occupant. The Juens had moved off the estate and were spending a year traveling the world. Shay was happy for them. Not everyone at the highest level of the clan had to be like her and Hilo. Not everyone had to be a Kaul. Shay considered all the motivations that had fueled her efforts as weatherman over the years. Duty, vengeance, rivalry, personal pride, and achievement. The hope and belief that she could make No Peak into a stronger, better, more modern clan than the one she'd grown up with and wanted as a young woman to put behind her. Greater than all those desires now was the overwhelming, bone-deep need to keep Tia safe, to secure for her sweet-tempered child a future where she would not have to fight the way her mother had. Shay said, I want to set up a No Peak office in Shatar. Hilo said nothing at first, waiting for his weatherman to continue. Our growth in Espenia has slowed, Shay explained. The real estate market there is contracting, and the economy is going to be weak for a while. Years of ad campaigns and political lobbying have paid off in some significant ways. We've prevented the Espenian government from criminalizing clan operations, and we've gotten existing penalties on civilian ownership of jade reduced. But there's still no sign that jade will be fully legalized. Hilo drew a hand over his brow and exhaled in resignation. Less, Shay suspected, because of what she'd said, than the realization he was not going to be able to enjoy the rest of the evening without discussing clan matters. Shay went on. In Kaikon, we took over the Jo-Sun clan and have Toshan now, but the mountain added the Blacktail clan, so they have Gohai. Plus, they still have the upper hand in Lukong. There's no room for either of us to pull ahead. We need other markets. Hame established an office in Tun, Hilo pointed out. You can speed up the growth there. We've been trying for years, but Tun is a difficult place to do business. It's politically unstable and on the brink of currency collapse. The infrastructure is poor, the language is hard to learn, the laws and financial markets are underdeveloped. She'd already spent countless hours considering all possible avenues. Igutan is obviously not an option for us. There's still an active embargo on the Yuiwa Islands. That leaves Shatar. Hilo drummed his fingers on the arm of the sofa. Hame thinks it's a bad idea. Shay had, over the years, stopped being surprised when Hilo knew something about the business side of the clan that she didn't expect him to. He still couldn't find his way through a financial report without her help, but he knew who he needed to know. He possessed a complete mental map of the clan's lantern men by wealth, influence, and loyalty. He knew who among Shay's subordinates in the weatherman's office held particular expertise or ability, and he would speak directly with them whenever it suited him. Of course, that was his prerogative as pillar, but sometimes it irked her. It made her suspect that even after all these years, he did not entirely trust her not to act behind his back. She admitted with a frown, Hame's convinced the mountain has an unsurpassable advantage there, because of Aitmata's alliance with the Matios. Iyilo was one of the Matios before he took Tipaswiga from Zapuño, and most of the Barukan refugees who Ait brought over from Ortico were Matios. They're the largest of the Barukan gangs. They control powerful labor unions and have influence in several industries.
So going into Shatar would be as hard for us as it was for the Mountain to break into Restville. Your Rainmaker's reasoning seems solid to me, Hilo said, but she could tell from the texture of his jade aura that he was still undecided.
The big difference is that we have a weapon in Shatar that the Mountain didn't have in Hispania, thanks to your chess master of a former horn. Juen built a network of white rats in that country that we can use to pry ourselves an opening.
After she'd laid out her plan, Hilo finished the hoji in his glass. I'll give my permission to do this if Lot agrees to use his white rats in the way you suggest, and you can get Hame to come around to your thinking. This will work only if we can protect our assets without sending over many fists and fingers. Between John Loon, Liu Kong, and now Toshan, we're already stretched on the greener side of the clan, and the Mountain still has the advantage of numbers over us. The grudge in Hilo's voice was plain. Still. After all these years, they were still locked into the same infuriating stalemate. Every step that No Peak took, the Mountain took another.
They haven't tried to come at us lately, Shay pointed out.
The past 6 years had been spent in a state of necessary collusion with their rivals, focusing on crushing the clanless future movement and consolidating power among the weakened minor clans and in secondary cities. Both clans were also struggling with internal issues. Shay suspected that Aitmata had her hands full holding together the extremes of her clan, from the traditionalist Kobans on one end to the Barukan elements on the other. In No Peak, Nico's departure had created a public scandal and thrown the question of succession wide open. The only upside of all the turmoil was that the Mountain hadn't recently tried to send anyone from the Kaul family to the grave. Hilo patted his empty pockets, clearly longing for a cigarette. It's been quiet, he agreed, turning thoughtful eyes on Shay. Maybe she has some human feeling in her after all. She knew he was thinking that even Aitmata must feel some sense of indebtedness, an obligation to stay her hand against the family of the woman who'd saved her life when no one else would. When Shay had sheathed her talon knife in the sanctum of the Temple of Divine Return, she'd changed something, driven a dam into the blood feud, turned aside the red river of personal vendetta, at least for a while. At times now, it was tempting to forget that Aitmata's ultimate goal of one clan over Kakon meant that Shay and Hilo could never rest. The immovable fact remained that even without Ait whispering their names, they could never stop thinking of the Mountain as an enemy against whom they were racing. As soon as No Peak dropped behind, once it slowed or grew weak, it would fall and be trampled. Shay looked out the darkening window and sucked the inside of her cheek.
The Mountain isn't sitting back.
Iwe Kalundo has been divesting assets and businesses in Igutan. Hilo shrugged, unsurprised. That country's not good for them anymore. The Igutanian economy had been hit hard by the global downturn. The Nikolva program had come under intense international scrutiny and sanction, and the Directorate in Dramsk was going through internal strife of its own. Widespread belief about Igutanian support of the CFM prior to the John Loon bombing had vaulted them into being the most hated of foreigners, so Aitmata's prior investments in that country were surely not sitting well with many in her clan.
Yes, Shay mused, but the Mountain wouldn't retreat without a plan. As far as I can tell, they haven't yet reinvested the proceeds elsewhere. They're moving chess pieces, but I can't see the shape of it. If Ait's been quiet, it's because she's planning something.
The phone in the kitchen rang.
Hilo got up to answer it. Seconds later, Shay perceived the explosive flare of his jade aura from all the way across the room. She bolted to her feet in alarm. Hilo was squeezing the phone receiver so hard, she thought he might inadvertently crush it with his strength.
"What is it?"
she hissed.
"What happened?"
Hilo spoke into the phone through clenched teeth. "I'll be there in a few minutes." He hung up and grabbed his jacket and car keys. "Jaya's been arrested." The chief of police explained to Hilo that Jaya had been involved in a violent altercation at a house party, and a young man was in the hospital in serious condition, but would fortunately survive. The party had consisted primarily of Kaul Academy students, and all the families affected were from No Peak, so it was clearly a clan matter. Jaya was released to her father, who drove her home, ordered her into the study, and shut the door. She dropped into one of the armchairs. Hilo stood in front of his daughter. "Explain yourself." Jaya slid down in the chair. She was wearing black jeans and a leather jacket over a bright red top that showed off her navel. She propped her feet on the coffee table and looked up at her father with a shrug. "What do you want me to say? He deserved what he got." "Were you having sex with him?"
"Duh!"
Jaya looked mortified at her father's question.
"Do you really want to know that about your own daughter?"
When Hilo's glower didn't change, she admitted,
"We were dating for a little while, but I broke it off last month. He's cute, but he was getting clingy, and also he could be such a pompous jerk. Anyway, I didn't want him or his family getting any ideas."
Hilo grimaced at her matter-of-fact assessment. With Nico gone, Jaya had become the focus of clan speculation. Since the Pillar's son was a Stone Eye, an accomplished son-in-law might become heir to No Peak, so the thinking went. At least a dozen prominent No Peak families had approached Hilo about introducing their eligible sons, ranging from age 14 to 40, to his daughter. He ignored them, or responded, "When she's old enough, I'm going to hold a tournament to the death for Jaya's suitors." Coming from any ordinary protective father, this would have elicited laughter, but as this was Kaul Hilo shoot on, the laughter was nervous enough to shut people up. "If it was over between the two of you, then why this mess?"
"He was following me and Hana around all night," Jaya complained. "Always trying to get Hana's attention. Maybe he was really into her, or maybe he was just trying to make me jealous. I don't know and I don't care. Anyway, the two of them went upstairs at some point. I was hanging out downstairs playing pool with everyone else when Hana started freaking out. Seriously, Da, I could perceive it like—"
Jaya made an explosive motion around her own head. "What were you even doing wearing Jade off Academy grounds?" Hilo demanded. Jaya was still 3 months away from graduation, and not allowed to wear Jade without adult Green Bone supervision. "And wearing it hidden, no less, like some sort of thief," Hilo added, his temper rising. "Hand it over." Jaya groaned and rolled up the cuff of her jeans, taking off the Academy-issued training bracelet she'd fastened to her ankle. She made a face at the discomfort of coming off Jade, then smacked the leather band and its 3 stones resentfully into her father's outstretched hand.
"It's a good thing for Hana that I was wearing it," she pointed out. "What if he'd tried that shit with me?"
"He wouldn't have dared," Hilo replied. "Mal Ging is the only son of Councilman Mal June. You're lucky he didn't bleed to death. It would have been a lot of trouble to deal with, not to mention you would have gotten yourself expelled." Jaya rolled her eyes.
"Duh, no one is going to expel me from the Academy. What are you so upset about? You think this is the first boy I've screwed? Or the first one I've knifed?"
She laughed at his staring face. It occurred to Hilo that his daughter deserved a sound beating, but he'd never been able to find it in his heart to treat Jaya harshly. She was a girl, and his youngest.
"She craves your attention, and she knows how to get it,"
Wen had said crossly on more than one occasion.
What am I supposed to do about you, Jayase? Hilo growled, more to himself than to her. We have to make some amends to the Malls. I'm not giving them my ear, Jaya insisted, crossing her arms and sticking out her lower lip. They don't deserve it. And also, I don't feel sorry for what I did to that asshole. I don't see why we have to do shit for the Malls. If anything, they should make amends to Noyu Hana and her family. Would you apologize simply for defending a friend? Come on, Da. I've heard all the stories about you. At least I never stabbed a classmate in the groin with a Talon knife. Hilo's eyes narrowed. And what stories are you talking about? Jaya looked at her father with the particular cutting exasperation mastered by teenage girls. You know, stories from when you were a fist. Like what you did to Tanku Din. Or about you as the Horn. Or the ones about the war with the mountain. Don't throw around examples you know nothing about. Jaya got to her feet and wandered around the study despondently. No one will duel me, you know. Even if I offer them a clean blade, they're afraid if they scratch me, you'll tear them limb from limb. That's why Ging didn't try to rape me and went after Hana instead. Coward. How am I supposed to earn any jade after I graduate, much less become a fist? It's hard enough to be a woman who's green, even for someone on the boring side of the clan like Aunt Shay. Hilo was so astonished, he forgot his anger over the maiming of the mall boy. Jaya had always been the child he'd found easiest to understand and love. He recalled that when she was a little girl, she could be exhausting. She rarely napped or stopped moving, wanting him to chase her or push her on the swing set for much longer than either of the boys, until she was near to throwing up. She was always open with her feelings and seemed to live in the moment. Hilo hadn't known such anxious thoughts about being a woman Greenbone were on her mind, even though he realized now that it shouldn't have been a surprise. He sat down, rather hard, in one of the armchairs. Jayase, he said. For the rest of the year, you should concentrate on final trials and earning your graduation jade without getting into any more trouble. And you're absolutely not allowed to go to any more parties, or to wear your jade off campus, or to get involved with any other boys, or God's help me, I will tear them limb from limb like you said. I'll handle things with the Mall family, but the next time you land yourself in jail, and there better not be a next time, I'm not going to pick you up. You can stew in a cell for a week like some common criminal. Jaya fell into the chair across from her father, pouting. Hilo went on. As for after you graduate, we should talk about that with your ma and with your Aunt Shay. We shouldn't have left it this long. That's my fault. But it's been busy and there's still plenty of time, so don't worry. There are a lot of things you could do. You could go to college. You could study in Espenia if you want. You could spend a year or two as a finger. Or there are plenty of tributary companies in the clan where you could intern. Jaya sat up. I'm taking oaths to the greener side of the clan, Da. I'm going to become a first-rank fist. One day, I'll be the Horn of No Peak. Hilo hated to discourage any of his children, but now he said, The Horn is the greenest, most dangerous position. There's never been a woman Horn. There wasn't a woman pillar before Aitmata, Jaya retorted. Are you saying our enemies can do more than we can? I'm your daughter. Don't you believe in me? She was suddenly almost distraught. Of course I believe in you, Hilo snapped. But being the Horn, it's not just about being a good fighter, or a Kaul, or wearing the most jade. He frowned. He was having a hard time articulating why the idea of his daughter aspiring to the position he'd once held disturbed him so greatly. The Horn needed to be a top warrior, cunning and calculating, a leader of men. Even among extremely capable and heavily jaded Greenbones, few were suited for the demands of the role. Most of all, He was fearful of Jaya having such a lofty and perilous ambition, one that might get her killed at a young age, and his instinct as her father was to steer her toward a part of the clan that was less violent. "You're not even 18 yet," he reminded her reasonably. "You should think about all your options and not set your mind on one thing so soon." Jaya leapt to her feet, eyes flashing with hurt and indignation. "Don't say that! Don't make me out to be a silly girl with silly ideas. I would have thought my own father of all people would understand." She began to storm toward the door. "Sit down!" Hilo's tone of command made even his most obstinate child flinch and turn around. Hilo pointed to the chair and Jaya grudgingly obeyed, landing back in the seat with a scowl aimed at the floor. Hilo rubbed a hand over his face. He could have guessed Jaya would grow up to be hopelessly green, and as he'd told Shay earlier in the evening, it was a mistake to try to push people in directions they weren't meant to go, or to push them away from what they most wanted. "All right," he said. "If you're serious about being a fist, I'll talk to Lot Jin. We'll think about who might be good mentors, how you can get the most opportunities to earn Jade. Between now and the end of the year, you should be talking to the senior fists, getting a sense of which ones you respect the most and might like to be placed under. Talk to the woman fingers, especially, to find out their opinions." He cut off his daughter's growing smile with a growl. "All of this happens only if you behave perfectly for the rest of the year and graduate from the academy with 4 jade stones and no more problems, or I'll jade strip you myself and send you to be the lowest level luckbringer in the most boring job I can find in some tiny tribute property. I swear to heaven." Jaya came over and put her arms around her father's neck and kissed his cheek sweetly, all of her teenage bluster and pique gone. "I promise I won't disappoint you, Da. I won't be like Nico." She didn't say the words, but he knew it was what she meant. Despite his apprehension, Hilo hugged her back and said, "It's late. You should go to bed. I'll drive you back to the academy tomorrow." One of the fingers who guarded the estate knocked on the door of the study. "Kaul Jen," he said when Hilo opened the door. "The Noyu family is here to see you." Hilo went out of the room to find 4 people waiting anxiously in the entry foyer. A trembling teenage girl of Jaya's age, her parents, and a young greenbone who was surely her brother. Upon seeing Hilo, they all bent into deep and respectful salutes. The mother's eyes were teary, and the father's face was pale as he stepped forward with his eyes downcast. "Kaul Jen," he said, "we've come here to show our gratitude for what your daughter did, defending Hana from harm, not to mention our family's honor and reputation. We heard that Jaya spent hours in jail, and it surely ruined your evening." He swallowed noisily. "Our family is small, but my son is a finger in the clan, and our daughter hopes to become a luckbringer. If there's ever any greater way we can be of service to the No Peak clan and to your family, we would undertake it gladly." Noyu knelt on the hardwood floor and touched his head to the ground. His entire family followed suit. The girl, Hana, said with a stifled sob, "It was my fault. I led Ging on because I knew that he and Jaya were broken up, and I thought I could get him to like me instead. We both had too much to drink, and I didn't." "Be quiet, girl," Hana's mother hissed at her. "Haven't you caused enough trouble already?" Jaya went to her friend and pulled her to her feet. "How can you think it was your fault at all?" she exclaimed angrily. "Ging was a worthless little shit. Why do you think I broke up with him in the first place? And even though it's very kind for your whole family to come here to show your thanks, it's hardly needed, because what's the point of friends if we don't defend each other?" She hugged her classmate tightly.
I don't care at all about spending time in jail. I'm only glad you're safe.
Hana began to cry in earnest and would have stayed there, clinging to Jaya, if her parents and brother didn't pull her away, saying the Pillar's family had given entirely too much time to them already. Hilo was a little bewildered by the feeling that he had absolutely nothing to add to the situation, other than to place a hand on Noyu's shoulder and thank him for coming. The man's lips trembled with emotion.
Kaul-jen, not only are you the Pillar, but you're managing to raise children who are as green and good-hearted as you are. Looking at you, I feel humbled as a father.
Chapter 41. Second Chance. 3 men stood in excited expectation in front of Bad Kek Remy and his 2 bodyguards. It was past midnight, and the Feast of John Loon restaurant had closed an hour ago. The 6 men were the only people remaining on the 2nd floor. The single window was cracked open to dispel Resville's unseasonably warm spring heat, but the blinds were drawn, and the lights were dimmed to create an atmosphere of solemnity.
For centuries, our ancestors claimed the jade off the bodies of their enemies.
John Remy spoke with an air of ceremony as he unfolded a black cloth on the table. He'd given this speech many times before, and was well practiced at the ritual.
Only the strongest could wear jade. Once they had it, they had to fight to keep it. Kill or be killed. It's part of our culture. It's in our blood. Tonight, we continue a tradition handed down to us from generations of jade warriors.
Remy laid out 3 identical gold chains, each with a jade medallion. A reverential hush fell over the snakeheads. Jade was hard to obtain, thanks to those greedy fucks in the Kekanese clans, so Remy was extremely discerning about who he elevated as vipers. The 3 men in front of him had all been in the gang for a year and proven themselves by carrying out at least 2 assigned killings.
You've all earned this, Remy said. As soon as you put it on, there's no going back.
Remy raised his tattooed arms.
Who are we?
The snakeheads!
The men forked their fingers in the gang salute. Remy called forward the first young man from the line, who'd shown his thick blood by executing 2 members of the Copa cartel. The snakeheads were currently playing spoiler in the war between the Copas and the allied East Resville and Cranston crews. Remy hated both sides and had been in violent confrontation with them both before, but enmities and alliances were always shifting in Resville. Remy placed the chain with the jade medallion over the bowed head of the new-made viper. A look of awe came into the man's face, and his energy changed, rose in pitch as it began to hum with jade power. From now on, he would have to train every day with the other vipers to control and use his new abilities, and he would need daily injections of SN2. Remy had heard that in Kakon, Greenbones didn't use shine at all because they were exposed to jade as children, another old country privilege. Fortunately, Remy had plenty of shine to go around, and the drug was safer than it used to be. There had only been 3 deaths from overdose among the snakeheads in the past year, and that was preferable to even 1 case of the itches. The 1 man Remy had seen die of the itches had gone out in a bad way, killing his own wife and children with a cleaver before turning it on himself. With a dazed look on his face, the first man stepped back, and Remy motioned forward the second snakehead in line, a half-Kekanese ex-con who'd left Migu Sun's outfit in Adamant Capita and had proven himself by hijacking a Copa drug shipment and killing 3 dealers. Over the years, the Copas had taken over most of the region's drug trade by bringing narcotics, primarily amphetamines like sweet flower and buzz, across the border from Tomasio. They had a reputation for indiscriminate savagery. In their own country, it was common for the drug lords to leave dismembered bodies nailed to fences as a warning to their enemies. The crew bosses of Restville were not about to be muscled out by the Wesps, but they were also afraid of inciting prolonged violence in a major Espenian tourist city, so they had reluctantly hired the bad Keck to do the difficult work for them. The Snakeheads were not the most populous gang in Restville, but everyone in the Espenian underworld agreed that, man for man, you couldn't get more efficient killers than those jade-wearing Keckanese. In exchange for this service, the East Restville and Cranston crews had agreed to cede all the gambling and prostitution business on the glitzy East Side Lahala Street to the Snakeheads, a worthwhile trade in Remy's book. The second man accepted his new jade and stepped back, clutching it in his fist. Going up against the Copas was no joke, and even though it got the crews off his back, Remy would have hesitated to take on such a challenge were it not for certain assets that no one else in the city possessed. One was his jade-wearing vipers. The other was the third and final man standing in front of him now. Make Tar was at least 25 years older than the other two men who were being promoted today, and he looked every bit of it. But he was the most reliable man among the Snakeheads. At first, as he did with all new members, Remy had given Make simple tasks. Make a delivery, shake someone down, hand out a bribe or a beating, as necessary. Make did them all to perfection, without batting an eye. Remy sent him to murder a man, a former snakehead who'd gone to the police. The informer disappeared the following day. The police never found a trace of him. Remy was delighted and a little shaken. He sent Make out on other jobs, and Make never failed. The man was a steely killer, a savage genius. Last month, 3 Copas had robbed one of Remy's bookies, beaten him to death, and escaped town. Remy had given Make 2 men and sent him after the thieves. Make left the trio of charred bodies burning in a car at a gas station 8 kilometers from the Tomasio border. Unlike some other members of the Snakeheads gang, Make Tar didn't drink or do drugs. He didn't start senseless fights. He didn't have a wife or a mistress. He never talked back or questioned the work that Remy gave him. He was a league above the others in terms of his exceptional instinct for street operations and violence. He noticed and remembered crucial details. He emanated dangerous authority, and he was always good in a fight. Remy could only imagine what Make must have been like as a young man. So this, Remy mused with jealous resentment, was the kind of work ethic and discipline you could find in the old country clans. These were the sort of people that the Kauls had. Nothing like some of the slipshod fuck-ups he had to deal with. And Make had done it all without Jade. How much more could he accomplish after tonight? The other 2 men had never worn Jade before, and it would be months before they could do anything useful with it. Make had worn a great deal of Jade for decades before his exile. Remy lifted the final chain, and with everyone watching, he undid the clasp and slid 2 more precious Jade medallions next to the first. It was the most Jade he'd ever handed out at once, but Make could handle it. Indeed, he would become an unstoppable force. With Make at the head of his Vipers, Remy could wreak destruction on the Copa cartel and anyone else who dared to be his enemy. Make's eyes widened. Remy could feel the man's almost unbearable anticipation. Once again, and from now on, a Green Bone warrior, Remy said with a savage grin. Make, Jen. Make bent his head, and Remy placed the chain over his neck. The man reached up and pressed the green medallions against his bare skin, shivering as the rush of Jade energy hit his brain for the first time
in nearly 14 years. His roughened face lit with pure joy and triumph as he raised it toward the ceiling as if in transcendent communion with the gods.
"Thank you," he whispered hoarsely. "Thank you for this second chance."
With the incredible speed and strength of an academy-trained first-rank fist, Make-Tar drove his steeled fingers through Remy's throat, crushing his trachea. Remy's bodyguards and the other snakeheads in the room were immobile with astonishment for 2 full seconds before they drew their guns. In that time, Tar seized the closest man and channeled into his brain, bursting the vessels and killing him instantly. He threw the body into the second guard, bowling him over, and took off running as the remaining snakeheads opened fire. The deflections that Tar hurled behind himself diverted most of the gunshots, but not all of them. He was using his Jade abilities for the first time after a long absence and struggling as one might with a numbed limb. He was also much older than he'd been as a Greenbone in John Loon. A bullet punched through Tar's shoulder, and another caught him in the thigh, causing him to stumble and fall. The enraged gang members set upon him with knives. They didn't have any idea how to use their new Jade, but it still made them faster and stronger than they otherwise would be. Tar cut open the ex-con's face and dropped him to the floor screaming, but was too slow with his steel and suffered a bad slash to the ribs himself. He was so vicious and terrifying with the Talon knife, however, snarling like a rabid animal, that the 2 remaining men hesitated to be the next to attack. That gave Tar the few seconds he needed to throw himself out of the restaurant's only second-story window, shattering it with his steeled body. He crashed into the railing of the fire escape and tumbled over it toward the pavement. Controlling his fall with lightness, he landed on his feet amid a shower of glass and the screams of bystanders, spraining his ankle in the process. Tar ran limping into the street and covered a block and a half, trailing blood behind him, before 2 Restville City police cars showed up, and he surrendered to them without a fight. In the hospital, under strict police guard, Tar was allowed a private phone call to contact his family. He used it to call Hilo long distance on an unlisted number that had been known only to the immediate members of the Kaul family, back when he was Pillarman, and that he was relieved to discover still worked.
"Hilo-chan,"
Tar said, still in a lot of pain from his injuries.
"I'm in the hospital, but don't worry. I'll be okay."
He stopped, overcome with emotion, and didn't continue. It was the first time the 2 men had spoken since that terrible night so many years ago. Hilo said, "Don't say anything to the cops. We're sending a lawyer to you. We'll get you out of there, Tar." When he'd learned that John Remy was dead, and that the assassin had been none other than his former Pillarman, Hilo had been assailed by the surreal sensation of being shocked and entirely not shocked at the same time. Now he felt as if he'd been thrust into the past to that awful moment when he'd stood under the trees at the back of the Kaul property with a Talon knife in his hand, and Tar kneeling in front of him, and his hands were shaking on the phone receiver as they had been on the knife. "We'll push on the legal side, and if that doesn't work, we'll figure out something else. Remember, don't say anything and don't worry. Just get better and be patient." He paused to steady himself. "You did good, Tar." After a long moment, Tar said,
"It's good to hear your voice, Hilo-chan."
"You know I've always counted on you more than anyone," Hilo said. "Call me again in a few days, after you've talked to the lawyer. You'll be okay." Tar did not phone the Kaul house again. While still recovering in the hospital, he was questioned by police detectives, and with an interpreter present to help him answer questions, he explained that he was a member of the Snakeheads gang. He said he'd been summoned to the restaurant to be killed because John Remy suspected he was a spy for the Kekanese clans, who were opposed to Jade being used by criminal groups. Tar claimed to have killed Remy in self-defense. He cooperated fully with the authorities, naming all the known members of the Snakeheads, providing the locations of their hideouts, and giving detailed evidence of the crimes they had been involved in. Corey Dowk arrived not long thereafter to visit Make Tar in jail and provide him legal counsel. The lawyer remembered Make all the way back from Kaul Hilo's first visit to Espenia. Corey had been only a young law school student back then, and Make Tar had been the Pillar's aide, a man every bit as intimidating as Roan Toro had been. Now Make was grizzled, tired, and pale from his time in the hospital before he'd been transferred to jail. He'd reacquired Jade for a few minutes, expended an enormous amount of energy, and then lost it again upon being taken into custody by the police. All that strain on his mind and body showed in the sunken hollows of his eyes. His injuries hadn't been life-threatening, but the bullet in his leg had chipped the femur, and he was likely to walk with a limp for the rest of his life. Make asked if he could have a cigarette, and even though Corey didn't smoke himself, he asked the guards if any of them would spare one for the prisoner. Tar accepted the smoke gratefully, lit up, and sank into the metal chair with a look of contentedness, closing his eyes. "You shouldn't have spilled everything you know to the cops before I got here," Corey said. "We've lost a lot of leverage that we could have used to bargain." Make didn't answer, merely taking another pull on the cigarette, eyes still closed. "You'll probably get 15 to 20 years in a maximum security prison," Corey explained to him, annoyed but remaining professional. "Because of how cooperative you've been with the police, we can get that taken down, maybe to 10 years. When you get out, you'll be given a new identity and placed in a witness protection program in another city where no one can find you, and you can start life over again."
"I've done that already before."
Tar opened his eyes halfway, supremely unimpressed by the idea.
"I'd be nearly 60 by the time I got out. Too old."
Corey looked at Make for a long moment. "They're trying to get you out, you know. No peek." The two men were speaking in Kekanese, and none of the guards standing nearby could understand them. "Your old boss, Kaul Hilo, is asking about all the ways to tie up the court process, bribing cops and judges. He wants details about prison security. If you end up behind bars, they'll do whatever they possibly can to free you." Tar smiled, with satisfaction, but also sadness.
"They shouldn't do that."
"No," Corey agreed. "It would involve breaking a lot of laws, and it would throw the spotlight onto your past ties with the clan. I've been trying to tell them that, but I'm not sure your pillar will listen. If you could convince your family that they shouldn't interfere in the legal process, it would be better for everyone in the long run, yourself included."
"Thanks for the advice," Tar said. "I'll try to convince them."
Corey studied Make with unease. "Why did you do it?" Tar smirked.
"Are you asking as my lawyer?"
Corey shook his head slowly.
"Andon came to see you, didn't he? He asked you to deal with John Remy."
Tar was amused by the flat tone of the lawyer's voice that suggested the man was quelling a sense of horror. He finished his cigarette and ground it out against the surface of the metal table that separated them.
"Remy made the wrong enemy," he said simply. "You don't stand in the way of the No Peak clan."
"You're not a green bone of No Peak anymore. You can't ever return to Kakon. So why? What's in it for you?" Tar shrugged.
"A death of consequence."
He could tell that the term was not one Corey Dowk was familiar with.
"Never mind. It's a green bone thing back in the old country, not something they do over here."
Chapter 42. Death of Consequence. 18 months earlier, Andon had made a trip to Oslo, a southern suburb of Port Massey with a growing Kekanese population. When he arrived at the brown bungalow on the corner, Andon saw a man mowing the front lawn, but didn't recognize him at first. The idea of Make Tar sweating and pushing a lawnmower in the sun outside his modest home, like an ordinary neighbor on a seventh-day afternoon, was beyond what Andon could have ever imagined. As he got out of the car and crossed the street, Tar squinted in his direction. He turned off the lawnmower and watched, eyes widening in astonishment as Andon approached. Then he broke into a wide grin and came to meet the younger man. "Hello, Tar," Andon said.
"God's damn. It's good to see you, kid."
The two men embraced, and Tar led the way up the short walk to the house. Inside, Tar turned and put his hands on Andon's shoulders, squeezing as if to make sure that it was really him, that he was really there.
"God's damn,"
he said again.
"I wish I'd known you were coming."
He spun in sudden agitation, opening his fridge.
"You want something to drink? All I've got is soda, but I could run out to get something else."
He glanced around the kitchen, and a look of embarrassment came into his face as he realized how small and meager his place must appear for a man who had been one of the most powerful and feared greenbones in Janloon, the right hand of the pillar. "A soda's fine," Andon said. Tar brought back a couple of bottles, and they sat down together at the table. "How are you doing here?" Andon asked cautiously. The last time he'd seen Tar had been on that tragic night when he'd treated the pillarman's injuries and helped to wash the blood off his hands and face. Looking at him now, Andon didn't know how to feel. He'd thought of Make Tar as a brother-in-law, but he hadn't been close to the man and had never been entirely at ease around him. Tar had always seemed so sharp and dangerous, a wolf that only Hilo and Cain could control. Still, Andon had known Tar for so long, had eaten dinner with him at the Kaul house so often, it was hard to think of him as the man who'd murdered Ayn Rand. It didn't occur to Andon to consider the other lives Tar had taken. Those had been on the Pillar's orders and done for the good of the clan. Tar shrugged.
"I'm not complaining,"
he said.
"You know, I'm okay. I'm better than I was. It took me years to stop hating everything, including myself. No Jade, no clan, no family, nothing. The only reason I didn't kill myself was because Helogen had spared my life, and I thought maybe, just maybe, there was a tiny chance I could be forgiven and come back one day."
Tar's eyes went a little distant, and he shook his head.
"I know it's not possible,"
he said, but the slightest bit of a question lingered in his voice, and the quick, sidelong glance at his visitor showed that when he'd seen Andon crossing the street toward his house, he'd still felt a stir of hope. "It's a good thing you were able to feel at home here eventually," Andon said. He had to hide the sympathy he felt upon seeing the small spark of possibility go out of Tar's eyes, slackening the muscles around the man's mouth. Tar was the same age as Hilo, but in his exile, he'd aged badly. His fingers and wrists and neck seemed indecently bare, devoid of the jade he'd carried all his adult life in Janloon.
"Yeah."
Tar's posture slumped a little.
"I lost my jade, but I had enough money to live on when I arrived. There were a couple of guys, greenbones, who answered to the old Dauk, who checked in on me to make sure I was okay, but also told me they'd put me down like a mad dog if they had to."
Tar smiled a little. "When did you move to Oslo?" Andon asked. He wouldn't have thought Tar would ever be in a place like this, quiet and residential. He'd always seemed like a creature of the city, at least back in Janloon.
"A couple of years ago.
Tar glanced out the window as if taken aback to realize that he'd indeed been here for that long.
It's different here. Cheaper, sure, that's good, but also...
He rubbed his jaw, searching for how to explain.
South Trap's got Jade medicine clinics now, and Jade schools that fly under the radar. We started sending fists over to train Dauk's people 15 years ago, and some of them go to John Loon now and come back. Out here in Orslo, there aren't any green bones.
Andon understood. It would be painful for Tar to be around Jade and Green Bones, to be constantly reminded of who he used to be. And yet, even now, when he spoke of No Peak sending fists to Port Massey, he'd said we, as if he were still a leader in the clan. Andon asked, "How about work? Do you have a job out here?"
I started out as a bouncer at a club downtown. Stupid, boring work, but it was easy,
Tar told him.
After a while, it occurred to me that what I was doing wasn't all that different from what the lowest level fingers do. Stand around, look tough, deal with trouble when it happens. I didn't have Jade anymore, but I knew how to be more than a junior finger. I'd been second fist of the clan. I'd been pillarman.
A flicker of fierce light came into Tar's eyes for a mere second.
So I started doing some work of my own. I've been avoiding the grudge halls. Gods, they're so tacky. You'd never find anything like that in John Loon. But I started going to them and spreading my name a bit. After I did some jobs, I got other people wanting to hire me. It's mostly tracking down guys who owe money or cheaters who ran out on their wives, getting dirt on someone, that sort of thing. Sometimes it's more interesting. The work comes and goes, but it pays the bills.
Tar sat in sheepish silence for a few seconds, then said to Andon in a much more lively voice,
"What about you, kid?"
As if Andon was still Helogen's teenage cousin and not an accomplished doctor and 38 years old.
"You look good. What's going on at home these days? Are you in Espenia on clan business?"
In broad strokes, Andon filled Tar in on happenings in No Peak and with the family. Tar listened avidly, hungrily, asking after each of the kids, especially Cam, who was a year 6 at the academy, 1 year behind Jaya. At the time, Nico had been a senior finger and Rue was in his final year of high school. Andon had brought photos, knowing that Tar would be happy to have them. The former pillarman looked through them all carefully and in silence, except when he gave a snort of laughter at some funny picture or silly expression on one of his nephew's faces. He paused for a long moment on a candid photograph of Hilo and Wen, sitting together in the stands at one of Rue's high school relay ball games. It had been taken by someone sitting next to them, perhaps Shay. They were smiling for the camera and looked happy. Tar finished going through the photographs, then turned away and rubbed quickly and surreptitiously at his eyes.
"Thanks for bringing those."
"They're yours to keep." Andon glanced away, not wanting to injure the man's pride by sounding too concerned. "Have you met people here? Made friends?" The house was obviously a bachelor's residence, with utilitarian furniture, little in the way of interior decor, and one set of used dishes in the sink.
"A few," said Tar. "Started playing cards with some guys I met at the gym. Got into a book group with the Espenian as a second language conversation club at the library. A few flings here and there, nothing serious. Never got married, though. Couldn't do it after, you know."
He squared the pile of photographs. Andon was struck by an odd mixture of pity and admiration. He remembered how hard it had been for him, that first year in Port Massey as a student, and he'd had the clan's support, a host family to care for him, and the knowledge that his exile was most likely temporary, and he would return home sooner or later. Tar had had none of that. He was older, and it was hard for him to learn another language. He'd had to go through Jade withdrawal, find work, rebuild his life entirely. That he was not only alive, but had a modest house in the suburbs, work that suited him, and a few social connections. It was nothing short of a miracle. A decade and an ocean away from the green bone life that had defined him, Tar was both broken and more whole. "It's good to see you, Tar," Andon said, and he meant it. Tar cleared his throat and gave the stack of photographs another pat before raising his eyes to Andon with expectant understanding.
"And how's clan business?"
Despite his happiness to see a member of the family and the chance to hear about how everyone was doing, Tar surely knew that Andon's visit could not merely be out of kindness and sentiment. Although Hilo had not expressly forbidden communication with Tar, it was understood that he was dead to the clan. The Pillar himself hadn't spoken to his brother-in-law since exiling him. Andon knew this wasn't out of cruelty, but kindness. It would be wrong to give the man any shred of hope. He needed to be cut off in order to accept his situation and make some sort of new life for himself. And Hilo did not trust himself not to soften toward Tar in time, and he could not allow himself to do that. But Tar knew enough greenbones in Espenia to have learned by now that when Emery Andon was in the country, he spoke for the Pillar of No Peak. Andon said, "Doing business here is more challenging for us now that Dauk Losun is gone. Let the gods recognize him." Andon told Tar about No Peak's efforts to change the perception of Jade in Espenia and remove legal barriers that stood in the way of the clan's expansion. Some greenbones, he explained, were defying the urgings of their peers and instead becoming notorious criminals. "There's one man in particular," Andon said with a grimace. "Remy Jonjunin, or John Remy, who's called Bad Keck Remy, just like a crew boss. And the worst thing is that he built his success on No Peak." He told Tar about the history of Remy's alliance with No Peak, his rise in Restville, and his refusal to change his ways now that he was rich and powerful. "No one can talk any sense into him. Last month, 2 of his men, one of them wearing Jade, were busted running a shine lab. Remy's snakeheads stand in the way of everything No Peak is trying to accomplish in this country." Tar asked matter-of-factly,
"Has anyone tried to kill him yet?"
"The crews have tried," Andon said, "but Remy is too careful. He has at least 3 different apartments and moves between them. He only eats in Kekanese restaurants, and wherever he goes, he sends people ahead to scout it out. He has Jade-wearing bodyguards with him at all times. No crewboy assassin could get close." Tar nodded.
"And what about other greenbones?"
"The greenbones in Port Massey and Adamant Capita have tried to negotiate with Remy and rein him in, but they won't whisper his name. They don't want to create more legal troubles and make everything worse for the community, or turn themselves into targets of vengeance for Remy's followers. So they've been working with the police to shut down his businesses and have him arrested, hoping that'll take care of the problem, or that the crews will eventually succeed." Tar shook his head.
"This sort of thing would never happen in Jonloon."
"They can't help it," Andon said, feeling compelled to defend Corey Dauk and his Keko-Espenian friends. "Without a clan or pillar, without people like Dauk Losun and Roan Toro, they don't know how to act like real greenbones. Even so, they're our allies and business partners. Even after Remy insulted us directly, Hilo Jan gave Dauk's widow his word that he would keep No Peak out of Restville and not do anything to create negative attention." Andon paused and looked at Tar meaningfully. "The Bad Keck is an enemy of the clan, and the Pillar wants him gone. Since I'm the one who's most familiar with the situation in Espenia, it's up to me to figure out the right way to handle this problem, in a way that can't be traced back to No Peak." Tar said,
Trust me, as someone who's been in your shoes, getting difficult assignments straight from the pillar, I wouldn't trust a job like this to just anybody.
Andon said, Hilo doesn't know I'm here.
Tar raised his eyebrows and sat back. Andon could tell the former pillarman was disappointed. He'd no doubt hoped that Andon's visit had been suggested, or at least condoned by the pillar. But Tar was nevertheless flattered Andon had come to him, even after all these years, and that he was willing to risk his own standing with the pillar by seeking out a clan pariah without Hilo's knowledge and blessing. Tar got up and brought back a couple more bottles of soda. When he sat back down, it was clear from the furrow in his brow that he was thinking about everything Andon had said.
You promise killing this man will be good for the clan? That it'll be helpful to Hilo Gen?
Yes, Andon said. I wouldn't be here if that wasn't the case.
This John Remy, does he deserve to die?
The question caught Andon off guard. It didn't strike him as the sort of thing that Make Tar would have ever wondered, that he would have ever thought to ask in the past. But Tar was looking at him steadily, expecting an answer, and with an expression on his face that seemed unlike him, the face of a man who'd been asking a lot of questions in the past decade of his life, and was still hoping for answers. Andon thought for a minute before replying. Remy is what he is. In some ways, he's admirable because he wants to live as his own man, and he demands respect for himself even when it seems everything is against him. But he uses Jade only to prey on others. He extorts even Kekanese businesses. He's killed many people, but always for money or drugs, never with a clean blade. His snakeheads are no better than crew boys. Andon paused. He's not the sort of greenbone that should be allowed to exist, so he deserves to die as much as anyone in our world does. Tar was silent for a while. The answer had been more thought out and honest than he'd expected, and he appreciated Andon showing him, a disgraced, exiled clan murderer, enough respect not to lie to him or give him a pat response. Tar stood, and they walked together to the door. He said,
I'll always do what Hilo Gen needs done. Don't worry about a thing, kid.
As Andon stepped out the door of the small house, Tar asked,
Will you tell the boys, especially Cam, that their Uncle Tar misses them and loves them? I know some mistakes can't ever be fixed, but we've got to go on, don't we, and try to make the most of what's left. Tell them for me, all right?
The downfall of the snakeheads was shockingly rapid, even by the standards of the Restville underworld. The city police and federal authorities had never before received so much insider information about the country's most notorious Keko-Espenian gang. Within a week of Remy's death, they'd arrested nearly all the Bad Kek's direct subordinates and charged them with a slate of crimes. The remaining snakeheads were unable to reorganize quickly enough to survive the onslaught by law enforcement and the opportunistic attacks by the Copa cartel and the local crews. Those of Remy's followers who managed to evade arrest went into hiding, fled the city, or left behind their activities and associations. Some of them went so far as to stop wearing jade. A few minor splinter gangs emerged, but they stayed strictly small-time and were looked down upon as being simple crooks. They had little or no jade, and now none of the Green Bone leaders who sided with the Dauk family in Port Massey would grant jade to anyone with a criminal record. The crews moved quickly to take over the void left by the removal of the snakeheads. Within a short time, they brokered a tenuous agreement with the Copas, leaving their rivals most of the drug trade, but reasserting control over the gambling, prostitution, and racketeering in most parts of Restville, except in the predominantly Kekanese areas, where they were liable to find themselves quietly and forcefully run out. Within the Kekauaspenian Green Bone community, the line had been drawn. The message spread. Train in secret, wear your jade, protect your neighborhoods. If you become too greedy and make yourself into a crew boss, you'll end up the same as John Remy, who paid for his defiance and disrespect to the Kaul family of No Peak. While awaiting trial 2 months after his arrest, Make Tar was found dead in his prison cell, having hanged himself with a torn bedsheet. Earlier that day, he'd walked around the prison yard in apparently good spirits, having nearly fully recovered from his injuries. He'd eaten dinner and joked with the guards and not been considered a suicide risk. He did not leave any note, although that evening he talked at length about his older brother, who'd been dead for 18 years, and he said that he hoped there really was life after death, as some people said. Make Tar's body was sent back to his family in John Loon and buried next to Kane in the Kaul family plot in the heaven-awaiting cemetery. The funeral was not widely known about, even within the No Peak clan. Many friends and relatives of Ayn Rand would be angry that the pillar had ended Tar's exile, even in this one final way. Only the immediate members of the Kaul family attended the event. Afterward, Hilo stood for a long time, staring at the place where 3 of his brothers were buried. Lon, Kane, and now Tar. Wen stood beside him, not making a sound, but tears streamed silently down her face, and it was only because she was weeping that Hilo was unable to. The sense of grief sitting heavy in his chest was not the burning rage that had animated him after Lon's and Kane's murders. Tar's death felt like the much-delayed end of a tragedy that had happened long ago. Andon came up on Hilo's other side and looked down at the casket. His face was drawn with regret, his voice muted and uncertain. "I understand if you blame me, Hilo-Jen." Hilo didn't reply at first. Then he said quietly, "Tar was the best, the only one who could have done it. I don't blame you any more than I blame myself." He put a hand on Andon's shoulder and leaned against it heavily so that he nearly sagged against his cousin. "I was angry at you for a long time after you refused to wear jade. Of course you remember. Now, though, I'm thankful you're not a fist, Andy. I need—" Hilo's voice faltered. "I need one of my brothers to live." Chapter 43. Freedom. Nico lay flat on his stomach in the snow, his R5 rifle trained on the road leading into the town. He'd been lying in concealment in white and brown camouflage gear for over 3 hours. The cold in Udane was assaultively dry. Nico's throat and tongue felt as coarse as sandpaper, no matter how much ice he sucked on while he waited, and as the sun began to set, the temperature dropped even further. The wind picked up, stinging his eyes and chafing his face. He could no longer feel his extremities, which was a problem considering that he was counting on his stiffly curled fingers to pull the trigger when the time came. When he'd been a student at Kaldu Academy, Nico had gone on training trips into the densely forested mountains of Kakon, where it could get cold at night, but never cold like this. To take his mind off the discomfort, he imagined what John Loon would be like today. A pleasant day in autumn, the sun warm over bustling streets, the slightly sweet, spicy smell of the city wafting on the cool breeze coming off the harbor. With the nice weather, his grandmother would be outside cleaning up the flower beds. His mother would be redecorating. The pillar would be holding meetings on the patio or overseeing the training of fists on the lawn. Rue would be walking across John Royal campus to his next class. Jaya would have graduated from the academy. Was she a finger in the clan now? "You chose this," Nico reminded himself. Most of the time, when he wasn't freezing and homesick,
He was pleased with his life-changing decision. He still had to go where he was sent and do what he was told, same as when he'd been a finger, but no one treated him differently because of his name. No one asked for his family's favor or expected any greater performance from him than usual. He had the same clothes, the same weapons, the same shitty food as the next guy. Anonymity was something he'd never had before, and it was a glorious freedom that suited him. He was finally his own man. He'd also seen for himself how much more there was to the world outside of Kakon and the clans. All of Nico's life, the blood feud between the mountain and No Peak had permeated Kekonese society and every aspect of his existence. Beyond the island, however, few people knew about it or cared. Most foreigners who wore jade never questioned where it came from, just as they never wondered where their food was grown or their clothes were made. The Green Bone clan seemed as irrelevant as Jim Sunto said they were, an isolated cultural anomaly. This was a revelation to Nico, the sort he'd been hoping for when he left John Loon. It confirmed suspicions he'd nursed for some time, that the clan had given him only a narrow view of reality. Next to him, Teiji Ino shifted, trying to find a less uncomfortable position. Nico had met Teiji and a dozen other Kekonese recruits at GSI's orientation week at the beginning of last year. He'd recognized the man's name, if not his face. Even though the Teijis were relatives of the Kauls and part of the No Peak clan, the families rarely socialized. In Kakon, the status difference between Nico and Teiji Ino would have precluded much of a friendship, but out here, they were 2 Kekonese away from home and surrounded by foreigners, and Nico was grateful for Teiji's presence. Teiji nudged him and made a small gesture, tapping his head. "Perceive that?" He jerked his chin toward the left. Nico could not see anything coming down the road. The sky still glowed an indigo blue, but under the cover of the pine trees it was already dark. Nico let his vision slide out of focus and stretched out his perception, wishing it was stronger. All he could pick out at first were nearby energies. Teiji's aura right next to him, tiny flickers of rodent life under the snow and birds in the branches, the other 2 GSI soldiers across the road. After another 2 seconds of concentration, however, he made out the faint impression of several people crammed too close together to distinguish their individual energies, but rapidly approaching his position. A single vehicle. Nico pushed up on his elbows just enough to flash a hand signal toward where Falston and Hicks were concealed. He hoped the Espenians saw it through the gloom, or at least sensed the alertness in the jade auras of their Kekonese colleagues. Nico wouldn't say he was friends with the 2 other men, but after 3 months together in the desolate countryside of Udane, he'd grown accustomed to them. Falston was gruff and cynical, and Hicks was bad-tempered, but they were generally decent and less condescending than other foreigners that Nico had interacted with. Ex-military Espenians were by far the most numerous group in GSI. Although they wore the least jade, they were the most annoyingly dogmatic about their way of doing things. They often lumped the Kekonese, the Keko-Espenians, and the Keko-Shatarians together, even though the 3 groups didn't speak the same language and avoided each other. The vehicle came into sight. A muddy brown 4-door pickup truck with a black tarp over the back, rolling slowly down the single-lane road, its snow tires crunching on the packed ice as it made its way toward the town of Hansil, a nondescript settlement of 200,000 people that Espenian intelligence had pinpointed as harboring members of an Egutanian-supported deliverantist rebellion against the autocratic Udani government. Nico squinted down the barrel of his R5. He remembered that Vin Solunu, one of the most senior fists in No Peak, had such a precise long-range sense of perception and extraordinary aim that he could shoot a living creature with his eyes closed from 200 meters away. Nico had once seen him take out a squirrel in a tree while blindfolded. Nico had no such confidence in his own marksmanship, even with a night scope. Changing his mind, he slung the R5 over his shoulder and brought his knees and feet up into a crouch, motioning his intentions to Teiji. Teiji's eyes widened, but he nodded and stowed his own rifle, readying himself beside Nico. They breathed in together, gathering their jade energy. Falston and Hicks would not do it this way, but Nico and Teiji were Kekanese greenbones, and they did things the Kekanese way. Close and personal. Nico burst out of his place of concealment. His stiff muscles screamed in protest at the sudden change from stillness to explosive motion as strength poured into his limbs, turning him into a blur of speed as he launched himself toward the road, clearing the snow and underbrush in 2 light bounds. His timing was perfect. As the truck clattered past, Nico rammed himself shoulder first into the passenger side door at full strength, like a stampeding bull shoving aside an obstacle. No one except a greenbone with the highest level of steel would try anything so dangerous. The impact threw Nico clear of the road. He flew several meters and tumbled into the trees. As the world upended in his vision, he glimpsed the truck swerving wildly as the driver hit the brakes, perhaps thinking he'd hit a deer. Teiji landed in the road in front of the truck and unleashed a powerful low deflection that struck the vehicle's wobbling front wheels, sending it into a dramatic 360-degree spin before it lurched into the nearest snowbank and came to a halt like a stuck cow. Nico clambered to his feet, his head ringing. His legs went wobbly as he let the massive surge of steel drop from his body, but nothing was broken. His rifle had been tossed into the snow a short distance away upon his landing. He snatched it and ran toward the truck, grasping for lightness to keep from sinking into the powder, but sprinting low and hunched over. Alarm from the people inside spiked in his perception, a sudden eruption of jagged red in his mind. Nico glimpsed the man in the driver's seat, raising a shotgun. Bullets punched through the windshield, flinging the driver's body backward. Falston and Hicks had reached the pickup and were releasing concentrated bursts of automatic fire that sparked in Nico's vision like New Year's firecrackers. The rear door of the truck's cab opened, and a man tumbled out, holding a pistol. He took a step and collapsed in the middle of the road, an unmoving lump on the ice. By the time Nico reached them seconds later, the sharp report of rifle fire was fading through the forest. Spent shell casings littered the ground. "See his balls!" Hicks whooped, smacking Nico in the back. "You crazy fucking keck, you ran into a truck!" Nico gasped for breath, his heart still thudding with adrenaline and the elation of his own successful daring. A voice in the back of his brain exclaimed, "If only the horn had seen that." When he opened his mouth to speak, a noise emerged from inside the truck, a high-pitched cry of pain. The men froze at the chilling sound. Nico moved first, pushing past Hicks and approaching the open cab. He saw the middle-aged driver and another, younger man, both dead, sprawled in their winter coats in the front seat. In the back seat was a boy, perhaps 12, flopped over into the lap of a smaller child, a girl, maybe his sister. 9 or 10 years old, covered in blood, but alive and wailing feebly. "Fuck the gods," Teiji breathed behind him. GSI's intelligence sources in the Udani government had told them that their target was an insurgent scouting party, that the men in the truck were the leaders of a radical deliverantist cell. The dead men did not look like trained and hardened soldiers. They looked like ordinary townspeople. Teiji yanked the tarp off the back of the truck. "There's nothing here." No weapons, no explosives. Just bundles of firewood, a coil of rope, and a red plastic sled. Nico could not stop looking at the girl. Her hair was pale beneath a pink wool cap, and she had dark freckles. Her mouth opened and closed as she stared back at him in confusion and terror. He reached into the truck and tried to unbuckle her seatbelt to lift her out. Falston seized Nico's arm. For a second, the man's Aspenian words didn't register with Nico.
"We have to get out of here," he said, "before reinforcements arrive."
Nico jerked his arm out of the man's grip.
"There aren't any reinforcements. We fucked up."
Then, realizing that in his shock and anger he'd spoken in Kekanese, he said, in rough Aspenian, "The girl, we have to help her."
"You can't,"
Falston said, his voice deadened with certainty.
"She's not going to make it."
The man was right. Nico could perceive the life escaping the child like white smoke spilling into darkness. He pushed the girl's dead brother aside and began to channel into her, but it was like trying to keep water inside a colander. The energy was pouring out in multiple directions, and he didn't have the level of perception and medical training to know where to focus.
If only Uncle Andon were here. He'd know what to do. He could save her. He even brought my ma back from the dead.
The girl's chest stopped moving. Nico knew the moment he was channeling into a corpse. It felt like trying to push his own energy into a dry sponge. Her eyes were still open, gazing unblinking at nothing. Nico turned around. Teiji was standing behind him, staring over his shoulder. The man's fingers were moving agitatedly over the jade he wore around his neck. He backed away from the expression on Nico's face.
"We couldn't have done anything," he said weakly.
Nico launched himself at Falston.
"Why did you fire?"
he shouted, grabbing the man by his tactical vest.
"I stopped the truck. You should have looked inside. You should have—"
He could not string the right Aspenian words together to express himself coherently, to scream that any moron could fire an assault rifle, but Greenbones trained their jade abilities for a reason. Any finger careless enough to spray gunfire into innocent people would be jade-stripped by his own clan before being exiled or executed for breaking Aisho. Falston was a large, strong man. He shoved Nico away, hard, sending him stumbling back. Hicks got in between them, and Teiji grabbed Nico. Jade auras flared, sharp and white with aggression and panic.
"Get a fucking grip,"
Hicks shouted at Nico.
"It's no one's fault. We were doing our jobs. There must have been a mix-up. We obviously got some shitty intel, all right?"
Teiji glanced back at the truck and blanched.
"Should we report this?"
According to GSI's policies, all non-combatant casualties were supposed to be escalated to an ethics review committee.
"Fuck no!"
Hicks exclaimed, aghast at Teiji's question.
"We're not soldiers in the ROE military. We're contractors. We don't get any government protection. If they decide we used inappropriate force, we're liable." "There are rules," Nico choked out. "We have Jade, and these people don't."
"We also have armored tanks and rocket launchers and satellite imagery," Hicks retorted. "What's your point?" Falston said with brusque reasonableness.
"Listen, if the bad guys didn't hide among civilians, this wouldn't happen. But sometimes it does. It happened when I was in Ortico, too, more often than I like to think about. You can't let it eat you up, Crumb. This is war. The company has to have written policies and shit for legal reasons, but trust me, no one higher up wants us to report this."
Hicks said,
"We eliminated the target. That's what we report. The 3 men in the truck probably were deliverantist rebels."
When Nico opened his mouth again, Hicks put his face right up to him, so close Nico could smell the man's breath, and see the hairs in his thin nostrils as they flared.
Enough, you thick-headed keck. Some crazy shit happened and we're all rattled, but I'm the team leader here and we're going to do what I say. You got a problem with that?
No one had ever spoken to Nico with such aggressive disrespect before, and for several seconds his brain was as blank as his face must have appeared. Then a number of replies sprang to mind, but he didn't possess a profane enough vocabulary in the Aspenian language to express any of them. His inarticulate shame felt as hot as a sudden fever. If it were possible to offer a clean blade, he would have done so on the spot. He could defy his Aspenian teammates and go up the chain of command, all the way to Jim Sunto, or to GSI's parent company, Anorco Global Resources. And then what? His mind veered in helpless directions. Would their superiors believe his word over that of Falston and Hicks? Would the men be disciplined, or would the blame fall harder on him and Teiji? Was Falston correct that any report would be unwelcome and met with recrimination, and in the end, the incident would be deemed unavoidable collateral damage? Either way, the girl in the truck would not come back to life. Hicks's eyes were still drilling into his. The jade auras of the other men were blaring shrill in his mind. He glimpsed Falston's grip tightening on his R5 as Teiji's head swung between Nico and Hicks with skyrocketing anxiety.
Nico-chan?
Nico stepped back and dropped his gaze. He hated himself for doing it, for deferring to a man he'd just seen unload an assault rifle into a truck with children. A man who would be dead if he'd spoken to Nico in such a way in Keikon. But they were not in Keikon. Nico had none of the clan's fingers behind him, none of his family's power, no one else but Teiji watching.
No problem,
he muttered. Hicks grunted an acknowledgement.
Good,
he snapped. Then he added with less force.
I didn't mean to call you a keck. We all got too worked up is all. We should get out of here,
Falston urged. He turned around and began to trek purposefully through the woods toward the rendezvous point 2 kilometers away, where a GSI armored vehicle would pick them up. Hicks followed. After a moment, Teiji did as well. Nico brought up the rear. He did not look back at the road. Once, when he was a child, Nico had asked his Aunt Shay why she believed in the gods. She'd given him a strange but clear-eyed look.
Because I felt them watching me.
Nico had been disappointed. He'd expected a more rational explanation from the weatherman. Now, at last, he understood her answer. With each step he took in the snow, Nico sank beneath the feeling of some terrible attention turning toward him, reaching from the other side of the world like a curse. Chapter 44. This is not Keikon. The 22nd year, 4th month. 10 months after the clan established its branch office in Shatar, Wen accompanied her sister-in-law on a business trip to Leolo City. She'd never been there before and was keen to see some of the sights, but more importantly, she had business of her own she wished to deal with in person. Shay's husband and daughter saw them off at the airport on the morning of their departure.
Will you bring something back for me?
Tia asked her mother.
What would you like?
Shay asked. The 7-year-old considered her options.
A pretty dress.
I'll get you one, Shay promised. Aunt Wen will help me to pick it out.
I will,
Wen agreed with a smile. She was happy to buy nice clothes for her niece. Her efforts to dress up Jaya had always been rejected, resulting in wasted money or ruined outfits. Tia, in contrast, was a considerate, artistic child who adored animals, sparkly things, dancing, and making up stories. It amused Wen to see that as much as Shay loved her daughter, she also seemed bewildered by her, unsure of how such a dreamy and gentle child had been born into the Kaul family. Shay hugged Tia and kissed Woon goodbye, issuing half a dozen reminders that her husband accepted with the same discerning patience with which he'd once handled the weatherman's affairs on Ship Street and in Wisdom Hall. Watching them, Wen was struck with nostalgia and sadness. Her own children were grown. Even Jaya had left home. Hilo had reluctantly agreed to send their daughter to Toshan in the far south of the country, where she could get out from under the spotlight of being the Pillar's daughter and be given room to prove her prowess as a greenbone. A long time ago, Wen had secretly hoped to one day have the kind of idyllic mother-daughter relationship that included womanly pastimes such as going to brunch and the spa, shopping, talking on the phone every day. Jaya only called when she needed something, usually her father's advice on dealing with some issue. Wen was begrudgingly proud of her daughter, but she regretted not being able to relate to Jaya any more than Shay could fully comprehend Tia. Although she didn't say it as much as she ought to, Wen was proud of Rue as well, who by all accounts was doing well in college. She'd worried so much about her son when he was young, fearing he would be dismissed and disrespected, saddled by stigma, left with no meaningful prospects, the destiny she surely would have faced were it not for marrying Hilo. But Rue had grown up far differently than she had. He was full of big ideas and confidence, perhaps too much of both. He talks enough to become the chancellor of the country. Then we'll have Gold and Jade together in one family, Hilo said jokingly, though sometimes Wen thought he might believe it. As for Nico, Wen's heart ached every time she thought of him. With her eldest, she felt she'd failed as a mother. She'd convinced Hilo to bring him back to Janloon as a baby. She'd raised and loved him as her own son, believing with utmost certainty that he was a fated gift, the gods' compensation for Rue inheriting her deficiency. Yet he'd hated the weight of that expectation, had run away from it, and taken the family's hopes with him. Now Wen didn't even know where he was. Perhaps Hilo did. She knew her husband had people watching Nico, reporting on his whereabouts, but out of consideration, he didn't volunteer the information to her unless she asked. She did not ask. During the 3.5-hour flight, Wen and Shay studied a travel magazine and made plans to go to a Shatarian bathhouse and to see a musical at the world-famous Laolo City Opera House. It had been some time since the two of them had had the opportunity to spend time together without the immediate demands of family. Wen could see her sister-in-law's excitement growing, and when breakfast was served in the business-class cabin, Shay asked Wen with an uncharacteristically sly grin, "It's not too early in the morning to have a cocktail, is it?" "Shay-Jen," Wen exclaimed, "I would never gainsay the weatherman's judgment." The flight attendant mixed them slender glasses of lychee juice and sparkling wine. "We'll have to make dinner reservations for tonight, like normal people," Shay added with bright anticipation. Even the fact that they could not expect to show up and be given priority was a novelty to look forward to, one that made the trip seem like an adventure. They were not alone, of course. Wen's two longtime bodyguards, Dudo and Taco, were sitting nearby and would accompany Wen wherever she went. The two former fists were like extended family members to her. She'd gotten to know them well over the years, had met their spouses and children. The men had become adept at blending into any event that Wen attended, from clan gatherings to public appearances and charitable functions. At times, Wen's days were as busy as her husband's, although she tried not to overschedule herself. She needed to bear in mind her own physical limitations, and her first responsibility was always to support the pillar. No other Greenbone leader had ever made the questionable choice to appoint his own wife as pillarman. Wen knew the clan's lukewarm acceptance of her unusually elevated position depended on her striking the delicate balance of being active without overstepping. She embraced a visible role as wife and hostess, promoted causes such as the arts and the environment, and raised awareness of non-reactivity and disability. She was careful never to speak publicly about clan affairs, nor to draw attention to herself in any way that might detract from Hilo's authority. Only privately within the family did she discuss the important issues facing No Peak. "Has the Laolo City office had any trouble from the mountain or their Barukan allies?" she asked Shay. Her sister-in-law closed the window shade as they flew east into the morning sunlight. "Fortunately, only a little, thanks to our relationships with the police." Shatarian law enforcement agencies had never had much success infiltrating the country's insular ethnic Kekanese criminal groups. No Peak, however, possessed an effective network of white rats in the Shatarian underworld. During his tenure as Horn, Juen Nu had calculated that the Barukan gangs were a weak link in Aitmata's power structure. Keko Shatarians were an underclass in Shatar, generally impoverished, legally persecuted, accustomed to living in fear and treachery. It didn't take much in the form of bribes or threats to induce them to give up information. Although No Peak's overseas spies yielded little truly useful information about the mountain itself, since Aitmata would not be so careless as to share her plans with outsiders, it often did reveal the movement of money and people, which No Peak used to its advantage to blunt Ait's superior numbers. In an impressive example of cooperation between the military and business halves of the clan, this capability had become the weatherman's weapon in Shatar. Shay was passing on information from the Horn's side of the clan about Barukan activities, major drug deals, weapons sales, prostitution rings, and so on, to Shatarian police officials who were very willing to secretly accept tips from No Peak spies and receive all the credit from the press, the government, and the public for the resulting busts. Of course, she was not giving them this boon for nothing. Business permits, working visas, and important meetings were made to happen, and No Peak's offices received special attention and security from the Laolo City Police Department. The exchange had enabled the clan's expansion into Shatar, and even skeptical Hame Tumashan had come around in support of the plan. Wen lifted her glass to Shay's. Who could have imagined the irony of a Green Bone clan working with the Shatarian government? They landed in Laolo City shortly after noon and parted ways. A prearranged car and driver were waiting to take Shay directly to the weatherman's branch office. Wen waited for their luggage, which Tako carried out to the parking lot behind her, while Dudo inspected every inch of the rented black SUV. Satisfied with its safety, Wen's bodyguards drove her to the Oasis Sulia, which was not a typical downtown hotel, but a resort slightly south of the city, close to the Redwater area that was the heart of the Shatarian film industry. Wen checked into her room, changed, ordered a light lunch from the room service menu, and called her husband to let him know she'd arrived. Laolo City looks as glamorous as it does in the movies, she told him, reaching him in his study between meetings. On the drive through the city, Wen had admired the capital's steel spires, which ranked among the highest in the world, its elevated superhighways and high-speed trams, the enormous rotating neon billboards that burned with light even in the middle of the day. So much of Laolo City had been destroyed in the Many Nations War 50 years ago, that when it was rebuilt, it had burst from the ashes like a phoenix. It's colder than I expected, though, for springtime. Don't spend too much money, unless you're buying a company, Hilo teased. And what if I am? Wen asked, unable to resist prodding him. I'll assume Shay put you up to it. The two of you are a bad influence on each other, he said, in a good-natured way that made light of the past, but was still a stern reminder.
no secrets. "I have to go," he said. "Have a good time. I love you." In the afternoon, Wen's bodyguards drove her to the headquarters of Diamond Light Motion Pictures. A translator, vetted and hired by the weatherman's office, was waiting for them and accompanied Wen as she was received at the reception desk and shown into a massive corner office. Standing behind the desk was a man wearing tinted, wire-rimmed glasses, a soul-patch beard, and an expensive blue shirt with the sleeves rolled halfway up his thick forearms. He was probably only 40, but bald as an egg. Wen couldn't understand the rapid Shatarian he was shouting into a headset, but he was either very excited or verbally tearing apart the person on the other end of the line. Hanging up the call, he tossed his headset down and looked over at Wen. "Pass Gaetano," said Wen, using the respectful honorific and speaking the few formal words she'd carefully rehearsed in Shatarian. "It's my privilege to meet you." She pressed her hands together and touched them to her heart. Gaetano returned the gesture of greeting, though his expression turned guarded. He gave Wen a tight smile as he offered her a seat. "You must be Mrs. Kaul." Wen sat down in the comfortable armchair in front of the studio executive's wide desk. The translator, a prim young woman with long, thin hands, perched alertly in a seat next to her. Dudo and Taco stood against the wall by the office door. Both Greenbones were wearing their jade concealed, but Gaetano studied them with faint unease before turning back to Wen. "I know who you are," he told her, "but I can't think of any reason I should be visited by representatives of a Greenbone clan. Diamond Light doesn't have any projects currently filming in Kekon." The translator repeated Gaetano's words back to Wen in Kekanese. Wen said, "I'm here on behalf of the No Peak clan to ask you for a favor. It's not a small request, and because we don't know each other, I felt it was important that I come to Leolo City to discuss it with you in person." She waited for the translator to catch up. "The No Peak clan is a major investor in Cinema Shore, a Kekanese film studio that's not very significant in terms of the global movie industry, but is the largest production company we have on our island. It's enjoyed some recent commercial success, most notably a series of action movies starring Danny Sinjo." "The Fast Fists," Gaetano said enthusiastically, sitting forward and losing some of his initial reticence. "I've seen all 3 of them. Great entertainment. Second one's still the best, but I like what they did with Danny's character in the third one." "I'm partial to the first movie myself," Wen said with a smile. "The Fast Fists series was domestically successful, with steady home video sales in Kekon and abroad. But they were made on a tight budget for the Kekanese audience. Cinema Shore's next project is more ambitious. It's a joint venture with a major Aspenian studio, a big-budget action movie, the first Kekanese film poised to do well on both sides of the Amharic. But in order for the project to go ahead, it needs Danny Sinjo." Gaetano was shaking his head before the translator even finished relaying Wen's sentence. "I'm sorry, I've already spoken to Danny's agent 2 or 3 times about this. Danny Sinjo is under a multi-year contract with Diamond Light, and it's simply not possible for us to release him from that obligation. I know Sion Kugo from Cinema Shore, and I like him, but he'll have to find someone else for his project." "Danny Sinjo is the only Kekanese movie star with the international recognition to carry this film, and the only major actor with the Greenbone training to pull off the stunts. The entire script was written with him in mind as the lead." Gaetano opened his hands regretfully. "Then they'll have to rewrite the script. Diamond Light has a filming schedule that's depending on Sinjo as well." Wen folded her hands over her knee and gave the Shatarian studio executive her most calmly persuasive smile. "I completely understand that it's not in your interest to release Sinjo from his contract.
I'm here to make it in your interest to do so. Whatever you've discussed with Sinjo's agent, set it aside. No Peak will pay 20 million sepas to Diamond Light to release Danny Sinjo from legal obligations to your studio. I understand that is 3 times what you were planning to pay him to play the underboss in the next Streets of Blood movie, which has not yet begun filming. Even accounting for the cost of potential delays and the trouble of finding a new actor to play the villain, you have to admit that is a generous reimbursement for your loss.
Kitano had begun to look supremely uncomfortable. He swiveled back and forth in his chair and crossed his arms, still shaking his head. "I'm afraid that's simply not possible," he insisted again. Wen felt annoyance rising steadily within her, but she kept speaking in the same convincing tone. She thought of the casual yet intimidating persuasiveness Hilo would have in this situation, and tried to project some of her husband's energy into her words.
Before you refuse so hastily, consider that my family would remember this favor. My husband is a powerful man in Keikon, and our clan has strength in many other parts of the world as well. I don't know how familiar you are with Kekonese culture, but we take friendship very seriously. Suppose you were to need the support of an influential ally at some point in the future, and who doesn't, especially a man in your position? Think about how much more valuable that would be to you than the casting of a supporting actor in this one movie.
"Mrs. Kaul, I'm afraid you don't understand." Kitano began to move some items around on his desk in agitation, not looking directly at her, but glancing at the translator and Wen's 2 bodyguards, anywhere except straight at her. "It's not that I'm trying to antagonize you or your husband. If it were entirely up to me, I'd be inclined to negotiate with you. But it's not the money that's the issue. Danny Sinjo made an agreement with Diamond Light before this other film was greenlit. He can't leave Streets of Blood to go work for the Kekonese on a project funded by a Green Bone clan. That would look very bad. It would be unacceptable, embarrassing to certain stakeholders of the studio." Wen was nearly fed up with the man's evasiveness. She let a little of the friendliness slide out of her voice, and a strong hint of disappointment creep in. "I was under the impression that you were the final authority on these matters, Pascutano. If I was misinformed, if there's someone else in Diamond Light I should be speaking to, please let me know, and I'll have this discussion with them instead." Kitano pushed his chair back as if to create space between them. "As I've said, the money isn't the main issue. The friendship of the No Peak clan might be valuable in your home country, but it would make enemies in Shatar." Instead of looking at Wen, he looked at the translator and spoke a phrase in Shatarian. The young woman hesitated. Wen was surprised. Up until this moment, the translation had been fast and flawless. Wen said, "What did he say?" The translator said, nervously, "My apologies, Miss Kaul. I'm not sure how to translate the meaning into Kekonese. In Shatarian, the words are, 'Marry the devil, get the devil's mother.' It means, it's a saying that's used to describe an agreement or relationship that you can't escape from." Wen sat with this information. "You're saying he's already married the devil?" "I think that is what he is trying to say, yes." Wen finally understood Gitano's obstinance. She'd heard that the enormously profitable Shatarian film industry was rife with organized crime involvement. Barukan gangs controlled several labor unions, bankrolled films, and demanded to be consulted on the glorified portrayal of Keko-Shatarian gangsters in pop culture, even going so far as to dictate casting choices. Gitano and Diamond Light Motion Pictures
must have ties to people they were unwilling to antagonize. She couldn't get around this obstacle with money or charm, not if one of the Barukan gangs had a hold on Diamond Light. She would have to go to Shay, think about what could be done. Wen smoothed her skirt and stood up, keeping her face neutral despite how crestfallen she was. "I'm disappointed that we couldn't come to an understanding," she said to Gutano. "Now I'll have to return to John Loon and disappoint my husband as well. That's not something I want to do. He's not a man who's accustomed to being told no, so I don't know how he'll react." Wen knew exactly how Hilo would react. He would shrug and say it was too bad, but that it didn't really matter. Cinema Shore had already handsomely returned the investment she had convinced him and Shay to put into it, and the movie business was just a little piece of No Peak's vast portfolio of tributaries. He would console her by wrapping his arms around her and saying that was business, not everything went your way, but had she at least had a nice time in Leolo City? The pillar would not send fists to Shatar to force Gitano to comply, to kill him, or destroy Diamond Light, especially not if such a drastic reaction jeopardized the Weatherman's expansion plans. Any good Greenbone leader knew the power of violence and used it without hesitation when called for, but it was a potent tool, not to be flung about carelessly over something like a movie star's contract. Gitano, however, did not know this. Shatarians stereotyped the Kekanese as vicious and lawless, and Jade, some of them believed, was a corrupting substance that drained a portion of a person's soul every time they used it. Wen saw fear flicker behind the studio executive's tinted glasses. All he knew about Kaul Hilo Shudan was his reputation as a man with a great deal of jade and a greater capacity for bloodshed. That was something Wen could use to her advantage. Genially, she said, "Think about it some more. I'll be here in Leolo City for a couple more days. You can reach me at the Oasis Sulia Resort if you decide you gave your answer too hastily." Wen turned away. Dudo and Taco moved silently to open the office door. She left the Diamond Light building unhappy, but she hoped her words would sit with Gitano, and the apprehension she'd left him with would motivate him to reconsider. Shay sighed and kicked off her shoes in the back seat of the SUV as Wen's bodyguards drove them back to the hotel late that evening. "You should come on business trips with me more often," she sighed to Wen. "We can make a habit out of this." After an excellent meal of oshois, small plates served alongside poetry, and a production of The Lady's Scarf, a romantic musical Shay had first seen in Espenia as a university student, and which was still enjoyable decades later, even in Shatarian, she was feeling uncommonly relaxed, clan worries pleasantly pushed from her mind. She doubted she would have been so self-indulgent on her own. "It's nice to spend time without the men or the children around, isn't it?" Wen agreed. She seemed preoccupied, though, and the smile slid from her face as she picked at a bit of chipped nail polish. "Shay-Jen," she said after another moment, "is there anything we can do about the Diamond Light situation? Can we find out who's standing in our way? Who Gitano is afraid of?" Shay rubbed the balls of her feet. "I can try," she answered ambivalently. It would be easy to find out the information Wen wanted. That was not the problem. "I know this film deal is important to you," she said, "but we don't want to show No Peak's hand in Shatar too strongly." The Weatherman's branch office in Shatar was small, and Shay was being careful to keep it unobtrusive, but the mountain was surely aware that No Peak was in Leolo City, and it would be looking for any misstep. Trying to muscle in on the Barukan over the film industry seemed risky, even if Shay agreed with her sister-in-law that they shouldn't underestimate the power of popular culture and entertainment when it came to growing the clan's influence.
Applications to martial academies and requests for clan patronage went up every time one of the Fast Fists movies came out. Wen drew the silk shawl over her shoulders. "You're right," she said with resignation. "I think maybe I've become so invested in this project to prove something to Hilo." The pillar supported his wife's activities and acknowledged their value to the clan, but they were side projects, peripheral to No Peak's core concerns of territory, jade, money, and warriors. A Kekanese film breaking onto the international scene in a major way might have changed that, and it would have been Wen's victory alone. Sometimes, when Shay was overwhelmed by the demands of being the clan's weatherman while also managing life as a wife and mother, she considered every obstacle her sister-in-law had overcome with quiet but immeasurable determination. She was always forced to conclude that in comparison, she had no reason to complain and no excuses for failure. "Wen, you have nothing left to prove to anyone." Wen gave her a sad smile. "Remember, Shay-Jen, most of the clan would say I had only one truly important job: to give the family an heir." It was no wonder that Wen had taken Nico's departure even harder than Hilo had. Red lights pulsed behind the SUV, causing them both to turn in their seats. Dudo, who'd just taken the freeway exit leading to the hotel, glanced in the rearview mirror at the Leolo City police car behind them. He cursed incredulously. "Pull over," Shay said. "It's only a Shatarian cop." Shay saw his foot hover indecisively between the gas and brake pedals. Then he obeyed her, pulling over to the side of the road and shutting off the engine. The squad car parked behind them. A uniformed officer emerged and walked toward the SUV. Shay's perception was not as sharp as it had once been when she used to carry more jade, but she could still easily sense the lone policeman's nervous caution as he approached the driver's side of the vehicle. Wen looked to Shay with a question in her eyes. "There's nothing to worry about," Shay told her. Leolo City police officers carried only a double-action revolver and a baton. A single policeman would be no threat to one, much less 3 trained greenbones. Nevertheless, Dudo's and Taco's jade auras were humming warily, and Taco, in the passenger side seat, slid his pistol out of his jacket and tucked it out of sight under his leg, within easy reach. "Calm down and be respectful," Shay ordered. Gods forbid the police officer should be unwise enough to try to detain them, or that either of the fists would give him reason to draw his weapon. None of them knew how to speak much Shatarian, and the last thing No Peak needed was for a foolish police officer to be accidentally killed by visiting members of the No Peak clan over some misunderstanding. Dudo rolled down the window. The police officer shone the flashlight into the front seat and asked a question in Shatarian, which Shay assumed to be a demand for identification. She said to Dudo, "Hand him your driver's license and the car rental paperwork." The policeman swung the flashlight over to Shay's voice coming from the back seat, playing the bright beam over the 2 women dressed for the theater. Shay in a short white coat and black skirt, Wen in a maroon dress and silk shawl. "We are visitors. We don't speak Shatarian," Shay said, making use of a few phrases she knew in the language. The officer studied Dudo's Kekanese driver's license and the papers from the car rental company. He returned them and stepped back, giving an order in Shatarian and motioning for Dudo to step out of the car.
"What the fuck?"
Dudo muttered. Wen said worriedly, "Maybe he wants to search the car for drugs."
"Or weapons, or jade, both of which we have,"
Taco said. In Janloon, a police officer that stopped a car full of greenbones would apologize and send them on their way. If there was some issue with behavior, he would bring it up with the horn. Cops didn't police the clans. The clans policed the clans.
Dudo had never in his life obeyed a city police officer and didn't move. Any greenbone of no peak who traveled on official business for the clan was required by the weatherman's office to sit through an information session explaining what to do in case of a run-in with local law enforcement. Don't hurt or kill anyone if you can possibly avoid it. Cooperate fully. Go to jail if you have to. The clan's lawyers will take care of you, and the clan will resupply you with any jade confiscated by foreign police and reward you further for your trouble, if you follow the rules. But Wen's bodyguards were not going to adhere to those edicts if it meant being handcuffed or separated from the person they had sworn to the pillar to protect with their lives. This unfortunate patrolman would be dead before such a thing happened. Shay perceived the police officer's escalating apprehension as he put his hand on his belt near his pistol. "Do as he says," she ordered Dudo. "Get out of the car."
"Call, Jen."
The police officer repeated his order in Shatarian, more insistently. His hand moved to the grip of his sidearm, his eyes darting between the occupants of the vehicle. Dudo swore under his breath, opened the door, and stepped out. The officer motioned for him to turn around. Dudo did so, placing his hands on the side of the SUV. Cars passing them on the road cast pulses of light across the scene. Briskly, the cop patted Dudo down, finding the handgun in his waistband and the Talon knife in his shoulder holster, and removing them both with a few declarative words in Shatarian that none of them understood. Dudo didn't move, but Shay could perceive the fist's jade aura swelling. What if the officer tried to take his jade as well? Shay's mind raced, trying to think of a way to prevent the situation from escalating. Taco's shoulders jerked in alarm.
"Something's not—"
3 black cars roared up and surrounded the SUV. Before the vehicles had even stopped, masked men were spilling out of all the doors. The police officer dropped flat to the ground on his stomach, arms shielding his head, and with a flash of dreadful understanding, Shay understood that it had all been a setup. The sweating cop, if he was a cop at all, had kept them in place, distracted their sense of perception. Even taken by surprise, Dudo and Taco reacted with remarkable speed. Dudo hurled a powerful deflection at the men jumping out of the nearest car, knocking several of them to the asphalt. He dropped and scrabbled for his weapons, the gun and knife the cop had taken from him. But before he could rise, 3 assailants set upon him with the startling speed and force that came only from having Jade's strength. Taco leapt out of the passenger side, firing over the hood of the SUV. Barukan. Shay flung open the rear door, drawing her Talon knife. Wen let out a scream as a man's silhouette filled the frame of the vehicle's opening, reaching toward them. Shay slashed at the masked face. When the man jerked back, she kicked him in the chest with her bare foot and followed it up with a deflection that sent him stumbling backward. Taco yanked open the rear door on the other side, pulling Wen out of the vehicle and shielding her with his body as he continued to fire around the SUV at the attackers. One of his shots dropped a man. Another 2 were deflected wide, punching into the sides of the black cars.
"Call, Jen!"
Taco shouted. Dudo had killed one of his assailants, who lay in the street with his neck obviously broken. Another was rolling on the ground, clutching his leg and moaning in agony. A man with a steel pipe smashed Dudo across his broad shoulders and then square in the back of the head. The green bone steel prevented his skull from being split open, but he collapsed to the ground, limp. Adrenaline and rage flooded into Shay's brain. She could not believe this was happening. A part of her mind expected more no-peak fists to appear at any second, to fly to their protection and slaughter these men. But this was not John Loon. These Barukan thugs were crude and clumsy in their attacks. Their jade auras, burning with violent excitement, were as wild and uneven as those of untrained teenagers. but there were over a dozen of them. Shay launched herself out of the car with a cry and felt a rush of fevered satisfaction when her strength carried her to the nearest Barukan in a second, and her talon knife plunged into the side of his neck. The man's eyes were the only part of his face visible. They flew wide with shock. For a second, Shay felt only astonishment. It had been years, more than a decade, since she'd drawn her knife to kill an enemy, and she was disoriented by the moment, by the blood and the perception of the man's pain. Then, instinct took over. She ripped the talon knife straight across with a surge of strength, severing the carotid artery. "Get Wen out of here!" she shouted at Taco. Another man grabbed Shay from behind. She twisted and sent a spear of channeling into his chest. She could tell immediately that the strike was nowhere near strong or precise enough. That one kill had been a lucky thing. Shay was a green bone 20 years past her fighting prime. She didn't have enough jade. She was too old and too slow. The channeling strike meant to burst the man's heart, only made him gasp and cough violently. At least he lost his grip on her. Shay tore away from him, sharp pebbles digging into the soles of her feet as she backed up with her talon knife extended. Other men came toward her, emboldened by her failure. Taco was still firing his gun and throwing deflections from behind the cover of the SUV and protecting Wen with his life. Shay thought she heard her sister-in-law screaming her name, but if so, the gunfire and the roaring of blood in her ears drowned it out. She glimpsed Taco's face, twisted with frantic uncertainty. Dudo was unconscious, and Shay was too far away for him to help her without exposing Wen. Abandoning the weatherman was unthinkable, but his first duty was to protect the pillar's wife. Snarling, the bodyguard unleashed a final volley of gunshots that sent the Barukan diving behind their cars. Lifting Wen, crying and protesting in his arms, he ran. The SUV was penned in, but a steep ravine dropped off from the side of the road. Even weighed down with Wen clinging to him, Taco cleared the gully in a single light bound. Half a dozen masked men gave chase, leaping after him and firing at his fleeing figure, gaining quickly as he struggled to keep sprinting with Wen in his arms. Taco set Wen down on her feet, and they ran, the fist urging her along ahead of him. Shay tried to follow. As if sucking in a breath with her whole body, she gathered her jade energy and leapt light over those in her way. In 3 more steps, she reached the edge of the ravine and stumbled to a horrified halt as another gunshot rang out, and she saw Taco go down. He scrambled up again, but Wen had spun around and run back toward him. Shay let out a guttural scream of denial as one of the masked men reached and seized Wen, pinning her arms, and from a distance too close to deflect, another Barukan unloaded 2 bullets into Taco's torso. Even from a distance, Shay perceived the bodyguard's blinding red agony as he folded at the waist and collapsed into the brittle grass. Shay turned. 4 masked men with guns stood behind her, 4 across the ravine around Wen and Taco. The man with his arm around Wen's throat walked back toward her, forcing Wen to stumble along in front of him. Shay could see the whites of her sister-in-law's eyes, glistening with tears of fear and rage. The man called out to Shay, in accented Kekanese, "Kaul Shaylin-san! You think you're one tough John Loon bitch. We'll see how tough. Do you think you can move faster than the bullet of this gun?" He pressed the barrel of his weapon to Wen's temple. Shay said, "If you pull the trigger, every single one of you will die." She was thankful her voice did not come out trembling, but it seemed to her that the world was tilting under her feet. These men knew who she was. They surely knew who Wen was as well. They'd gone to the effort of setting up the ruse with the police officer, and they'd attacked with overwhelming force, clearly prepared to suffer casualties. They already expected death. so her threats were not going to make any difference.
"Drop the knife," the man called. "Then take off your jade."
If it had been only her own safety in question, under no circumstances would Shay allow herself to be disarmed and for her jade to be taken. Even outnumbered, she would have turned and fought until she was killed or subdued, which was sure to happen, seeing as how Dudo and Taco, trained fists much younger than her, had been overpowered. But that would mean leaving Wen to the mercy of their enemies, which she could not do. The Barukan hadn't fired on the women. They wanted them alive. Which meant they wanted something from No Peak. Shay let the talon knife slip from her fingers and fall to the ground. She willed her fingers not to shake as she removed her earrings and bracelets. A sick sense of degradation crawled up her throat and made her face burn with shame and disgust. She felt as violated as if she were being forced to strip naked before her assailants. When she'd removed her jade, the man said, "Set it down on the ground and walk backward." Shay's hands closed tight around her jade.
"It won't get you out of this," she told herself. "It won't help Wen either."
She bent her knees and dropped the gems on the ground in front of her. The first disorienting jolt of withdrawal hit a couple of seconds later. Shay curled her hands in the folds of her skirt. She swayed, lightheaded. A layer of gauze seemed to fall over her eyes and ears and turn the night even more surreal. Slowly, she stood up and took 2 steps back. Rough hands came down on her shoulders and forced her down to her knees, scraping her skin against asphalt. Shay caught a glimpse of Wen's terrified face, trying to say something, and then the black hood went over Shay's head. Her wrists were bound behind her back, and she was half pushed, half dragged into a car that began to move. Hilo was in the training hall with his 18-year-old nephew, Mate Cam, when the housekeeper, Sulima, ran up from the main house and slid the door open without knocking.
"Forgive me, Kaul-jen,"
she panted, her face pale with alarm.
"But someone on the phone."
The pillar strode through the dark courtyard into the main house and picked up the phone in the study, hitting the button for the main line. An accented voice said,
"Call Hilo Shudan. If you wanted to invade Shatar, you should have come yourself instead of sending your bitches. You're used to being in charge, but from this moment on, you're not in charge anymore. If you want your wife and your sister returned alive and intact, you'll do exactly as we say."
Silence.
"Are you listening carefully, Kaul Hilo?"
"Yes," Hilo said.
"Prove they're alive and unharmed."
A rustle of movement in the background as the phone was handed off. There was a considerable amount of static interference, as if the connection was bad. Hilo's heart stuttered as Wen's voice came onto the line, hoarse and frightened.
"Hilo?"
He managed to keep his own voice unchanged. "Have they hurt you?"
"No," she said weakly.
"And Shay?"
"They took her jade, but she's not hurt. Dudo and Taco were badly injured."
"Stay calm," Hilo said. "I'll solve this."
"Hilo,
The phone was snatched away, and the kidnapper's voice returned.
"You have the proof you asked for. Now this is what you will do. You'll deliver 40 kilograms of cut jade and 2 million Espenian thalliers in cash tomorrow at midnight at a location of my choosing in exchange for your wife. If this transaction goes smoothly, you'll have 7 days to shut down the operations you set up in Leolo City, remove every single member of your clan from our country, and publicly announce that No Peak will make no further attempts, now or in the future, to enter Shatar. Then, and only then, will you get your sister back, along with your 2 men, if they're still alive?"
"I'll do as you say," Hilo replied. "You'll get the money and the jade you want. I'll pull no peek out of Shatar. I can overlook losing material things. If you harm the people I care about, however, that is a very different matter." A fever was engulfing his brain. He felt as if the edges of his vision were closing in. All the most terrible possibilities he could imagine were crashing against a bulwark of consuming rage. What he said next would have to be perfect. He could be neither defiant nor meek. If he was too aggressive, they would abandon their plans and kill their captives. If he sounded desperate, they would not fear him enough to commit to their end of the bargain. This damning calculation happened without conscious thought. Hilo said, quietly, "You're obviously thick-blooded, whoever you are, since you're willing to do things even my worst enemies would not. I've led dangerous operations before, so let me tell you something. I'm not the one you have to worry about now. I'll be as cooperative as a baby goat. Your own men, however, I know how dark men can be, how hard it can be to keep them in line. Safe, well-cared-for prisoners are your only leverage right now. If they're mistreated in any way, none of you will get to enjoy the jade or money you've gone to the trouble of getting from me, because you'll all die very badly." "You're exactly as people say you are, Kaul Hilo," said the amused voice of the man he was going to kill. "You could be burning in hell and have some arrogant thing to say to the devil. Just to be clear, if we see any police, your wife and sister will both die. If we see any reporters, they die. If we see any of your fists or fingers, they die. You may rule Kakon, but this is not Kakon." The caller hung up. Chapter 45. Very Bad People. Wen's captors placed her in an empty room by herself and made her sit against the wall with her hands duct-taped together in front of her. They were in a house, but Wen had no idea where. When they'd thrown the hood over her head and pushed her into the car, she'd been hurled back in time to the garage in Port Massey and the agony of suffocating to death. She spent the interminable ride shaking and sweating with panic, certain she would choke or throw up, until at last one of the men noticed her hyperventilating and pulled the bag up so only her eyes were covered and at least she could feel the air on her face and not pass out. Hours later, she was still seized by intermittent fits of trembling, and her heart would start racing as if it were trying to kill her before anyone else could. She pulled her knees close to her body and tried to take long, deep breaths, picturing herself in the garden back home, sitting by the pond amid blooming magnolia and honeysuckle. She told herself this was not like the situation she'd been through with the cruise. If it was, she would already be raped or dead. These men wanted something from her husband, otherwise they wouldn't have put her on the phone with him for those 2 seconds. Hilo would move heaven itself. He would bring down the full might of the clan to find her and get her out safely. In the meantime, she had to stay calm as he'd instructed, to think clearly and not surrender to blind terror. That was a difficult task when she could hear Taco moaning in pain somewhere down the hall. The fist had been shot multiple times while trying to defend her. Steel could not stop bullets, but it could slow their passage through the body, which would have only increased Taco's suffering. Wen hated to hear the sounds, but at least she knew he was still alive. She had neither seen nor heard any sign of Shay since the Barukan had stripped her of Jade and pushed her into one of the other cars. Wen rested her head against the wall and closed her eyes. She didn't sleep,
but she drifted in and out of exhausted semi-consciousness until cracks of light began seeping in from around the black plastic taped over the window. The door opened, and a man came in with a plastic tray of food and paper cup of water. He cut the tape around her wrists with a pocket knife and stood over her as she ate. It was a limp meal of instant rice and reheated frozen vegetables. Wen had no appetite, but she ate the food. She needed to keep up her strength. The irony that she'd been dining with Shay in a 5-star restaurant the previous evening almost made her want to laugh. When she was done, the guard motioned for her to put her wrists together so he could bind her again. Wen said, "I need to go to the bathroom." The man hesitated. He was young, no older than Wen's own sons, with an indecipherable tattoo on the side of his neck and the faintly hostile look of a nervous dog unsure of its place in the pack. Last night, his boss had posted him in the hallway, pointed at Wen, and issued orders in a tone that suggested the young man was responsible for her and that he would deeply regret it if he failed. "Please," Wen said. "The bathroom." The young man, she decided to call him Junior, escorted her to the bathroom at the end of the hall. Along the way, she passed an open doorway and saw Taco lying on top of a plastic sheet in a caked pool of his own blood, curled around his stomach wound. His eyes were closed, and his face moved in pain with every shallow breath. As the hours passed, his moans had grown weaker but more continuous. His fingers and neck were bare. Even in his helpless state, the Barukan had taken his jade. Wen tried to go to him, but Junior didn't let her. He prodded her straight toward the bathroom and only allowed her to close the door part way while she relieved herself. Wen's maroon dress, which she had bought only yesterday at one of the trendy shops in the Redwater area, was torn at the shoulder and the hem. At the sink, she splashed cold water on her face, trying to shock herself back into alertness. On the return trip down the hallway, she stopped in the doorway next to Taco and faced Junior, staring him in the face. "You can't leave him like that," she insisted. Junior grabbed her arm and began to pull her back toward her room. Wen clung to the doorframe, struggling and shouting that she wouldn't go until they treated Taco's wounds. Junior became agitated. "Bitch," he hissed as he pried her fingers loose, breaking 2 of the nails. 2 other Barukan showed up to see what the problem was. One of them was the leader who'd made the call to Hilo and put her on the phone last night, a wiry, unexpectedly short man in camouflage cargo pants, a black t-shirt, and a carved skull pendant of bluffer's jade around his neck. Physically, he didn't seem that formidable at first glance, but the jade rings on his fingers were real, and he had a pinched, ferocious face with protruding eyes and a feral stare. Wen thought of him as Big Dog.
"What the fuck is going on here?"
Big Dog snapped at Junior, who began to defend himself in Shatarian. The Barukan readily mixed the languages when they spoke. Wen interrupted and addressed the leader directly. "That injured man is a fist of no peak," she reminded him. "He's no good to you as ransom if he dies. You have to help him. Call a doctor. My husband will be more forgiving toward you if you do." Big Dog sneered.
"You think you can still order people around like a queen?"
"She's right," said the mixed-blood man with the jade nose ring, who seemed to be the second in command.
"We have to do something about that god's awful moaning."
Big Dog drew his pistol, and before Wen could even scream, he shot Taco in the head, silencing him.
"Took care of it,"
he said. Second Dog let out a startled burst of laughter, but Junior turned pale. Wen's vision blurred. Taco had been her bodyguard for years. He had a wife and 2 daughters. Her fear of the Barukan fell apart beneath rage and disgust. They had never meant to let Taco live. They'd only let him suffer.
You dogs,"
Wen whispered.
Taco was a friend of my family.
It had taken years of effort to recover her ability to speak smoothly, but now stress and emotion made words stick in her throat again. She hated the sound of her renewed weakness when she most needed to be strong against these animals.
You're all dead, man.
Big Dog backed her against the wall, putting his brutal face close to hers. Wen flinched at the menace in his eyes.
Do you think we're afraid of your husband? Just because you're used to everyone bowing and scraping to him, you think it's because of his threats that we're treating you so nicely? He's powerless here. He can't find us, and he can't touch us. Think about that before you decide to open your mouth again.
Second Dog and Junior dragged her back into the room and shut the door. The Kaul house was a war room. Multiple phones and computers were set up in the pillar's study. Lot and Heijo had the clan's tech wizards trying to trace the location of the ransom call. The perpetrators weren't careless. Heijo's analysts suspected they'd attached a moving cellular phone to a two-way radio, so there was no way to pinpoint where the call had come from. All they could say confidently was that it had originated in Leolo City, so Wen and Shay had not been transported far. Federal police might have superior technology to narrow the search further, but Hilo quickly decided against involving either the Kekanese or Shatarian authorities. He could not risk Leolo City cops getting involved and putting Wen and Shay in greater danger, and he wished to prevent, or at least delay for as long as possible, word getting out that the Pillarman and Weatherman of No Peak were being held hostage by lowly foreign criminals. Already, whispers of concern were circulating in the clan over the Pillar's abruptly cancelled appointments. Hilo wanted to get on a plane with an army of the clan's best fists and go to Leolo City himself. He would make it known that he was on the hunt. He would offer a staggering reward for anyone who led them to the kidnappers, and he would spread the word that if Shay and Wen were not returned safely within 24 hours, he would tear the city apart, kill every Barukan member he could get his hands on until he found the men who'd done this, and they and their families would all die. He voiced this sentiment to Lot, who said, with some worry,
Kaul-chen, of course, every fist and finger is willing to follow you and give our lives if it would bring Shay-gen and Wen back. But I'm not sure that's the best way to—
I know that, Hilo snapped. Leolo City was not Janloon. He couldn't land a plane full of green bones there. He didn't control the streets, the police, the government, or the people. Wen and Shay would be dead as soon as the Barukan found out he was in the country, and those responsible would flee, knowing he couldn't easily find them. Although he was too sick with worry to sleep, he was also bored. After issuing orders, there wasn't much he could do while he waited for more information. He'd already instructed Jaya not to come up to Janloon straight away, but to stay calm and remain at her home in Toshan until they knew more. He was finding it hard to do likewise. Lot told him politely but firmly that his constant pacing and the stress in his jade aura were distracting, so Hilo went out onto the patio and smoked, quitting be damned. In the morning, word came from one of the clan's secret contacts in the Leolo City Police that the black SUV Taco and Dudo had rented had been found seemingly abandoned on the side of the road 5 kilometers from the hotel. There were no skid marks, no signs of a car chase or collision, and no signs of mechanical failure. If they'd known they were being followed, Wen's bodyguards would have driven to a safer, more defensible place. The only plausible explanation for them to be calmly stopped in a random location was that they'd been pulled over. If the kidnappers had fake or real Leolo City police in their employ, they were expert criminals.
It wasn't the Matios,
Lot reported, getting off the phone. None of the clan's white rats embedded in the largest of Shatar's Barukan gangs had any knowledge of the abduction. If the Matios were responsible, there would have been some leakage within the gang. People would know something big was going on. Arrangements would have been made, safe houses secured, gunmen organized. Either the Matios were not involved, or it was an outsourced job, known only to the highest-level leaders. Given how quickly the operation had been put together, that seemed unlikely. If the Matios weren't behind this, Aitmata most likely wasn't either. Hilo was almost disappointed, even though he knew his oldest and greatest rival had no reasonable motive for a crude ransom kidnapping with such high odds of being botched. But if the clan's usual enemies weren't to blame, then who was? The answer came a few hours later. Members of the clan in the Laolo City branch office had examined all of Shay and Wen's activities since the instant they arrived in Shatar. After they accounted for everyone Shay had met that day, suspicion fell on Wen's meeting at Diamond Light. Hame Tumashan, who was on the ground in Shatar, took 2 of the clan's fingers from the Laolo City branch office and drove to Gutano's home. They snatched the studio executive off the driveway of his Redwater area mansion, stuffed him into the trunk of the car, and drove 20 kilometers out of the city to a secure location. Through a translator, the terrified man confessed. After Wen had come to his office to demand the release of Danny Sinjo from his contract, Gutano feared for his life. He'd phoned a Barukan boss named Choyulo to plead for protection, revealing that the wife of Kaul Hilo Shudan had visited him and that she was staying at the Oasis Sulia resort. Hame explained over the phone that Choyulo was a member of the Faltus Barukan. The Faltus were a smaller gang than the Matios, although the 2 organizations maintained an arm's-length alliance. The Faltus acted as muscle for the larger gang, but were also known for their own activities, primarily extortion and corporate kidnappings. They had tentacles into the sports, music, and film industries, and most of the Shatarian gangster films that glorified the Barukan were about the Faltus. "What should I do with Gutano?" Hame asked. The clan's rainmaker had been on the business side of the clan for decades, but he had once been a fist. Lot depressed the mute button on the phone set and said, "We shouldn't kill this man now, Kaljen. A wealthy Shatarian movie executive going missing will bring in the local police. In any case, we may need to ask him other things about the Faltus." Hilo took the line off mute and gave instructions to Hame. "Put Gutano up in a hotel. Have him phone his wife and tell her that he's been called out of town on urgent business, a problem on a film set, something like that. Post guards to make sure he doesn't talk to anyone else and doesn't leave. If we get Wen and Shay back safely, he goes free. If we don't, he's dead. So if there's anything else he can tell us about the Faltus, he should do it if he wants to see his family again." Hilo fell into an armchair and longed for another cigarette. Woon Papidonwa was sitting in the chair across from him, with his head in his hands, looking wretched. Hilo wished the man would go back to his own house, as there wasn't anything Woon could do here, but he wasn't cruel enough to send Shay's husband out of the room. "I should have gone with her," Woon lamented in a whisper. Hilo berated him more harshly than he deserved. "If you had, Tia would be in danger of losing both parents instead of one. You think you could have changed anything?" Nevertheless, Hilo understood deeply how difficult it was for a Jade warrior to accept that there came a time when he couldn't fight his own battles anymore, couldn't with his own strength and abilities protect those he loved. "Shay is smart enough to stay alive until we figure out a way to get her and Wen back, and we're already doing everything we can," he told Woon more gently. "What can I do to help, Kaljen?" his brother-in-law begged. "You can take care of your daughter," Hilo replied, stalking back out. Tia was clearly aware that something was wrong. As Woon would not leave the war room, Andon had driven the girl to school that morning and picked her up again in the afternoon. Now Tia was worriedly tugging on her father's arm every few minutes to ask when they were going home and why there were so many people in Uncle Hilo's house. Woon hugged his daughter, but couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth. He said, "Why don't you finish your snack and then go over to your grandma's house?" Tia ran out of the room after her uncle.
"Something bad has happened, hasn't it?"
Hilo squatted down next to his niece, but hesitated to answer. He didn't believe in lying to children, and had never shielded his own from reality. But Tia was different. "Yes," he said. "We're going to fix it, so I don't want you to be frightened."
"Is it about my ma?"
When Hilo nodded, Tia's eyes welled with fear.
"I want to know."
"Some very bad people took your ma and your Aunt Wen and two of our fists while they were on their trip to Leolo City. They want some things from our clan. Jade, money, other important things, before they'll give them back." Tears spilled down Tia's face as she clutched Hilo's arm.
"Uncle Hilo, you have to get my ma back, no matter what. Just give them whatever they want."
"I'll do everything I can, Tia-say. I swear it," Hilo promised. "But our family has terrible enemies, and sometimes what they want most of all is to hurt us."
"Why would anyone hate us so much?"
Tia wept.
"None of this makes sense."
Rue had walked through the door only a few minutes earlier, having skipped the day's classes to rush back home. Everyone could hear Coco leaping about and barking with excitement despite his age. Rue came over and crouched down. "Tia, all the grown-ups are busy right now, and we shouldn't distract them. Your ma would want you to be strong and to let everyone work so they can find her and bring her home." As frightened as he was for his own mother, Rue spoke to his little cousin as if everything would be fine. "Why don't the two of us go into the other room and play video games? I'll show you a new one I got last week." He took the girl's hand in his own. "Thank you, son." Hilo put a hand on Rue's shoulder, grateful to have one of his children near home who he could count on. Since going to college, Rue had become even more expressive and opinionated. He'd dyed copper highlights into his hair and was wearing a t-shirt that read, "I'm non-reactive to bullshit." He was often bringing up this or that charity or social cause that he thought no peak should be supporting, but he was also a great help to his parents. The afternoon light was starting to wane, and Hilo hadn't slept since the night before last. Wen and Shay had been in Barukan hands for 18 hours. 2 million thalliers in cash had been procured from the clan's accounts, and 40 kilograms of jade taken from its vaults. Locked in 4 steel briefcases, they were now being loaded onto a chartered plane. In 3.5 hours, a small team of the clan's most trusted fists would arrive in Leolo City with the money and jade. In 8 hours, they would make the planned handover with the Faltas. 8 hours. They would be the longest of his life. In 8 hours, Wen might be safe, or he might be searching for her body. Hilo did not share Shay's stalwart belief in the gods, but he was not above praying. All his power as pillar of a great Green Bone clan could not guarantee him anything in this moment other than the promise of vengeance, and that was far less comfort to him than it had once been. Chapter 46. Valuable Things. Wen sat with her ear pressed against the door, listening to the men speaking in the hallway. She could hear Junior's worried voice, although she couldn't make out the words, and then Second Dog's sharp response. "Of course she knows. After tonight, we'll have time. Stick with the plan, and we won't have to worry about the Matios." Their footsteps approached. Wen scrambled away from the door and slumped back to the floor in the corner, closing her eyes and feigning sleep. The door opened, spilling light from the hall across her face. "Get up!" Second Dog ordered. Wen sat up slowly, not even needing to pretend to be groggy. Junior came toward her with a cloth sack, and she shrank back in renewed fear.
"I can't breathe in that. Just blindfold me, please."
She hated the way she sounded, but Junior relented. He folded the cloth up and tightened it around her eyes, leaving her nose and mouth uncovered. They pulled her to her feet and told her to walk. Already weakened and without her sense of sight, her painstakingly reacquired sense of balance failed her. She swayed and stumbled, bumping against the wall. "What's wrong with you?" Second Dog demanded. The two men took her elbows and led her through the house like a hobbled ewe. A door opened. For a blissful few seconds, cool night air slapped against her face. Then she was steered into the back of a car and shut inside. The vehicle was full. Two men on either side of her penned her into the middle back seat. She heard Second Dog speak from the front passenger seat. "Let's go. We have to get this done." The driver started the car, and it began to move. Wen clenched her trembling hands together and pressed them between her knees. She was afraid, but no longer panicked. She had been killed before. By all rights, she ought to have died in Port Massey 18 years ago. Instead, she'd been given the chance to see her children grow up and to spend more years with Hilo, some of which had been difficult, but many of which had been happy. She'd overcome her injuries to stand in front of crowds of people and dozens of cameras to speak for the clan. She was the only wife of a pillar to also be pillarman, so she had no regrets about how she'd spent the gift of extra time in her life, and she promised herself that at least she would not beg, no matter what they did to her. She was, however, desperately worried about Shay and Dudo.
"Where's Kaul Shay?" she asked. "What are you going to do with her?"
They did not answer her. The drive lasted for a long time, perhaps an hour, although Wen couldn't be sure. At last, the car stopped. The men inside conversed in Shatarian. Two of them, Second Dog and the man on her left side, exited the car while the others waited behind. Long minutes passed, during which Wen wondered where they had gone, whether they were digging a shallow grave for her body. A two-way radio crackled to life from the driver's seat. Another curt conversation was exchanged over the radio, and then the Barukan on Wen's right side opened the door and exited the car.
"Get out,"
he ordered. She recognized Junior's voice. Wen put her feet down firmly, holding on to the side of the car as she stood. She heard and smelled water. Then the blindfold was pulled off her head, and she saw that they were on one end of a fog-obscured bridge spanning the Gondi River. Junior cut the tape around her wrists, then pointed her toward the bridge's pedestrian path. "Walk," he ordered, and prodded her forward. Wen began to cross the bridge, Junior walking behind her. The cold, damp air filled her needy lungs. The fog thickened as they went farther out onto the water. Wen couldn't see the end of the bridge. Its silver girders disappeared into white mist. A few cars passed on the road in either direction, their lights smearing the pavement before disappearing, but the pedestrian walkway seemed entirely deserted. Wen hung on to the railing to steady her steps, but she regretted glancing over the side. It was a long drop to the dark, fast-moving water below. "Stop," Junior said. "Don't move." Wen heard him draw his pistol, and then she felt the cold metal barrel of the weapon touch the back of her head. She remained motionless and kept her eyes open. She knew better than to expect her life to flash before her eyes. That was a myth. When death came, it was with terror and pain and nothing else.
"Is it your job to kill me?"
To prove yourself to the others? She asked Junior. When the young man didn't answer, she said, Do you really want to be a part of such evil?
Shut up,
Junior whispered, but Wen heard the hint of doubt in his voice.
You don't get to talk about evil. We're the ones minding our own business, but the clans have to come in where you're not welcome and fuck over everyone who doesn't bow to you. If it were up to me,
Junior hissed fiercely,
I'd kill every last member of your family.
Wen had enough experience with teenage sons to know that young men often didn't know their own feelings, even when they insisted they did. She could feel the gun shaking a little behind her head.
Then what are we waiting for?
2 figures appeared on the pathway, walking quickly toward them. As they neared, Wen saw that it was Second Dog and the other Barukan who'd left the car earlier. They were each carrying 2 metal cases, their arms tensed with strength. They strode past Wen and Junior with barely a glance. Wen didn't dare to turn, but she heard the trunk of the car opening behind her and the heavy thud of the suitcases being placed inside.
You're the lucky one tonight, you cunt,
Junior said. The gun came away from her head. Wen's heart began to beat again.
Keep walking.
Wen took a step forward, and then another. She kept walking, faster and faster when she realized that the Barukan were not following. She was stumbling now, using the damp metal railing to pull herself along. At first, there was nothing ahead but fog, then shapes resolved out of the gloom. 2 men. Another few steps, and she recognized her nephew, Cam, standing with Hame Tumashan. With a choked cry, Wen ran toward them. Cam ran to her and caught her up, hugging her tight.
Aunt Wen, thank the gods,
he said, his voice catching. Hame threw his jacket over her bare shoulders, and the 2 of them led her, shaking with relief, to the other side of the bridge, where a car waited. Vin, one of the clan's first fists, was behind the wheel, and as soon as they were all inside, he began to drive. Cam sat in the back with Wen, putting a hot thermos in her hands and warm blankets on her until her violent trembling abated.
We'll be at the airstrip in 20 minutes,
Hame assured her. Wen felt her wits slowly coming back together.
What about Shay?
She saw the line of Hame's jaw tighten.
They still have her,
he said.
They demanded money and Jade for your release. They say they'll release the weatherman once we dismantle No Peak's office and evacuate Shatar completely.
How much longer will that be?
A week,
Hame said, glancing over his shoulder at her.
It'll hurt our business badly to tear up everything we've done here in the past year, but it's what we have to do for now to meet their demands. We've already begun making the arrangements to pull people out. After we get Kaul Shay-Gen back, we'll think of whether there's some way to salvage the situation and strike back at those Barukan dogs.
A week. The words that Wen had overheard in the hallway earlier in the night came back to her. She hadn't known what they were talking about. After tonight, we'll have time. Wen lurched forward and grabbed Hame's shoulder.
We can't get onto the plane yet, she cried. We have to stop and phone Hilo.
Don't worry, I had fists watching the bridge, Vin told her. They're phoning the pillar now to let him know the handoff went smoothly and that you're safe.
Cam said,
Hopefully that means we'll get the others back safely too.
Wen shook her head vigorously. She'd gotten off too easily. Those men, Big Dog, Second Dog, even Junior, she'd seen their reckless hatred. They would have been pleased to send Hilo her violated corpse. Only some truly compelling reason would have motivated them to release her unharmed. They didn't fear No Peak's vengeance, so that wasn't the reason. She hadn't heard them crowing with anticipation over the money or Jade. No, Delivering a hostage right away in exchange for ransom was a sign of cooperation. A misdirection meant to lull the pillar into withdrawing his people in the belief that the kidnappers were sincere in their demands. "I have to talk to Hilo myself," Wen insisted, growing frantic. "We can't believe them. We shouldn't pull anyone out. We need everyone we have in this country searching for Shay, because they're not going to give her back." Shay had reviewed the possibility of escape and determined it to be minimal. Without any of her jade, she had no hope of overpowering her Barukan captors, even if she wasn't tied to a chair, gagged, and suffering from jade withdrawal. She'd been through jade withdrawal twice before in her life, and it had been unpleasant, but she'd been cared for or able to care for herself, not bound and starved by enemies. A relentless headache sat at the front of her skull, hammering into the backs of her eyeballs, and her face and neck were filmed with a layer of sweat that made her shiver with chills. For some reason, she found herself thinking of Yoon Dorupan, a man she'd despised and who was long dead, but with whom she felt a sudden miserable kinship, because as weatherman, he had once been captured by Shatarians, jade-stripped, and tortured. At some point, she thought she heard Wen shouting, and her mind had filled with the worst sort of imaginings. Then there had been footsteps and a gunshot. Now, without any sense of perception, she had no idea if her sister-in-law was still alive. She'd assumed that the Barukan had captured them as leverage against No Peak. She'd counted on the possibility of using her position as weatherman to negotiate for Wen's life, but no one had come into the bare room to see her in many hours. She grew heavy-headed and fell unconscious for indeterminable periods of time. After what she guessed to be over a full day, the door opened and two men came into the room. A short, mean-looking man in cargo pants and a skull pendant of bluffer's jade, and a young man with a tattoo on the side of his neck. The short man, who seemed to be the leader, said mockingly,
"You must be getting bored, Kaul Shaylin-san."
The younger man went behind the chair and untied the gag. Shay moved her sore jaw and tried to force saliva into her dry throat.
"Did you kill my sister-in-law?"
The Barukan leader smirked at the torment he knew she must be feeling.
"On the contrary, she's on her way home right now," he said. "Your brother loves his wife very much and paid the full ransom for her safe return."
Shay wished desperately she had her jade and the perception to discern if the man was lying. She couldn't help but clutch at the hope that he was telling the truth, that Wen was indeed free. She kept her voice carefully neutral. "If that's true, then there's a lot more we could talk about. You know who I am and how much jade and money I control. I'm sure we can come to some sort of deal."
"I'm sure we can,"
said the Barukan leader in his accented Kekanese, his lips rising in a way that made Shay distinctly uneasy.
"After all, the most valuable thing that the weatherman of a clan possesses isn't jade or money. It's information."
He stepped forward directly in front of her, fixing Shay with his bulging eyes.
"Your clan came into Shatar by making friends with the police and the government. You give them information from your spies. 2 months ago, federal agents busted a shipment of sweet flour worth 2.5 million sepas. There's no way they could have known about that deal unless there was a rat in the Matios."
Shay shook her head slowly.
"You're not Matios."
Due to No Peak's spy network in Shatar and its cooperation with Shatarian law enforcement, she was aware of who the main leaders of the Matios were, and these men were not among them.
"Fuck the Matios,"
the man snapped.
"They bring the goods through Ortico. but they lean on us to move and guard the product, so it's Faltas who end up dead or in prison, and the Matios blame us for the lost dope, when it's no peak rats who are to blame.
He leaned so close she could smell his strangely sweet cologne mingling with his sour breath.
2 weeks after that bust, the No Peak clan received business permits and liquor licenses for 4 properties it had recently acquired in Leolo City. Maybe it's a coincidence, but I don't believe in coincidences. Who was your rat?
Shay said,
I'm the weatherman.
I'm not involved in handling white rats. The Horns side of the clan manages informers. Ordinarily, that would be a plausible denial, but Shay had been personally involved in every aspect of the clan's risky expansion into Shatar. She'd worked with Lot and Heijo. She'd seen the names.
You must think that we don't know how to use our jade, that we can't tell you're lying, said the Faltus captain, sounding insulted. Perhaps you don't understand. No one is going to rescue you. Your brother has his wife back safe and sound and is pulling your clan's green bones out of the country. If you give us what we want, you can have a pleasant stay with us and go home as well. If not, it will be over a week before they start hunting for your body. I don't want to have to do that to a woman.
As the leader spoke, another man came into the room with coils of rope and chain. Shay's mouth went drier than dirt. The men lashed her ankles and wrists, then untied her from the chair and wound rope and chains around her torso and legs, securing them with padlocks until she was entirely immobilized, like an escape artist about to be lowered into a closed container only to astound everyone with a feat of magic. Except that Shay had no such trick. Her heart was running like a jackhammer. The younger man lifted her over his shoulder like a heavy sack of rice and carried her into a bathroom with a Shatarian-style soaking tub large enough for 3 or 4 people. Dudo was sitting in the dry tub, also securely bound and weighed down with chains. When the Barukan placed Shay inside the tub across from him, the fist raised his bowed head. Dudo's face was badly bruised, and his eyes were having difficulty focusing. The blow to the back of his head had given him a concussion.
Kaul, he croaked. I'm sorry I failed to protect you.
Shay couldn't manage a reply. It was not Dudo's fault, but hers. It had been her decision to expand into Shatar and make enemies of the Barukan. She had brought Wen on this trip, and she had ordered Dudo to stop the car for the false police officer. Like so many choices she'd made in her life, they'd seemed reasonable at the time.
You may be one tough green-bone bitch, said the Barukan leader, but are you soulless enough to watch another person suffer and die for your stubbornness?
Shay felt a strange urge to tell him that she was no stranger to seeing others pay for her mistakes. Lan, whom she'd failed as a sister, Maro, dead by her hand, Luto, her chief of staff for only a few months, Wen and Andon, ambushed in Espenia, the unborn child she'd aborted, Woon's first wife, Kia. Dudo would be the next. Was this what it truly meant to hold power? Shay wondered, almost detached from her own sense of ballooning fear. Passing on the worst consequences of your failure to others, whether you wanted to or not. The chains pressed into the skin of her wrists. The white ceramic was cold against her bare legs.
Give me names, said the short man. The names of your rats.
If she surrendered the identities of No Peak's sources, those people would surely die horrible deaths of their own. She would cause death and suffering, no matter what.
No? I'll even give you a choice, the man went on reasonably. How about the names of the officials in the police and government who are on No Peak's payroll?
With such a gold mine of information constituting vital importance to the Shatarian underworld, the kidnappers had no need to fear No Peak's retribution. They could count on protection from the Matios. They could even sell their knowledge to the Mountain Clan to cleanse No Peak from Shatar, regardless of what Hilo decided to do. Dudo roused enough to slur.
You're all dead men, you Barukan dogs.
The leader motioned for 2 metal briefcases to be brought into the bathroom and set down on the linoleum floor. He unlatched the cases and opened them to reveal piles of cut and polished jade. Gemstones of various sizes and weights, ready to be set and worn, all of it gleaming with deep translucent brilliance, even in the dim yellow of the bathroom's sconce lighting. Shay sucked in a breath. It was a staggering fortune, a treasure trove of near mythological scale. The Barukan in the room stared in rapt admiration. Some of them began fingering their own meager adornments, no doubt imagining themselves as Baijan reborn, wearing more jade than any greenbone. Their leader whistled low.
Beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful and deadly.
2 men pulled on thick, lead-lined gloves and lifted the first briefcase over the edge of the tub, tipping all of its contents inside. Jade clattered against the inside of the tub like pennies thrown into a pail, spilling over Shay's and Dudo's legs. The Barukan hefted the second briefcase as well, piling tens of millions of DN worth of jade into a thick layer that covered the bottom of the tub, like green glass pebbles at the bottom of a fish tank. Shay jerked and tried instinctively to pull herself away from the cascade, but it was futile. Thousands of pieces of jade, more jade than any human being without jade immunity should ever be in contact with at one time, tumbled on top of her thighs and calves, were caught between the toes of her bare feet, became trapped under her clothes as she struggled in mounting panic. Many years ago, Shay had visited a jade mine high up in the mountainous interior of Kakon. She'd seen boulders of raw jade cut open and lying in the beds of trucks, and wondered morbidly what would happen if she placed the flat of her hand against that much seductive green. She'd imagined instant death, and also slow sickness, but what she experienced now was this. A rush of familiar, disorienting power as her jade senses snapped back into awareness. She could perceive every person in and around the building. She could feel energy streaming through her body with every pulse of her cavernous heart. She sensed time slowing as her mind leapt out of the confines of its flesh. In that instant, she grasped for her abilities, tried with a desperate cry to focus every iota of her formidable training into enough strength to break her chains. The ropes and metal links strained but held, and then the pain began. It escalated quickly, as if she'd thrown herself struggling against a huge metal door, only to discover that it was warming to a red-hot temperature, and she was now welded to the surface, unable to tear free, as it began to glow crimson and burn her alive. Shay had all the jade tolerance of a top-ranked greenbone, built up over a lifetime of exposure and training. Her body was intimately familiar with jade, so it was a hideous, violent perversion that would have been natural throughout her entire adult life, suddenly turned into sheer agony. She tried with mindless desperation to grasp for the control techniques she'd known since she was a child. Awareness of her breath, dispelling tension in the body, visualization. All of it was useless. She was drowning in a flaming deluge. Even if she weren't immobilized with restraints, she couldn't summon strength or channeling or anything that could help her escape
any more than someone could control a kite inside a cyclone. She plummeted back into physical sensation. Her muscles began to shake uncontrollably. Sweat broke out all over her body. Her heart rate and temperature and blood pressure skyrocketed. She saw the cords of Dudo's neck stand out as he screamed.
"This jade is from No Peak's own vaults,"
Shay heard the short Barukan leader say thoughtfully, as if from a great distance.
"Isn't that poetic?"
Chapter 47. What Must Be Done. Hilo sat on the edge of the bed, watching the blankets rise and fall gently in time with Wen's breath. After the tearful relief of coming home, there had been utter exhaustion. She'd finally fallen into a deep slumber. He touched the back of his hand to her cheek, reassuring himself that she was truly there, that he was not in a hopeful dream from which he would awaken to the nightmare of her still being lost and in danger. Slowly, he bent and pressed his lips to her brow, careful not to wake her. He rose, dressed quietly, and went downstairs. Andon was sitting on the bottom step of the staircase, his shoes already on, waiting. "Let's go," Hilo said. Andon drove the Pillar's new Duchesse Imperia south on Lolau Street. The sun was not up yet, and the streets of Janloon were shambling through the shift change between the city's nighttime denizens and its earliest risers. Drunks, prostitutes, and graveyard shift workers stumbling home, while street hawkers, newsstand owners, and shopkeepers opened up for business. Hilo broke the silence. "This reminds me of that time you drove us to the Twice Lucky on New Year's Day," Andon said. "That was a long time ago." "A long time ago," Hilo agreed. "You're a much better driver now." When Andon glanced over at him with a furrowed brow, Hilo broke into his famous lopsided grin. "I'm glad you're not counting on me to kill anyone today," Andon said. On the other side of the Lolau Street tunnel, he took the interchange onto Patriot Street and turned into high ground, navigating the large bulk of the Duchesse up hilly residential roads. The corners of Andon's mouth lifted a little. "I didn't think we'd ever joke about that day. Let's hope we'll feel the same way about today in another 20 years. Hilo draped an arm out the open window and gazed at the sunrise crawling over the manicured trees. "Gods, we were young men back then, Andy," he said, losing the lightness in his voice. "That day, I was ready to die at the hands of Gaunt Ash if I had to. Now, I could still do it, but I think it would be harder. You'd think it would be easier to face death as you get older, but it doesn't work that way. You get more attached to life, to people you love, and things that are worth living for." Hilo saw his cousin eyeing him with concern, and he said, "Don't look so worried, Andy. As much as I didn't want to hear it, you were right, what you said last night. We lose no matter what, so this is the only way. You know what to do if you have to." Andon said, "I know, Hilo Jen. When something has to be done, there's always a way to do it," Hilo said quietly. They pulled up outside of the enormous iron gates of the Ite mansion. The security cameras mounted along the approaching road had already alerted the guards to their arrival. 4 mountain greenbones armed with moonblades and handguns met the Duchesse in front of the gates. Andon stopped the car and shut off the engine, then lifted his hands off the steering wheel, holding them open for the guards to see. Hilo opened the door and stepped out. His perception buzzed with the hostile alertness of the 4 greenbones in front of him, and 2 others inside the gate that he couldn't see. He raised his voice to the guards. "I'm here to see your pillar." One morning when he was 22 years old,
Hilo met his older brother, Lon, for breakfast at the Twice Lucky restaurant. It was the first time he'd ever eaten there, and he was pleasantly surprised that although it was an older place, loud and a bit stuffy, the food was much better than anything else in the docks. Lon, however, did not appear to be paying attention to either the meal or their conversation. He seemed troubled and didn't smile at anything Hilo said. In Hilo's opinion, there was little for Lon to be unhappy about. His brother wore plenty of jade, was recently married, and their grandfather was giving him an increasing amount of responsibility over the day-to-day running of the clan. At last, Hilo threw his napkin down. "What's wrong with you, anyway? You have this look on your face like you've been constipated for days." Lon's expression twitched with surprise, then annoyance. "I have things on my mind, Hilo," he replied. "I don't happen to share every single issue that's bothering me." Hilo scratched his jaw and considered this, feeling a little hurt by the dismissal. True, he and Lon were not close in the manner of siblings who were similar in age. They had not grown up as rivals or confidants. Nevertheless, there was an unspoken understanding between them, because one day Lon would be the pillar and Hilo would be his horn. He would swear oaths to his older brother, to obey him, to kill and die for him if necessary. So he felt it was only fair that Lon trust him enough to explain why he was ruining a perfectly good breakfast with his melancholy. "Is it something to do with that meeting Grandad had last week?" Lon's left eye narrowed into a squint. "How do you know about that?" Hilo shrugged. "Is it or isn't it?" Lon exhaled through his nose, as if giving in, but he relaxed slightly, apparently relieved to finally talk about what was troubling him. "You know that Grandad and Uncle Doru are worried about who will succeed Ite Yu as pillar of the mountain." "Ite's not that old," Hilo said. "He could be pillar for another 10 years. The rumor is that he's taken off some of his jade because of high blood pressure. The Spear of Kakon might be a living legend, but if his jade tolerance is starting to go, it won't be long before he has to retire. Maybe 5 years, maybe less. Ite Iodo is his son by adoption, not blood, and Iodo's a joke, not respected as a greenbone." Hilo broke apart one of the nut pastries. "His daughter is the weatherman." "A woman pillar?" Lon shook his head. "Ite won't go that far. So the door is open for some other family in the mountain clan to rise into the leadership." "Why is any of this our problem?" Hilo asked. "The mountain can sort out its own shit." As a junior fist, he had no love for the mountain clan. He and his peers had skirmished violently with them for territory and business, particularly in disputed districts, and some of those confrontations had left hard feelings on both sides. "Grandad and Uncle Doru had a meeting last week with Tonku Ushijan," Lon said. "The Horn of the Mountain proposed that we unite our families through marriage." Hilo stopped in mid-chew. The thought of Wen flashed through his mind. He was not one to keep secrets, but he hadn't yet told his grandfather or his brother that he was in love with a girl in the Make family, a Stone Eye. His face or his jade aura must have given away his sudden panic, because Lon said, with a dry smile, "I don't think I've ever been able to scare you like that before. Is the idea of settling down really that frightening? Anyway, you're safe. Tonku's son, Din, is a first-rank fist. People are saying he could follow in his father's footsteps and become Horn. A marriage between Shay and Tonku Din would tie the leadership of both clans together." Relief washed over Hilo, and he began breathing again. He finished chewing and swallowing. "Grandad won't go for it," he said with confidence. "Shay's his favorite." Lon didn't reply at first, but the texture of his jade aura grew scratchy as he pushed at the food on his plate. When it comes to decisions about what's best for the clan, sometimes there's no room for personal feelings, not even for the pillar. Doru thinks it's a good idea, and you know how much sway he has with Granda. Hilo grimaced. Doru should go back to the Three Crowns era where he came from. The creaky old weatherman would have been one of those scheming palace courtiers. Lon looked at his younger brother with a resignation that Hilo would not understand for many more years, not until he was pillar himself. Granda and Ait-Yu have had their differences over the years, but now that they're both getting older, they want to ensure there's still respect between the clans after they're gone. That's getting harder to do when we have different businesses, different territories, different schools. Lon tugged absently at the jade-studded cuffs on his forearms, uncertainty written on his face. The Tonku family says that if we ally with them, Ait-Yu will pass over that playboy Iodo and name Tonku Ushi as the next pillar of the mountain. It would prevent infighting over the succession and assure everyone of peaceful relations. Shay would be daughter-in-law to their pillar, and if the younger Tonku is promoted, we would be brothers-in-law to their horn. Hilo was liking this vision of the future less and less the more he heard. He had no personal grudge against the Tonkus, but he certainly didn't want them as in-laws. The elder Tonku was in his 50s. His son was 2 years older than Lon. If the families merged, the Tonkus would be dominant. How was Lon supposed to maintain his own standing as pillar against a man who was essentially his father-in-law? And if Hilo became the Horn of No Peak, he would surely have to face his own brother-in-law as a rival and be forced to back down to protect his sister's marriage. A union might preserve the peace for the foreseeable future, but in the long run, surely No Peak would be diminished. It might even become a tributary of the mountain. He was still not worried, though, because he knew his sister. Shay will never agree, he scoffed. Lon tapped out a cigarette for himself and offered the pack to his younger brother, who took one, even though it was not his preferred brand. You and I know that, Lon said. I don't think Granda does. He's always doted on Shay, so he believes she'll obey him. If she doesn't, we'll lose face with Ait-Yu and the Tonkus. No matter what, the family's not going to be the same after this. At Hilo's silence, Lon grumbled, So that's why I haven't been so cheerful this morning. And now I can tell I've ruined your morning as well, although it's your own fault for asking. Hilo lit his cigarette, but found he couldn't enjoy the taste. The old man hasn't given his answer to the Tonkus yet, has he? Maybe you can still talk him out of it. Maybe, Lon said, not sounding hopeful. Granda's getting more stubborn as he gets older. You know the position I'm in. In the end, it's his decision. The owner of the restaurant came to their table to introduce himself as Mr. Une, and to ask if there was anything unsatisfactory with the meal, since Lon hadn't eaten much. When they assured him the food was excellent, the restaurateur saluted them deeply, saying he was pleased to serve the pillar's grandsons, and he hoped they would carry a favorable review of his humble establishment to the Torch himself. Lon conversed with Mr. Une with all the courteous gravity Hilo had watched him develop over the past few years, but his smile was thin. Granda was already 76, much older than Ait-Ugantin, yet despite grooming Lon for the leadership, he had not yet announced his own retirement. Lon was in a predicament as the pillar in waiting. No matter how much he disagreed with Kaul Sen, defying or disobeying him might further delay when he would be named pillar. When Mr. Une left, Lon said to Hilo, Not a word of this to Shay, understand? I don't want to start any feud between her and Granda if we can avoid it. 2 years later, Shay would feud vociferously with their grandfather all on her own, but at the time, neither Lon nor Hilo knew what was to come. "I'm trusting you, Hilo," Lon said. "Swear you'll keep it quiet." Hilo widened his eyes innocently and spread his hands with affable nonchalance. "On my jade, brother," he said, though he wondered if Lon had told anyone else. He doubted his brother confided about clan issues with that haughty wife of his. "Anyway, I'm not stupid enough to be the one to deliver the bad news. If Shay found out from me, she'd probably throw me off a roof." They sat together in silence for a few minutes, finishing their cigarettes. Hilo said, "I'm glad I'm just a fist and don't have to deal with the clan politics bullshit that you do." But Hilo did not stop thinking about what Lon had told him. Their grandfather was an old fool, Hilo decided, for trying to turn back the clock on a decision he had made, no less. The One Mountain Society had divided a generation ago. Attempting to bring the mountain and No Peak together made about as much sense as trying to glue a cracked egg. Instead of behaving like an ancient warlord by arranging a political marriage for Shay, Grandaw ought to simply retire. Once Lon was in charge of the clan, he could name Hilo his horn and Shay his weatherman. Together, they would be stronger than the Tonkus or any of Ait-Yu's potential successors, instead of yoked to them like some feudal tributary. The sooner Lon took over as pillar, the better. The more Hilo thought about it, the angrier he grew toward his elders. He was also selfishly worried about his own prospects. He was too young, in everyone's opinion, to rise to the position of horn for several more years. When Lon became the pillar, he would be expected to choose a senior warrior to command the military side of the clan, someone with a great deal of jade and experience. Hilo couldn't afford to gradually rise up the ranks, awaiting his turn. Even in retirement, their grandfather was sure to have a say in everything. Lon would be surrounded by old cronies. Unless he was the horn, Hilo couldn't be certain of having influence with his elder brother or authority in the clan, nor would he have enough status in No Peak to make everyone accept his relationship with Wen. Much to the delight of Mr. Une, Hilo returned to the Twice Lucky 2 days later to try its dinner menu. This time, he had Make Kane and Make Tar with him. Lon had told him not to speak to Shay, but Hilo decided he could safely discuss the situation with his 2 closest and most trustworthy fellow fists. "I have to kill Tonku Din," he told them after the appetizers arrived. Tar paused with a crispy squid ball halfway toward his mouth. "The son of the mountain's horn? Big mean fellow with the flat nose and a shitload of jade?" "That's the one," Hilo said, "and it has to be soon, and with a clean blade." "It's been nice knowing you, KK, Tar quipped. "I'll ask the gods to recognize you." When he saw that Hilo was completely serious, Tar's smirk disappeared, and he said,